If I can ask everybody to take a seat, we'll get started in just a minute. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Identity, Authentication, and the Road Ahead Policy Forum. I'm Jeremy Grant. I'm a Managing Director here at Venable in the Technology and Innovation Group. I also serve as the coordinator of the Better Identity Coalition and an advisor to FIDO Alliance, and I'll be your MC today or something like that. I'm thrilled that the Coalition and FIDO and the Identity Theft Resource Center have once again partnered on bringing you this event today. Before we start, just a few items to flag. Bathrooms are out here and to the left. The ladies' room is before the elevator. The men's room, you got to kind of wind your way around a little bit. It's a bit more of an adventure to get there, but you will find it, and they're lovely. Lunch will be served buffet style right around 12:30, just outside here where the breakfast is right now. I want to note, in addition to a full room here, we have, I think, a couple hundred people attending virtually. While we're not going to be set up to take questions from the online crowd, I do want to ask anyone who asks questions in the room to please use a microphone, in that'll let our friends who are online actually hear the question that's being asked. Also note we have a lot of reporters in the room today. It's nice to see them, but don't say anything you might not want printed. Finally, I just wanted to highlight SOCs. We're pleased in the Better Identity Coalition to not only be the leading advocates in Washington, D.C. for better digital identity solutions, but also to be the trade organization that has the best SOCs. In previous years, we've handed out SOCs at this event. One year they were green. Last year, I think we had orange. I'm excited to announce we've augmented our previous SOC designs with the new electric blue SOC with a very zazzy orange accent that we're handing out this year. They're very comfy socks, I'll say. They're very comfy to the point that my wife and my daughter steal them a lot, which leads to some household drama. So I recommend you grab a pair. We've got bags and giveaway bags just on the other side of this wall that also have some Venable swag, like a notebook or something. And I think there's also a basket of socks by the front. So we're proud of our socks. You should get a pair or two. So on to the policy forum. So we get feedback every year that this is a really unique event in that it presents a lot of different perspectives on challenges in identity and authentication, one that's a little more diverse than most industry conferences. I think part of this is due to the different perspectives of the three sponsors. So ID Theft Resource Center is focused on helping victims of identity theft. They're uniquely positioned to highlight that beyond all the stats and numbers we see here on this topic, there's also, every one of these crimes impacts an individual, generally in an absolutely awful way. And so we think it's really important to tell their stories. FIDO Alliance is focused on creating new standards and certification programs that can better protect individuals with an eye towards starting to reverse some of the god-awful trends we've been seeing for years now, where millions of people each year are impacted by compromised credentials. FIDO is one of the places that's actually creating and driving the adoption of technical solutions and standards for these problems. And then in Better Identity Coalition, we're focused on the policy layer, looking at the steps government can take to harden identity infrastructure to prevent identity-related attacks, as well as ensure that new solutions tied to government are not only secure, but also preserve privacy and, importantly, work for everybody. Together, these three groups work together each year to try and tell a comprehensive story, both of how challenging our problems are because of ID theft and identity-related cybercrime, as well as how we can start to solve those problems. So it's been a wonderful partnership. I was thinking about how to sort of frame things this year, and my mind went back to something a great man named Homer Simpson once said about drinking. He said, "To alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems." And I was thinking about that as I started to put notes together for this event, because it applies not only to alcohol, but I think also to identity. So with regard to identity being the cause of all of life's problems, I think for those of us who are security professionals, there's a lot of truth to this, and we're going to hear a lot about why that is today. ITRC will be releasing their annual data breach report, which I'm told will reveal that 2023 was the worst year ever for breaches, and not even close. And in breach after breach, it's generally some sort of compromised identity. That's the attack vector our adversaries are exploiting. This afternoon, we're going to hear from the Director of Treasury, the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, discussing new research they recently published that details that more than $200 billion worth of transactions that were flagged by banks as being suspicious activity in 2021 were tied to some sort of a breakdown in the identity or authentication process. It's over $200 billion in just 1 year in one sector. If we shift to public benefits, the GAO estimated that during the pandemic, north of $100 billion was stolen in terms of pandemic unemployment benefits, mostly by fraudsters who were spoofing the ideas of real people and used it to essentially knowing 5 things about somebody allowed them to steal thousands or millions of dollars that cumulatively comes to over 100 billion. So, by the way, if you're doing the math here as I speak, that's over 300 billion lost to identity-related cybercrime in just 2 sectors, financial services and government, not even beginning to look at what's happening in other sectors. So the numbers are pretty staggering, and when you consider that a sizable portion of the proceeds of this theft is being used by hostile nation states to fuel their activities against us or our allies. There was a Bloomberg story this morning talking about how the North Koreans stole another $1 billion in crypto last year, in many cases through things like compromised credentials to fuel their nuclear program. So that's comforting. The security implications are pretty staggering. But in terms of identity not being just the cause of, but also the solution to life's problems, there is a lot to talk about here. And that if we can make our identity systems better, we not only improve security, but do it in a way that enhances privacy, makes transactions online more convenient, and does so in a way that is inclusive and works well for everybody. We know how to do this. In fact, the Better Identity Coalition is this morning releasing an updated policy blueprint that lays out 21 steps for the government to take to get there. But the government has to decide first that this is an issue that is important enough to be acting on. We haven't gotten there quite yet. Also, in terms of solutions, we're going to hear a lot today from CISA, from the White House, from FIDO Alliance about the ways phishing-resistant authentication is able to block a lot of the most commonly exploited attacks by our adversaries and deliver more secure login experiences that are also easier to use because they don't use a password at all. We'll also have a couple panels focusing on solutions. We've got one looking at the way biometrics can help reduce the value of stolen data by shifting defenses away from something you know and focusing instead on something you are. We also have a great panel this afternoon that my colleague Heather West will moderate, looking at the impact of generative AI on identity and how amidst it creating new cybersecurity threats with attacks on identity systems with things like deepfakes, there's also ways it could defend against threats. So whether you're feeling upset or celebratory at the end of the day, or you're just not sure, we'll hope you'll join us for a drink at our reception outside that'll start around 4:45 or 5 after the conference ends. So with that, I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage our first speaker, Clarke from the White House National Security Council. Caitlin serves as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Cyber and Emerging Technology on the National Security Council. In that role, she leads the development of defensive-related cyber policy. She's had a great career before her time in the NSC. She did a stint as the Assistant National Cyber Director for Planning and Operations within the Office of the National Cyber Director, ONCD, in the White House. Had a couple of very big leading roles on the cybersecurity front at American Express, and before that, another stint in government service at FEMA. So, Caitlin, really glad you could join us today. Thank you. And I'll leave a pair of socks up here for you.
As a person who's perpetually cold, I very much appreciate the socks, and I'm sure my kids will steal them as they steal much of everything. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jeremy, for having me here today and for your continued leadership and dedication to improving identity solutions. And let me begin by thanking our incredible hosts here today, the Better Identity Coalition, the ID Theft Resource Center, and the FIDO Alliance. As Jeremy just said, prior to joining the Biden-Harris administration, I spent some time in the financial services sector, where I had the opportunity to explore the policies around resilient digital identity solutions through public-private partnerships, through things like the Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council. And I'm excited to be back here today in my role as the Senior Director for Cyber and Emerging Tech, where I worked alongside a dedicated team led by Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Neuberger, working to advance national security, economic prosperity, and technical innovation. For those of you guys who heard my name, and we're going to be talking about identity today, I am Caitlin Clarke with an E, a 40-something mother of 3, not Caitlin Clarke, a 22-year-old amazing basketball player from Iowa. But for the last year, It has been one of the greatest experiences of my life, of everybody saying, Caitlin Clarke, I know that name. It's never happened to me before in my life. I was the only Caitlin I knew growing up, and now who knew? I am famous, which works well for my school-age children, that they can say my mom has that same name. But needless to say, I know a lot about Caitlin Clarke. So that whole piece that Jeremy just talked about knowing 5 things about a person to be able to have their identity makes it a lot easier when you already have their same name. It's been an interesting year, but I want to dive into the threat around identity and why it matters to us at the Biden-Harris administration, what we're doing about it, and then just kind of leaving you all to think about what we can be doing further. As Jeremy said, you've been presenting a lot of ideas. It's up to us in the government to take those and run with them. We look forward to hearing your thoughts about where we can improve. And I really do appreciate that you hold us accountable as we look at this, because this is we talk about a lot about issues that can be solved by the government, by private sector. This is clearly identity. Verification, authentication is clearly something that needs to be done both by the private sector and the government, and we need to work together on that. But I want to start with, when the Biden-Harris administration came into office, President Biden emphasized the importance of elevating how we address cyber and tech issues from a national security perspective, because the cyber threats affect every sector of our society, from critical infrastructure that underpins our daily lives to the schools where we educate our children and the products we use in our homes. Rapid innovation has brought unprecedented convenience and efficiency to everyday Americans. For example, from the time I woke up this morning, I've been able to, via one device, check my email, my bank account balance, and what homework assignments my children may or may not have completed for the end of this grading period. And that last one is the bane of my children's existence, since they are no longer able to tell me what happened in school today. Nothing, no homework, nothing to see here. I am able now to log in as their parent and see every assignment, what they've done and what they have not done, which my son really enjoys going forward. So these are the smaller benefits, but we know that there are advancements in technology that are poised to define the landscape of the future. For example, the combination of AI, advanced telecommunications, and quantum sensors will generate leap-ahead breakthroughs in drug discoveries, food security in an age of extreme weather, and clean energy in an era where we're fighting climate change. And while we know everyday technologies and the advanced technologies we are developing will offer tremendous promise to advance our economies and our societies, they will also create some peril. And we have seen how the technologies we rely on are targets for hackers and criminals, as Jeremy said. And as he said, and you will hear after me, cybercrime continues to be on the rise. In the first half of 2023, ransomware attacks worldwide increased by 45% compared to the last half of 2022. The United States remains the most highly targeted country in the world, with 46% of global cyber attacks being directed towards Americans. The average cost of cybercrime worldwide is expected to soar from $8.4 trillion in 2022 to $23 trillion in 2027. I want to repeat that, from $8.4 trillion just last year to $23 trillion in the next 3 years. And in 2022, the average cost of a data breach in the United States was $9.4 million. Money is fueling the cyber crime and the ecosystem of crime, but we often see that identity is either the target or the culprit in the cyber incidents that we are seeing every day, either by exploiting weak vulnerabilities in identity and access management, products that are end of life that don't require authentication or rely on a default password, and that is all you need to authenticate into a system. Or cyber intrusions are specifically targeting identity information, aiming to exfiltrate personally identifiable information and credential information to eventually monetize and use in conduct of further fraud and cybercrime. Unfortunately, we've seen a significant amount of ransomware attacks against schools, where some of the information that is being targeted by the cyber criminals are the students' information. The information of children under the age of 18 who don't yet have a credit record, who have a social security number, and are ripe for their information to be taken. So this is why we are focused significantly on actions we can take to start reducing these numbers. These numbers are daunting, but we've been really working hard to address how we reduce these risks. And let me first start with authentication. Within the first months of the administration, the president defined 5 high-impact cybersecurity practices to be implemented with speed and urgency across the federal civilian executive branch in Executive Order 14028. Those 5 were multi-factor authentication upfront and first, multi-factor authentication. Secondly, endpoint detection and response, encryption, so if data was exfiltrated, that it's encrypted and harder to gain access to. Logging, so we know what was actually exfiltrated, and establishing skilled security teams to look for the malicious activity on networks. We are laser focused on these controls and practices across the government. And at the NSC, we regularly work with our partners in my home office of the Office of National Cyber Director and the Office of Management and Budget to track our progress and ensure that we are continuing to fund investments in the cybersecurity of the federal government. We cannot expect others to improve their cybersecurity if we are not doing it ourselves. So the EO served as our roadmap for securing the federal enterprise, but it paved the way for our framework for the zero trust strategy that OMB released. And I know the federal CISO, Chris DeRusha, will be here later, so I'm not gonna dig into what he will be sharing with you all, but we really needed to rapidly evolve our cybersecurity approach at the federal government, and moving to the principles of zero trust is the approach that we needed to take. This is a change. And it is going to take some more time. This is a fundamental change on how we address cybersecurity in the federal government. So we are continuing to press, continuing to gather information, continuing to understand what we need to do to fund and ensure that we are making these changes. We strongly believe that implementing MFA, especially phishing-resistant MFA, not just the text to your phone that someone might be able to intercept, is critical to locking our digital doors. We need to make it harder for threat actors to gain access into systems by requiring and ensuring that a person is who they say they are beyond a username and password. That is why authentication is also at the heart of the work we are doing to improve the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure, upon which we all rely. I was just outside trying to get here and the traffic lights were blinking, and God forbid, they all went down, right? So in the sectors where we've put in minimum cybersecurity standards, specifically rail, pipeline, aviation, we are not only requiring, but we are ensuring that owners and operators are implementing MFA. We are also putting best practices on authentication into the hands of those best postured to take action. Good example being CISA's cross-sector performance goals, a voluntary set of baseline cybersecurity practices, which includes phishing-resistant MFA as one of those key controls. And I know you'll be hearing later today from Eric Goldstein on their work in that area and their continued work in the More Than a Password campaign. I am from Boston, but I will not sing that in the tune of Boston, just to spare you all. But every time I hear that, I do go straight to the song. So in addition to authentication, we continue to focus on key measures to improve online verification and combat the significant fraud that Jeremy just mentioned across commercial and government services. We recognize that the era of reliable identity verification based solely on knowledge of personal information is over. The President's national security strategy outlined the vision for how the government will support and enable the development of a digital identity ecosystem that is secure, privacy preserving, and consent based. And we have put NIST at the center of that program as authorized by the CHIPS and Science Act, and they are leading a digital identity research program to identify the best ways that federal and state governments or civil society industry partners can promote solutions that encourage those privacy, security, civil liberties, equity, accessibility, and interoperability. And we're really excited about the promise of the work that NIST kicked off in August through their National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, focusing on mobile driver's licenses to accelerate the adoption of digital identities on mobile devices. And this collaborative work will offer a clear technical blueprint for the acceptance and use of those credentials, one of the most important steps we can take to both protect individuals from criminals and make it harder for adversary countries to conduct successful cyber intrusions. I do want to end that over the last 18 months, we've been working with colleagues across the White House on solutions when it comes to digital identities, including in the context of reducing the fraud that Jeremy talked about. As he's mentioned, the GAO has reported there are billions of dollars in fraud on government programs due to inadequate ways the US government validates recipients' identities. So while we should ensure that people who are eligible for government programs are able to access those benefits, we are working to identify a number of actions that we believe will have a positive impact on digital identity and identity verification. So I ask you to bear with us as we continue along this pace. We will be looking to have more work in this area coming out soon, and I hope that you hold us accountable to that, Jeremy. But in closing, I just want to say, I'm going to quote something that my mother, who was an English teacher, used to tell me every day. Her favorite poet was the American poet Robert Frost, and she used to tell me, Caitlin, we have miles to go before we sleep. So every day when I come in, and I know that we've gotten a lot of work done to improve our digital ecosystem, I remind myself, we have miles to go before we sleep. And I thank each and every one of you here today who are committed to being in the fight with us on digital identity and improving authentication and verification. And again, I'm going to say this again, I ask you to hold us accountable. We work on behalf of the American people, and we want to make sure that we are doing the best that we can and continuing to move forward in this area. And so I thank you for having the opportunity to speak with you today. I hope to hear more about what you discussed today, and I'll be following up with Jeremy about what we can do to continue our work, where we can improve, where we've got gaps, and move out where we can. So thank you so much for your time this morning. I hope you have a fantastic program today. And I know you'll hear more about what the government is doing, what we intend to do from both the federal CISO, Chris DeRusha, as well as Eric Goldstein from CISA. So thank you very much.
Thanks. I know Caitlin's not able to take questions today. Up next, I want to introduce my friend James Lee, COO from the ID Theft Resource Center, who will be unveiling their data breach report. Very important, before he comes up here, this is the second year in a row we've done this event on January 25th. So I'm going to embarrass him again because that also happens to be his birthday. He's spending it for the second year in a row talking about the misery of data breaches with us rather than doing something more fun. So everybody please say on the count of three, 1, 2, 3, happy birthday, James.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And appreciate the birthday thoughts. Hey, Ken, how are you? I was sitting right behind you, didn't even know it. Before we get to the actual numbers, this is our 18th edition of this particular report. We've been tracking data breaches since 2005. And for those of you who don't know who the Identity Theft Resource Center is, this is our 25th year. As a nonprofit, our primary mission is to provide victim assistance to victims of identity crimes for free. And then we have a secondary mission that involves research and providing information to policymakers, to business leaders, and to the general public about trends around identity and identity crimes. Normally, I'm a bit of a smartass. At this point, I would probably make some joke, but I'm not going to do it this year because when I unveil these numbers, I'm going to tell you right now, we've all become a little bit numb to seeing a little bit of an increase every year. And both in the attack vectors and how these are exploited and the impacts, what I'm about to show you is a step change. It is an exponential increase. And some of the reasons behind it, we will yet to determine. We'll have to see if these trends continue. But if they continue, there is something fundamentally different going on right now. And as defenders, we got to figure out what that is and what we can do to help mitigate it, because we are on a very, very steep trajectory from this point forward. So just to point out a few things, if you only remember one thing, as one of my mentors said, remember this: we set an all-time high, but the estimated number of victims dropped. The number of breach notices with no actionable information jumped significantly year over year. And we saw a lot of growth in both supply chain and zero-day attacks. That zero-day is what really concerns me at the end of the day, because we've gone from zero-day attacks that you can count on your hand and have fingers left over to a significant number. All right, so let's get after it. Data breaches grew 72% over the previous all-time high, which was set in 2021. So we've gone year over year from 1,800-ish data breaches to 3,200-ish data breaches. Those are publicly reported breaches in the United States. It took us 15 years to get every state to have a data breach notice law, along with the territories and the District of Columbia. It took 11 years to get to 1,000 data breaches in a single year. We blew through 2,000, blew through 3,000 in 1 year. So you can see the trajectory over time. And really from this point forward, what we're going to start doing is focusing on 2018 forward, because that was the year when everybody had a data breach notice law. So we're all on the same playing field at that point. Before that, you had cats and dogs who didn't have a data breach notice law. So, you couldn't have a true apples to apples comparison. Now we can. So 3,205 in the last calendar year. From a victim perspective, if you're looking for the pony, here it is. It's still not great, because you're looking at a total number of victims of 353 million. That includes obviously duplicates, but 353 million in the last calendar year. But that's down 84% from when we set an all-time high in 2018, 2018 being a year when you had some very, very large data breaches. And at that time, the attack vector du jour of the bad guys was to hoover up as much information from as many sources as humanly possible. That is not what they're doing today. And so we've also seen the drop in the number of people who are impacted during the course of any given year. It is still a 16% decrease year over year. Last year, you had more than 50% of the total victim count from 3 data breaches that all were reported in December of 2022. So a single breach can skew these numbers, very quickly, especially if they happen late in the year. Most of the breaches in 2023 did involve sensitive PII. If you're, it's kind of an eye chart. But if you look at it, it would appear at first glance from 2022 to 2023, we had a 10% drop in the amount of sensitive information breached. Now, what actually happened was we had a 10% increase in breach notices that didn't make a distinction between sensitive and non-sensitive. So we're probably at a stasis level, but you still saw 2,400-ish data breaches that said what was compromised was sensitive PII. So social security numbers, driver's license numbers, passport, account, financial account, et cetera. For the first time, we're reporting the difference between publicly traded companies and everybody else. So what we saw last year was the 358 publicly traded companies issuing data breach notices. That's about 10% of all publicly traded companies. So it's like 9.6%. But it's 11% of all of the breaches from last year. But that 11% in terms of breaches represents 40% of the victims. So public companies, not surprising necessarily, have a disproportionate number of victims associated with what is a relatively small number of data breaches. The rest of those are private organizations, they're government institutions, they're schools, colleges, universities, nonprofits. So the ratio of publicly traded to private organizations is very lopsided. So most of the breach notices are coming from private organizations of one variety or another. If you look at it by industry, here's your top 5. No surprise, for the 6th year in a row, healthcare is the top industry, followed by financial services, because that's where the money is, professional services, manufacturing, and education. There were a couple of areas where we saw big jumps. They didn't necessarily make it into this chart because it didn't rise to that level of the top 5. But you did see, for example, transportation triple in number of breaches, which is an interesting thing because transportation doesn't ordinarily have a lot of PII. It doesn't ordinarily have a lot of information that you would see in a data breach notice. If they have it, it's probably IP. But this year, we saw a lot of transportation organizations saying that they had PII compromised. By victim count, you can see those are individual events, not aggregate. So T-Mobile would be on the list more than once. But that was their single largest breach. It was the single largest breach during the course of the year, followed by Xfinity, came kind of late in the year. And then the one on the bottom, you're going to see a lot of conversation here in a second about MOVEit. That was a supply chain attack. Now, PBI Research Services was directly attacked. So they were one of the organizations that not only were they impacted, all of their customers were impacted as well, because their customer information was compromised through the supply chain of MOVEit. Attack vector. No surprise, cyber attacks remain the single largest attack vector. That's been true for at least a decade. When we first started looking at data breaches back in 2005, it would have been reversed between physical attacks and cyber attacks because most everybody was losing paper. It was very much an analog world. Today, 75% of the data breaches are the direct result of a cyber attack. Now, when you dig into that, the top part of this chart shows you, phishing, business email compromise, some variation of a phishing attack. Those are the single largest grouping of cyber attacks, followed by ransomware. And you'll see in both of those cases, slight decrease in each year over year. There are a variety of reasons. Big jump in malware. We're back to good old days of let's write some kind of malware and insert that into a system. So we saw a jump there. 0-day attack. Now in 2021, Mandia tracked 0 days in general. The highest number they had ever tracked was 83 0 days. Not necessarily those that would lead to a data breach. 83 0 days, period. We had data breach notices which the organizations self-identified that attack, that breach was a result of a 0 day. 110. That, to me, with some of the background in cybersecurity, tells me something fundamentally different is going on with the attackers. They have figured out something, whether they figured out how to automate it, whether they figured out better scanning tools, whether they're just throwing more fingers on keyboards at it. Don't know what, but that's something we need to keep an eye on in this calendar year. So when we have this conversation next year, we can be a lot better educated about what's actually going on. But that is a significant change in the landscape when it comes to data breaches. But then there's that line at the bottom. If you've done the quick math, you will, if you add up all of the various subcategories of cyber attack, they do not equal the number of data breach notices that have no information about what was the root cause of the attack. Now, if we look at that over time, you're going to see that up until 2021, 100% of data breach notices had that information. Since Q4 2021, that number has steadily dropped to now. We're going to talk about it in a second a little bit more, but it's dropped. So supply chains as a trend, supply chain attacks are way up, especially when you look at it over time. So, 82 back in 2018 to 242 supply chain attacks in the last calendar year. But the number of organizations being impacted in those attacks is where the real growth is. It's not just that there are more supply chain attacks, they're impacting more organizations when they occur. So we, nearly doubled the number of organizations impacted by a supply chain attack year over year, along with a big jump over time. MOVEit, we all know about MOVEit. That was the supply chain attack that everybody paid attention to last year. It's the largest one we've ever seen. There were over 1,300, just short of 1,400 organizations that were individually, directly or indirectly impacted by that. There were 102 there. You'll see that they were directly impacted. They were the target of the attack, but by succeeding, they gained access to the other 1,200, almost 1,300 organizations. 25 of those organizations were directly attacked, reported being attacked through multiple vendors. So they had multiple people who were attacked through MOVEit. And so you also had 13 report that wasn't just their vendor, it was their vendor's vendor that was compromised, which compromised their information. And the two that I always point out to people is these last examples, especially as we look at credential fraud and impersonation scams, impersonation fraud, fueled by something like the entire driver's license databases of Louisiana and Oregon being stolen as part of a MOVEit attack. There were 42 organizations that said, yep, we had an attack, but we're not going to tell you how. Which leads us to the second trend, and that is, no surprise probably to a lot of folks, data breach laws are ineffective. So the bright line is that 2020 to 2021, where you started to see breach notices contain less and less information. So that 100% from 2005, if we look this back, all the way back to 2020, you had 100% coverage of what actually happened. So other businesses and individuals could make considered decisions about what they need to do if they believe they're in a similar circumstance. That started to drop precipitously. It dropped because of federal court decisions primarily, but also because not all state laws require that information to be shared. A lot of organizations were voluntarily sharing it until such time as you had a couple of the circuit courts go ahead and say you must have proof of actual harm in order to have standing to file the lawsuit as a result of a data breach, which immediately meant to the defense bar, don't say a word. If you don't provide the information, you're not giving discovery before any lawsuit has ever occurred. So you're not giving people the justification to have the litigation. So information drops down to you only provide information that you're statutorily required to do so. Now, how much further that drops? Hard to say. If we looked at just the subcomponent of cyber attacks, it's 54% overall. Within cyber attacks, it's closer to 60% do not have information or 40% do. That's a real problem for people who are trying to defend against a similar attack. So we believe that we need to make some changes. Here's another data point about why we need to make changes. We've always known it, at least in our hearts, that not everybody was sharing information. Not everybody was issuing data breach notices when they should. We now have definitive proof. The Blackbaud settlement that came out in the fall of 2023 provided that proof. when, as part of the settlement, Blackbaud admitted that 13,000 customer organizations and the data of those 13,000 customer organizations were compromised in the ransomware attack against Blackbaud. Blackbaud never issued a data breach notice. They filed an 8K with the SEC, which the SEC said was inadequate and fraudulent. But there were a subset of the customers who did go ahead and issue data breach notice, 604. So there were, do the quick math, 12,000 plus organizations that never told their customers that their information was compromised. Our data breach laws are inadequate to address what we're seeing in the threat industry today. So, to quote the great Henry Kissinger, we have time. So who has questions for my answers? I'm going to start by asking myself a question. What does this information tell us that we need to do? Well, I'm glad you asked. First of all, a lot of the state data breach laws, let's not even talk about Congress, because we know that's never going to happen. The state data breach laws, the early ones are approaching 20 years old. California's data breach law is 20 years old now. The next wave, which came about in 2005 and 2006, they're coming up on that point. Most of them have not been updated since that time. If they have been updated, it was only to basically add the fact that you may have to notify somebody else in state government that it occurred. But the core of those laws have never been changed. We need to have a uniform, just like we have uniform commercial code, uniform criminal codes. We need a uniform data breach law. And that can flow into regulations as well, where we have common definitions, common triggers, common notice figures, periods, have a report to a state official or a federal official of jurisdiction. There are only 34 states that require someone in government to be notified of a data breach. So in those other states, there could be a major breach, but nobody in the Attorney General's office, nobody in the Consumer Affairs Bureau, none of them ever receive a direct notice. Right now, in Michigan, General Nessel is very exercised over the fact that she learned of the largest data breach in Michigan from a reporter who called her and said, "Did you know?" And she had to say, "No, I did not." Safe harbor, if you follow the rules, unless it's just willful negligence, but safe harbor if you follow the rules, and heavy fines if you fail to follow the rules, just like we have in every other uniform code across the states. We think we need greater supply chain due diligence. You're seeing that in some of the comprehensive privacy and security laws that are being adopted. 11 of the 12 that have been adopted, I'm already counting New Jersey, I think it's still 11 still sitting on the governor's desk, but it includes, just like the others do, a provision for requiring an organization to have their cybersecurity program audited, and they have to report that to a government agency in a state at least once a year. And it also applies to vendors. So we should make that uniform, that your vendor also has to meet the same standard of program equal to the risk to improve supply chain due diligence. We actually have a way you can do that. The ITRC has built a breach alert system. It is free to consumers. It is a paid service for businesses. It is in proof of concept with a global tech company right now, where you can research the historical record of an organization of what data breaches they have had and what they did to remediate them, if anything, and have they had any subsequent to that. And then you will receive an alert going forward. That's important because no state law today requires a business to be notified of a business breach. You may have a contractual obligation that with your vendor, but not your vendor's vendor, and not your vendor's vendor's vendor. But we need to address that. This particular service that we're offering will actually address that. You just load in the name of the vendors and the vendors' vendors, and you get an alert if they ever have a breach. We need to reduce the value of stolen information. Easy to say, difficult to do. In fact, we're going to have a whole panel about this in just a second. But the acceleration of the adoption of mobile driver's licenses, increase in facial comparison, not facial recognition, but biometrics, will make information, when it is compromised, less valuable to the bad guys. When you go to enroll in a government benefit and you know that your face is going to be compared against, say, the face at the DMV, that's really hard to fake. So making information less valuable through more accurate information is going to lead to fewer data breaches. How many? I can't tell you. But the bad guys only steal this stuff because they can make money off of it. They can make money by impersonating people. They can make money committing scams. But if that information is not useful to them, they'll stop stealing it. They'll find something else to do. They'll find something else to steal, but they'll stop stealing that kind of information. Okay. Now we're back to who has questions for my answers, if anybody. Yes, ma'am.
The thing that I think about is a lot of the data broker data that's usually purchased, how that might be why data is being choose rather than purchasing for $12 stuff that benefits overlap data services here. I'm just curious if that's part of your study. Big question.
Yeah. So if I heard this correctly, how much, if anything, does this correlate to purchase data? That's sometimes is very similar data. Because it's information that can be used to impersonate an individual. We don't really see much correlation. What we do see in the behaviors of the people who commit these crimes is they're cheap. So they would rather steal the information from a data broker than buy it from them. Now, some of them may, the better organized, better financed, may be purchasing. We do know there are some organizations who are kind of on the line who do purchase information, but the vast majority do not. They would rather steal it and then put it into circulation, because then they can turn around and either sell it or swap it along with the other ways they're going to monetize that information. Somebody over here has a microphone. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Hi, John Carlson, American Bankers Association. Curious to hear your views on both the positive and negative impact of the SEC public disclosure requirements, and what do you think a year from now your report will look like?
Great question there, because we know, everybody probably knows, the SEC rules went into effect for publicly traded companies back in December. We did see a slight uptick in people trying to get ahead of the rule, which is encouraging. It didn't necessarily change the amount of information and the type of information, because in some cases, they were just trying to get ahead of the rule. We'll see if they have more complete 8Ks after. It's all going to come down to materiality. So if they take a very broad view of materiality, then we'll see better 8Ks, we'll see better sources of information than we are seeing generally today. But it is only applicable to publicly traded companies. So again, that's only 9% of this last year's cohort. It's theoretically possible that we could get a little bit of this vendor issue too, because the vendor breach may be material to another organization. So we may see some improvement in information around how the supply chain attack circumstance, how that environment is changing. And that would be very beneficial. So I think we've got to see. I am more excited, frankly, about the New York State Financial Services, the changes they have made, because they are much more granular and they're also much more aggressive at enforcement around data breaches. And, you know, that 72-hour time limit they have, but the kind of information they're commanding that be provided is very thorough. And they're not the least bit shy nor retiring about telling people when they turn in those audits every year, you are failing to meet the standard of cyber protections equal to the risk. And that's encouraging. Yes, ma'am.
Ann Walworth, U.S. Treasury's Office of Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes. Good to see you again. Have you begun to see any role that generative AI is playing in data breaches? And if not, or even if so, how concerned are you about that? It's been getting a lot of attention.
Thank you, Ann, for giving me that softball question. You know, you cannot have a conference and not talk about AI. Yeah, it's very difficult to pinpoint a specific attack that is AI generated or AI, you know, related. We do know that particularly phishing has gotten to be a lot better. You probably have seen it in your own emails and texts and if there's you run across a fake website here and there. Generative AI has cured the issue of bad grammar and bad spelling, and they're actually writing very good scripts, both for social engineering and for just whatever the copy is in that phishing lure. So we do know that it is improving the quality of the phishing lure and the phishing attack. How we do know that because we're hearing from people that they're falling for those more. And even people like us, people who do this for a living, they're very difficult to tell the difference now. What we're not seeing at scale, and we do not believe we will see at scale, are deep fakes and voice clones for identity crimes. Misinformation, disinformation, do it all day long. But to commit an identity crime, it's too labor intensive for that to be done at scale. And at the end of the day, they're not really interested in anything other than attacks at scale if they're financially motivated. I think that's one of the things we've got to look for is what are the other things that can happen in this space with generative AI? You know, in pure cybersecurity, you know, will it get good at writing malware? It kind of sucks at writing malware right now, but it could get better. We just have to wait and see. But our position is the real threat is misinformation and disinformation, but we've got to look hard all the time about what could be coming as a result of AI as it improves. And I think that's probably time, isn't it, Jeremy?
I believe it is.
Well, thank you. I'll be here. Be sure and try the veal. Tip your server. And look forward to talking to you at the break.
I can ask our panel now come up in the panel on the role biometrics can play in devaluing stolen data. James, you're not off the hook yet. You got to get right back up there. Get up here, James. Is there an order you want us to set? From best to worst.
Where's worst?
That's up to you.
Well, then I'll sit in the middle.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jay Meyer. I'm an SVP at a company called FaceTech. We're the leading provider of 3D face liveness and matching technology out there. I'm also honored to have the opportunity to support the Identity Theft Resource Center and their Biometric Advisory Board, and also the Cantera new AI deepfake advisory system. Excellent. Great. I was wondering if I needed to introduce everybody, but apparently I don't. So that's great. We're going to on the heels of ITRC's release of their identity breach report and the new biometric working group recommendation, advocating for consumer protections for once, and how biometrics can support stronger identity assurance for everyday people in the United States. We have this great board to talk, answer a few questions about how biometrics can play a role in devaluing stolen identity data. And Stephanie came up with a great question. What do we mean by devaluing identity data, and why is this important, Stephanie?
Great. Can you hear me? Am I on?
I can hear you.
Not yet. Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Good.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you very much for hosting and for this great day. So I think the backdrop of the last two speakers really says it all. You know, what is it we're trying to do? What is the attack vector? The attack vector is textual information about you, your biographical information, your name, your address, other information about you. And a lot of what we do when we're doing identity verification is we're checking that information in various means. We're pulling that information in various means. From the data breach point of view, that is the major attack vector for the data breaches, is that information that can be coalesced from multiple sources, you know, either through the stolen data, through the dark web, through even legitimate sources of data, and put together to create a profile for an individual. And I was just about to text my three young adult children to freeze their identity every time I come to this workshop. I froze mine last year after this workshop, and I need to remind them to do theirs. And so why is this, such an attack vector? Because anybody can gather that information and type it into the boxes, right? That can be done by a person, that can be done by a bot. And so where's biometrics in this? Because I think the common question that you get is, well, that's just another data point, right? Like your name, like these other things. And I think it is not the same. It's fundamentally different from these textual pieces of information, because you're involving sensors, right? You're involving AI, right? You're adding additional kind of layers of security that make it much more difficult for the attackers to use that data, even if they steal it. And so what is that? What am I talking about? And those of you who know me know I've been talking about it for 20 plus years. Is biometrics, everyone understands there's a matching piece, right? You're matching against some reference. But the second step is generally been called liveness, right? So what is liveness? It's taking extra measurements, putting in extra features, including potentially challenge response features, to create some, liveness to the session that then makes it much more difficult for the attackers to bypass. And so I think there was a recent breach that I was reading about. And what was the breach? Well, causing it to fall back to PIN because they couldn't break the biometrics, right? So the liveness piece not only helps with things like photo fraud, right? Taking a photo of an individual, but also what we call injection. And I think the last question was really related to the generative AI. You may say, well, wait, there's generative AI. That makes live things. Well, again, it isn't a panacea, because those things need to be injection, and we can create live interactions between a real user that makes it very difficult to even create a deep fake. So that was a long answer, but I hope that I've kind of, give you an idea of where biometrics plays a role.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's interesting to note, in fact, I read an article very recently that talked about the wave of data breaches over the past 10 years or so, and how
they characterize that wave as the capture phase of a crime wave, right? Capturing the important data. And now we are entering the harvest phase of this crime wave. And you can see it show up in the statistics. But I'm not exactly clear how biometrics will play a role in making sure that this is the person who they claim to be. Arun, you're doing a lot of work and some pretty incredible work at the Department of Homeland Security. How do you see biometrics helping verify and identify and authenticate people as they present themselves?
Sure. So first of all, thanks a lot, Jay, and thanks for the organizers for putting together such a great organization, a great meeting. Before I start, I actually probably should make a caveat. I'm here as a private citizen, not representing Department of Homeland Security, because I'm serving in a role as an advisor to the ITRC. So for ethical reasons, I just need to be clear that anything I say is not on behalf of the Department of Homeland Security. It's just my expertise that I've built up in the area of biometrics. Why does biometrics provide value, right? It's a hard act to follow, Stephanie, but I'll try to say a couple of things about that and liveness. As Stephanie mentioned, the data we have that we use a lot of times to allow people to apply or to go through vetting and proofing processes, it's textual information. It's information about an individual. However, none of that necessarily ties back to corporeal person, right? Like, I used to watch Star Trek: The Next Generation. I used to love the word corporeal, but it means like the physical body of a person. There's nothing that binds that information back to a living human being somewhere, except for biometrics. And the value that biometrics comes into play is it's used in the vetting and the proofing process, and it can subsequently be used in authentication or verification processes downstream to make sure that it's still the same person who has it, right? I'm Arun Vamori and I have this badge, but if I hand this information to Stephanie and she goes around with the badge, somebody might actually think she's Arun Vamori, right? We don't necessarily tie back to that original identity proofing process, but biometrics allows you to do that. Right. I think it's really funny that there's so much stuff in the media. I saw some movies on Netflix where people are printing and making their own identity documents, committing fraud at scale, and they're just swapping out the photo. Right. We have a human brain here that does a lot of facial recognition. Right. I did it just now and I realized, oh, there are people I know here. I should probably put in that disclaimer so that they don't confuse what I say as a position of the department. But we use that with the physical IDs. I think the challenge, though, is it's one thing when the biometric process is happened by a trusted entity, and you know, and you trust that person or that method by which you make that decision. Like, yeah, this looks like the same person. But now with basically how technology's changed over time, people are doing things remotely through their computer, through their smartphone, and asserting their identity. And we like using selfies because we do it all the time, right? Even if we're not doing identity proofing, people are doing a lot of selfies. And this is where face, liveness detection and presentation attack detection comes into play to make sure that it really is that person. Otherwise, you can go find photos of me online. You can submit that for an identity verification process. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. It depends on the protections that the organization has put in place. So hopefully that clarifies like why biometrics is valuable. And I think why liveness and presentation attack detection is valuable to make sure that it's still that same person and it's not just a replay attack. Because otherwise, if we don't have the liveness component, for example, it's no different than using facial recognition as you would like typing in a name. Because our data, unfortunately, is everywhere.
Thank you very much. There's a big difference between matching someone's face to an identity and verifying who they are when they're standing right in front of you. In fact, people aren't very good at it unless it's like their mother. We all know our mother's face and our mother's voice, right? But people aren't very good at that. But when you talk about the internet and this distributed, unsupervised environment, there is almost no way to know who is claiming an identity online. And so part of the point of all of this is to promote biometrics as the only authenticator that's derived from an actual physical human being. right? So, you know, we're kind of at this epiphany phase. We're starting to roll out these systems and doing a lot more research about it. You know, there's a lot of debate out in society today. Are biometrics bad? Is the government following us? Are they biased? Or, you know, there are some issues with it. And I like to think that this is showing that biometrics are now entering the mainstream because we're framing proper and ethical use, right? But, you know, James, what do you think happens if we don't implement biometrics? What are the implications of doing nothing at this point?
First of all, I would say whatever they said, I agree.
The smart guys.
Well, you know, it's an old boss of mine. Some of you in this room may know him, Dennis Thomas. He always said, I can't tell you what will happen if we do something. I will only tell you what can happen if we don't. And if we don't do anything, we're going to get exactly what we're getting, but we're going to get more of it over time. And if we like what we're getting today, then don't do anything. If you don't like what we're doing today, we have to find a different way of verifying individuals' identities using liveness and biometrics and all of the other things that we know that can be beneficial. But if we keep going down the path of we're just relying on data that's been compromised time and time and time again, and will continue to be compromised time and time and time again, we're going to have more and more identity crimes. It's no more complicated than that. Now, that's not to say that data isn't valuable. It is an important component, but it is just that. It is a component. And we have to adjust our systems to be able to use what we have and add to it the value of the biometrics and the biometric processes necessary to validate that actual new piece of information. So Jeremy says all the time, going from something you have to something you are, something that is about you, that is unique to you. And that will help. What is the concept of this is devalue stolen data. If there's that one other element out there now that can negate your ability to use my data, that's going to reduce the value of it, and the bad guys will move on. They'll find something else.
That's fantastic. Anybody else want to take a shot at that one? No, not yet.
I would just say, you know, to plus one, number one, what James and my other colleagues here on the panel have said. I mean, what's the old saying? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And I think, you know, we'll get into this, I think, a little bit later, but at least from my point of view as an advocate and somebody who cares a lot about privacy and also data security, I recognize that that we can't keep doing the same thing. And so, you know, I am looking for new solutions to address this because the harm is real, and continuing to hope that this will be solved without doing something new is one that will just result in even more consumers being harmed.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And Lord knows we've been seeing these data breaches for years, decades, right? And it seems like not much of what's been deployed has worked very well in the past. So maybe it's time to start introducing some new concepts. But that again raises the opportunity for fear mongering. It raises the opportunity to try and construct a proper framework with which to use technology that can scare some people. And, you know, the political class have opinions about a lot of things that some of them are informed and some of them aren't. But there's a lot of opportunities to be nervous about biometrics. So John, you know, what are some of the unintended consequences that we need to protect against as we deploy biometric capabilities out there?
Yeah, I mean, so the unintended consequences obviously are where the use of this biometric data, I think would all agree is a net good use for consumers and society, which is to verify, make consumers more and their data less valuable to hackers, and ultimately reduce the harm that accrues because of fraud and identity theft. At the same time, like I see that benefit very clearly, but recognize that if
this tool, this biometrics, and the data that on which it relies, these biometrics, are misused, that there are also potential costs. And those costs can fall particularly hard on individuals who are least prepared to address that harm. Thinking of marginalized populations, communities of color, disabled Americans, for whom biometrics has rightfully raised some suspicion. They recognize that there is a history of biometric and biometric type data being used to exclude and marginalize them. So, oh, sorry, it's not on. How's that? Better? Good? No? Yes. Now, good. Okay. So for those in the back who couldn't hear me, TLDR version is biometric verification, good, lots of promise. Also, the tool can be used for bad. And I think we need to be very careful about how it's deployed because the potential downside is real and is there. But it's certainly one I think I'm personally doing a cost benefit analysis as somebody who comes to this debate with sort of an innate skepticism and concern about the use of data like biometrics that is immutable. Like I can't change my face. And I'm saying that as somebody from a fairly, from a position of comfort, a white guy, fairly well off. So I'm certainly even more concerned for people who don't have the same sort of positions of power and privilege that I do.
Thank you very much. I'm going to audible out of this one just for a second and see if I can drill into this a little bit more. I'd like to ask Stephanie and Arun, what are some of the technical ways that we can mitigate the risks of using biometrics?
You want to go first this time?
Sure. So keeping in mind that these comments are mine and mine alone, right? I think number one is judicious use of biometrics. I don't think biometrics should be a silver bullet solution. It's not. If anything, what you can do is collect a lot more data and make it put it in more people's databases and more people's systems and have it be misused in other ways. Right? I think there should be careful thought about whether biometrics is adding value or not to a particular situation. I think there should be a possibility where people have relatively anonymous transactions. Right? Why do we need to get so much data from all people for all things? I think the more data we collect, the more we put people's data at risk, right? So there should be a thought there about what is enough, or how do we do what the different organizations need to do and minimize the risk to the users as well, because otherwise you end up putting more data at risk when you just basically create these honeypots, right? If you use biometrics, to do it well, right? Be very specific about what technologies you use, right? Make sure you're using stuff that's been tested. Look at who's testing them. Figure out if that's actually a trustworthy entity. I think you have to look at things like complementary technologies like liveness and proofing detection, but those have to be tested too. Basically, we need to make sure that more information is available to system owners, to business owners, so that they can make informed decisions about whether these technologies add value to their process and actually reduce risk versus compromising individuals' data. And what part of that also needs to look at more than just dollars and cents, right? It needs to look at how do these things actually work. During the pandemic, things changed. A lot of stuff had to go online. But I don't know that we have a lot of data about a lot of things that we do today and figure out whether or not what really are the risks. The challenges are that sometimes you are going to have, let's say, minimum thresholds that people will put out and say, above this, you're okay, just don't use stuff below this. Well, the bad actors don't think that way. They are financially motivated, they are smart, they have the resources of very large organizations, and they are increasing and improving their attacks all the time. Cutting it off at the minimum thresholds is not how they're going to work, right? We always need to be thinking ahead. We always need to be thinking what else we can do to minimize risks. I'm not sure if that's fully answering your question, but hopefully Stephanie will fill in with the blanks.
Yeah, great. I think I would add, I of course agree with all of that. I would add the use case for how it's used is very important, right? Because when we just say the word biometrics, it applies all kinds of use cases, right? From what we know today on our mobile device, but all the way to, surveillance, kind of in states, authoritarian states, and tracking your every movement, right? And so that makes it really complicated for a technology to kind of carry all this baggage, right? Of the potential use cases. It's a simple tool. It's how it's used that makes all the difference. And so, I've worked with the Biometrics Institute in terms of kind of explaining how the various use cases lay out from one-to-one to the many different ways one-to-many can work. So check that out, because I think that's helpful. The National Academy of Sciences and Engineering just released a report on facial recognition that delved into some of these, very, important issues as a society, because I agree with both of you. There are use cases that I find unacceptable. But so saying just, well, we're just going to use face recognition, right? To me, like boom, things pop in your head, that are use cases that are, really, truly unacceptable. And so, being able to articulate that as the experts in the field as to what this, how you're using the data, I think makes a big difference. And kind of back to your points about your biometric not being secret, I think, making that connection and helping others make connection to the fact that liveness, that connection between the biological and the digital, is the key piece that, you're much more able to do because you have cameras and sensors and, accelerometers and interactions, challenge responses that make that stolen biometric data not useful where textual data would be useful.
That's great. Thank you very much. So there's the scientific approach to protecting biometric data and by default protecting consumers. And, again, I'm very privileged to support the Identity Theft Resource Center, and they're the premier consumer identity theft victim advocate out there. FaceTech is also a proud member of the BIC, and FIDO is doing a lot of excellent work in biometrics as well. And so there's a lot of sort of geeking out about this stuff out there, but I'm not sure that everyday people and maybe bureaucrats and politicians really understand this stuff, and they may not have time to dive into it like most of us. So John and James, I'm really curious to hear how you think, if you had 2 minutes to explain to somebody why biometrics should be used and why they should feel safe using biometrics, how would you do that?
I'll go first, please.
Okay. 2 minutes to explain to hypothetically, right. So what I would say is, I would start off by saying, here's the cost of what we're doing now. The cost of what we're doing now is $8.8 billion in fraud losses, just reported losses at the FTC last year. 1.1 million identity theft reports, 2.4 million fraud reports. That's an increase in losses from 2.6 billion in 2021. So what we're doing now isn't working, and your constituents, Senator, are getting harmed by this. Biometrics has the potential to affect those numbers. And it's not a silver bullet. It's not going to stop everyone. And like you said, it may not be useful in every context, but it is something different than what we're doing now. And I think you should get behind it. That said, I would say that this is still a technology that we shouldn't just give carte blanche to be used willy-nilly across the economy. Data retention, for example, is a big one that I would say we need to have safeguards in place. Make sure that if I am providing biometric data in order to verify who I am, that data, ideally in my world, would not be retained and be securely deleted as quickly as possible. That data would be encrypted. Importantly, I should only that data should be used in a consent-based framework, which is weird coming from a privacy advocate who thinks that notice consent is a terrible model that's broken forever. But when it comes to biometrics, I think that a consent-based model is still one that we should embrace. That said, consent should be freely given. I don't know that it should be, I worry about instances where a biometric verification request is presented as an either or. You either provide this verification or you can't use the product. That doesn't seem to me to be very fair to consumers. So I think that TLDR version, biometrics are better than we're doing now. There's a promise of helping a lot of consumers and reducing the risk, but it needs adequate safeguards.
That's great. James, you have anything to add to that?
I agree with all of that. I guess I would raise maybe one other, it's kind of a broad issue, and that is we do have to make room for verifying people who don't have the tools that will be necessary for biometrics. Not everybody's going to walk around with a smartphone in their pocket.
Absolutely.
Not everybody has high-speed internet. Not everybody has a camera on if they do have high-speed internet. We have to make an equally robust, equally as accurate, but second path to verifying identities so we don't leave a significant part of the population behind. You know, the tools will get better over time. The accuracy will get better. The security will get better. The tools will get better over time because that's just the nature of technology. But as that happens, we run the real risk of leaving a chunk of people behind. They can't catch up to where we are today. They have no prayer of getting to where we're going. So we have to do that. And the other thing I would emphasize that this is part of a system. It is not a standalone. It's not a silver bullet. There is never any one thing that can be done or any one thing that causes something. And in this particular case, there's a lot that needs to go around it, starting with data minimization. If you don't need it, don't collect it. If you do need it, as soon as you're through with it, get rid of it. If you have to keep it for a regulatory or compliance purpose, make sure it's encrypted and it's stored securely. If we practice good data minimization, that in and of itself makes a lot of other issues go away. And then you add these other tools on top of it, and you begin to build an identity verification process and institutionalize in everyone, whether it's the digital path or the analog path, everyone has a better understanding of what's at stake and what they gain by participating.
That's great. Thank you very much. You know, I was on a group of folks who wrote in Canada, there's a digital identity framework called DIAC, and they've been a leader in trying to structure a safe and efficient identity framework for consumer use in Canada. And we wrote the best practices. You know, we had some recommendations for best practices for governments and for consumers and for corporate stakeholders. And, you know, what I'm hearing from the panel right now is starting to sound like best practices, right? At FaceTech, we have a series of best practices. We ask our partners to adhere to them. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. You know, but if we were going to talk about best practices for biometric vendors, where would you begin, Arun?
Yeah, so I really like what James just said. Like, start with data minimization. Think about the use case. Find a technology or set of technologies that support the use case, not only in terms of like it's a natural fit for the process, but also easy for people who are not experts in technology to understand how to use. Usability is I think sometimes when we look at some of these, I look at organizations and they put out these numbers about how much fraud they prevented. And I wonder how much of that is actually a legitimate user who just wasn't able to complete a process. I know that that's personally happened to me, and I know this technology better than the vast majority of people, but it still failed for me, right? Usability and accessibility are really important. Have procedures in place to handle people who are going to have difficulty for onboarding or for verification, whatever that might start to look like. when you do your biometrics, select your biometric technology, look at stuff that's been tested well, that has a proven track record. And ideally where you have some sort of independent objective data to help you figure out, like, do I think that this is working well? Obviously, nothing's going to be perfect. It's really about finding technologies that work and then layering it within secure processes elsewhere, right? This is always a layered process. And this is one of many layers. The nice benefit here is this is, again, what I like is this ties it back to a real human being somewhere. If you do, and I think you do need to really look at doing facial recognition or biometrics along with things like presentation attack detection or liveness, making sure that that's actually like a real human being or of a human being through the sensors on the device or other things that might happen, right? And this could be as simple as, like when you do, Face ID on your smartphone, like they're looking for things there so that if I just took a photo of me on the wall and try to open my phone, it's not going to work, right? There are things in play. Not all of them are perfect. In fact, probably none of them are perfect, but it's about closing that risk, making it more challenging for bad actors, and then honestly keeping on top of it so that as new technology comes out that's better and better, look at refreshing your technology stack so that it can be more effective. Sorry.
Yeah, that's great. I just have one follow-on question. As someone who knows more about this than the vast majority of people, were you saying that as a DHS person or an advisor to the ITRC?
I, as a private citizen, know a lot about biometrics. Yes.
That's great. How about best practices, Stephanie? What do you think?
I was just going to add, since FIDO Alliance is one of the sponsors here, to just give a plug for some of the work that's going on there. And you're going to hear a whole talk on it, but this is biometrics based on open specifications that are developed by experts around the world. So the FIDO protocol for authentication, the certification program, same thing, grounded in ISO standards and testing and requirements set out by the experts in both industry, government, and academia. The Biometrics Institute has a good practice framework, which has a set of hundreds, I know, of questions, I forget how many, that really lay out the questions you should be asking as an organization, along the kinds of things related to data minimization, getting consent, and what's your accommodations and your secondary processes, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a lot of resources out there that you can look at, as you're thinking about adoption and adding biometrics as a layer.
That's great. So I have to admit, I've watched Minority Report about 10 times over the course of my life, and there's a lot of scary things there. John and James, you both really have kind of a consumer focus instead of a technical focus. If I was an everyday consumer trying to open a bank account or trying to do something online, and I was suddenly presented with the request to submit my face or whatever biometric, what type of disclosures do you think the consumer deserves or should receive before they are asked to move through that process?
Well,
go ahead.
Should the consumer receive a disclosure? Yes. That disclosure should make it very clear that the biometric is being requested, but the consumer has a choice on whether to provide the biometric or to find some other form of verification. Now, and I think that is about as much disclosure as your average consumer can probably process and act upon, right? Telling my 83-year-old father-in-law that you have a data retention policy in place and that your facial data will only be used for the purposes provided above, please click here for a 500-page legalese document. That is not intended to provide any value to him or, frankly, almost any consumer who would, at that point, be making a decision. What I think would be a better information to provide in a disclosure would be to tell people what their rights are, and have a link to those rights. That I think is a better thing to include in a disclosure. You know, your rights under state and federal law, for example, I think is a useful thing to know, and it's designed to instill confidence in the consumer who's about to make a decision on whether to provide this information or not. So I think, you know, we also need to like make sure that those rights actually are in place and that they are as strong as they can be. You know, to build for a moment on what Stephanie and Arun were saying a moment ago about best practices, one of the things I worry about is that, you know, having these best practices in place is really important, and we will have lots of companies, including many of those represented in this room, who will be eager to embrace them because they're the right thing to do. But I worry that as good companies start to embrace this in a way that in biometric verification in a way that's secure, you will end up with this with the bad guys sort of starting to, you're squeezing the balloon in one place, they go to the long tail. You'll have this long tail of people who have all this data that's still valuable, who will start getting targeted more by the bad guys. So I think as part of our plan for how we develop a strategy for rolling out biometric validation and devaluing the value of that stolen data, I think we need to think too about how do we make sure that long tail doesn't get left behind, because consumers are still going to rely on companies that are in that sort of less safe area. So don't forget about them too.
Maybe a best practice would be to ensure that you provide an alternative verification or authentication strategy or option for people that can't or won't participate in biometrics.
Yeah.
How about you, James? What do you think about best practices?
Yeah, I'll put on my hat as a person who has owned every single Apple product they've ever made.
Even the Mac Cube?
Yes. I had
2C working for you.
Not only did I have a Newton, I had a Newton too.
Nice.
With a PCM CIA card in it with a modem that you could connect to absolutely nothing. But I had it.
He's still my beating heart.
Yeah. Just, this is a general critique of a lot of things that we do involving technology, period, not just what would be going forward here. And that is, we don't explain the why. We don't give consumers a basis for why we're doing this in a language they can understand. And I think the key to making people feel comfortable and confident is to explain to them in terms they can understand, here's why we're doing this. Here's how it's going to make you more secure, and here's the benefits you're going to get from that. If we start there, respecting their intelligence, respecting what they're trying to get done, and talk to them in a way that reflects that, we're going to have a lot more people who will go, okay, I see that. I'll do that. I'll do that. That is what is missing in so many of these kinds of conversations, not just about biometrics, but about the role of technology and the data and data collection, period, is we don't ever explain the why. If we start with that, a lot of the other issues we deal with will go away.
Right. Oh, that's fantastic. Thanks. So I think we have a minute or two left. I ask a lot of questions, but I wonder if anybody in the audience has any questions.
Hi, I'm Ross Ford, and I want to ask a question. Anybody on the panel can take it about data minimization, right? If we do this the way we've been doing with every .com taking my biometric information, James, do you think that'll have good results?
John, don't you want to answer that first? It's going to require a different framework. There's no question about that. It's going to require a different framework. It's going to have to require a different set of, well, beliefs is the right term, but you're going to certainly a different level of respect for the data than what we see today. Because I can't change my biometric. And Now, today, there's no real way that you can adopt that in practical terms. You can't make my face. I can assure you, you wouldn't want to. But it's still reduced to a series of ones and zeros. It's your DNA is reduced to a code. We've got to have a different level of understanding of what happens if that is compromised in some way. And oh, sorry.
No, that's me.
So I think we've got to build that in at the foundation level, because look, the systems that exist today are the early systems. We still have time to build in a very robust respect level.
Can I just add to that? That I think this is where you were going with it. The solution doesn't necessarily have to be that every single company now also needs to hold your biometric data, right? Yeah. Right. And so there are ways to put, I mean, FIDO protocol is a perfect example of that. You're proving yourself to your device, and then the device through cryptography does the back end work instead of passwords. And so now that doesn't work as well for the remote identity proofing, but there are, you know, with what's going on with the mobile driver's license that we heard initially and the passport ecosystems, these things are changing, and they're changing very rapidly. And I think it's a great time to sort of move away from that model that every single organization has to hold all the pieces of information and make them a big honeypot and you know, put you out of a job, hopefully.
I would love that.
It's, I see Teresa. Oh, we have one more in the back. Okay, sorry.
Judith Hellerstein. So you talked about the biometrics and the hacking, and the other thing is now that we're going more of the biometrics and more of the live and taking different snapshots, what about companies like Clear or others when they get hacked and then your biometric is stolen, and in the live, all those little other ticks that are needed are also then hacked? And then we're back to even less than square one. That's putting on my doomsday hat, because they will be hacked. Everyone will be hacked.
I don't know if I can comment on Clear to be
All right, I'll have. I think that, you know, we do some work with deepfake technology, you know, and I think there's a certain sort of sense that that's kind of now the new 0 day for biometrics, that deep fakes can simulate completely your corporal, you know, selves, right? But I think we're really a very long way from that piece, because ultimately those deep fakes are a digital representation, and they may look good from a, you know, I can't tell whether that's Obama speaking or whether that's a deep fake, but from a biometric system, they don't look good at all, right? You know, because it's shown on a screen, right? You know, or it's digitally injected, and it lacks, you know, the information that can be randomly injected, you know, in a real session. So I don't see that as a huge threat in the near future, but we need to be aware and be building in, you know, the extra protections. So not all systems are equal and are able to handle that, those considerations.
We are basically out of time, but Arun is raising his finger.
I just wanted to close that. So I'll keep my comments kind of limited, but it worries me. It does, right? So, and I think it's important where some of the things like presentation attack detection, like having good means in place to try to make sure that this is really that individual versus just re-recorded, you know, face photo, fingerprints, iris images that were collected before, and you're getting like a replay attack. I also think, you know, there was a discussion about a different framework. I know that when you put in, like if I were to take, you know, Stephanie's information, type it in, apply for something, abuse it, try to steal money, sometimes the burden of responsibility falls on Stephanie to prove who she was or that it wasn't her. I think for some of these things, we may have to rethink that balance where the company has to say like, hey, I use this liveness proofing technology, so that's why I think it's you. And it should, and the burden may have to shift, or we may have to rethink this balance about who's responsible for what when fraud does occur, because you're right, fraud will occur.
Well, that's about it. Can we have a strong round of applause for the panel? Thank you very much, everybody.
Up next, we're going to have a session that we've featured in a lot of these, which is perspectives from an identity theft victim, with a bit of a twist, in that our victim was actually stolen from us. Person we hope to have out here was not able to travel, but my friend Eva Velasquez from ITRC is going to be able to talk a little bit about some perspectives on how victims are impacted, and then we'll take a break. Thanks.
So this is going to be a little bit of a twist, because for those of you familiar with this event, this is normally the time when I'm sitting on the stage next to a victim and asking you to listen to their experience and sort of put yourself in their shoes, because that's the reality. So let's just pretend I'm sitting there, and in that empty chair, that's one of you sitting next to me, as we just talk a little bit about Jana's experience and some of the experiences that we've seen with other victims. Now, it may seem like this is an easier task than it actually is, because you've gotten a little bit used to us being able to find the right person that can share their story and that is not going to be re-traumatized. But I can assure you that it really takes a lot of care. We as an organization, we don't want to create any additional harm and make victims relive sometimes the worst experience of their life, or at least in the top 5. And so finding that person can be really challenging. Now, in the case of Jana, the reason she's not here is simply because she had an injury and wasn't able to fly, and we wish her a speedy recovery. But it wasn't like the impacts that a lot of other victims experience. It wasn't because of shame or embarrassment, which is actually what 52% of the victims that we help every year tell us, that they feel ashamed or embarrassed that this incident just happened to them. It wasn't because she was feeling violated or vulnerable, which is what 71% and 77% of our victims tell us, respectively. And it wasn't just due to overwhelm, which is what 16% of our victims tell us, in the fact that they reported they felt suicidal after going through this. These are all statistics from our most recent consumer aftermath report. It's available for free online, so you can look those up. And that last statistic is very notable because that's a doubling. That has doubled in 2 years. Historically, we've seen that response rate hover 2 to 4% every year. So there were definitely people that were feeling like their only option out of this issue was to end their own life. But when we start seeing these numbers climbing so rapidly, 16% doubling in 2 years, that should get us to sit up and take notice that this experience is not something that's easily dismissed. Now, I'll just very briefly tell you what happened to Jana, because it's a little different than the stories, the experiences that we've brought up here in the past, because it does have a somewhat happy ending. Now, for Jana, this was an analog crime. A thief went into a bank branch with the appropriate credentials and withdrew $11,000 from her joint checking account. As soon as she received the alert and saw that this was happening, she told her employer. She was able to immediately go and start addressing this issue. She went to the bank and was able to talk with her bank branch manager and start getting information. She went to the police department and was immediately, or within a reasonable time frame, able to get her police report. And she was very grateful that even though the money was out of the account and she did have to wait for a period of time for that investigation to occur, she had the resources, both financial and otherwise, to shift some things around and not have the domino effect. And the reason that I thought it was a good story to tell was because when you look at that sequence of events, we realize that when all of the organizations and entities that have a role to play when someone is victimized actually provide the support, good things happen. Was she really, she was scared, she was shocked, she wasn't expecting it. She did run through that gamut of emotions, of course, but in the end, she was able to get this generally resolved and was made mostly whole due to the fact that she had an employer who said, of course, this is an emergency. You need to take that off. No arguments, no consequences. We talked to many, many victims where that's not the case. She was able to talk with someone at her bank, get the information that she needed right away so that she could then go to her police department and get that necessary document, that police report. That doesn't happen in a lot of cases. We talk to people every single day who struggle to get that first report, which is what they need so that all of those other consumer protection laws and regulations kick in and they can demonstrate that they are in fact a victim of a crime. Now let's look at a few. I haven't used this clicker before. Am I going to do it right? Yes. No, wrong one. There we go. Let's go ahead and look at a few other quotes from our consumer impact report. We're going to skip the video because we went a little bit over. So having zero funds to meet a friend for coffee or a drink and being totally isolated, feeling like the scammers took my life. Now, you may look at that and feel like it's slightly trivial. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have enough money to go get a cup of coffee, but let's consider the domino effect. Right now, because they're dealing with the financial repercussions of being a crime victim, they not only feel like they can't enjoy those simple pleasures, they don't feel like they can get the support that they need from their community because they feel guilty that they can't go out and get it. And this is at a time when you really need that support. Sometimes just having a friend to talk to that says you're going to be okay can make a world of difference. And unfortunately, this person feels like I can't even go get that support because I don't have the money to be out and about in the world. Now, here's another individual. I've been in therapy for over a year, trying to get a better handle on how this happened. And I applaud this person for seeking that professional help. Sometimes that's absolutely necessary, but I know for a fact that this individual is paying out of pocket for that. If hopefully they have insurance and it's only a copay, but if you don't, think about the costs associated with doing that can be out of reach for many people. And even in the rare circumstance where this victim's case was investigated, went to a prosecutor's office and wound its way through the criminal justice system, they can't even get support for these kinds of needs. I know this from personal experience working in law enforcement. VOCA dollars, Victims of Crime Act dollars, that are provided to the states for their for police departments and in various programs, victim witness programs, they are not allowed to spend those dollars for nonviolent crime victims. They simply don't do it. So if it was a different crime type and this person needed professional therapy to help them deal with the issue, they would be approved. But for nonviolent crime, particularly an identity crime or an economic crime or fraud, they would not be entitled to that benefit. Sounds like we need to make a change there. And here's the last one on the experiences, just losing all of those tangible things that we grow accustomed to having access to, my photos, my videos, my documents, new accounts showing up every month in their name. A lot of victims tell us that they never feel like this issue is completely resolved or finished. It's more like a medical condition. It goes into remission. They never know when it's going to pop up again. And so just think about that. I've done all this work. I've lost access to all of these things that are like the landmarks of my life, the reminders, going through photos and remembering that trip, that birthday. I don't have access to that anymore. And I don't know when the other shoe is going to fall. These are life-changing impacts. But we also ask people what they do differently. What do you do differently after you've been victimized? And I have a couple of examples. Set up alerts on financial accounts. I change my passwords fairly regularly. Look, we can argue the merits of whether or not you should regularly change your passwords and good password management. But the fact is, these people are making
effort. They are engaged in making a change in how they behave and how they manage their identity. Same thing, I monitor all of our accounts for suspicious activity, much more. Engaged, a behavior change, and it's due to the fact that they've had this experience now and it's top of mind. Oh, I don't want that to happen again. It was absolutely terrible. How can I take a little bit of control and what can I do? And then the last one, I do everything differently. It's terrifying as hell. For a lot of folks, they're not in this every day. They don't understand how their identity really works, how those credentials are used. And so everything being discombobulated, it is truly terrifying, but they are trying to make changes. Now I'm going to skip over this one because I know we're getting close to time. This is actually data from our business impact report, and it demonstrates the adoption by businesses of a variety of best practices. And you can see, we feel that these offerings and adoption rates are on the low side. And the reason I want to close with this slide is when we look at the terrible life experience, the impact that victimization has, and then we look at how that can be a catalyst for behavior changes. And yet businesses aren't offering all of the possible protective measures to these consumers. I feel like that's a real lost opportunity for everyone. These victims you give them an opportunity to create a silver lining, and they can be your ambassadors for change. Because I know what the feedback is. Consumers hate friction. Consumers hate inconvenience. There's always going to be a subset of people who do. I'm not discounting that. But you have a group here, a highly motivated and engaged group that would be your ambassador for these changes, that will tolerate some friction and probably tell their friends and everyone in their network, oh no, I'm happy to jump through some hoops because I know that this is keeping me safe, and I know what it feels like when these systems fail. Now with that, I don't know, Jeremy, do we have time for any questions? I know we're, all right. Well, if anybody has any questions, I'm sorry that Jana, again, couldn't be here and yet got stuck with me, but I'll do the best I can. We've solved all the world's problems. All right, we're all in agreement. Let's make all of those changes and move on with the day. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. We'll come back at 11:15. Grab coffee or drink if you want. Bathrooms outside, and we'll pick up in 15 minutes with me releasing the Better Identity Coalition's new updated policy blueprint and report card. Thank you.
I think we met at some point. Yeah, good to see you.
All right, if I can ask everybody to take a seat, we are going to return from break and get started again. If I can ask everybody to take a seat, we're going to get on with the next part of our program. Thank you. Got an air horn or something? All right, welcome back, everybody. There's an overflow room? Okay, I think we're good. I was just told that if you can't find a seat in here, we do have an overflow room set up outside. So go ask the folks at the front desk, they'll point you there. But I think we're good. It's snug in here, but we're doing all right. Excited now that we're back to be announcing the release of a new report from the Better Identity Coalition called Better Identity at 5 Years. It's a report card and updated blueprint for policymakers. As background for those who don't know much about the Better Identity Coalition, we were launched in 2018 as an initiative of the Center for Cybersecurity Policy and Law. Our focus is on bringing together leading companies from different sectors to develop consensus cross-sector policy solutions that can promote the development and adoption of better solutions for identity verification and authentication. Our members are an interesting group. We were launched in early 2018, largely driven by companies that I would say are on the buy side of identity. Think about companies in banks, payments, fintechs, healthcare, tech and telecom, who basically depend on reliable identity verification and authentication solutions to be able to run their business. And so we have largely focused on trying to come at this issue from, what do these companies need? And more, generally, what does the country need, since they represent a good cross-section of the economy? We also have a lot of the vendors as well and the solution providers. We're certainly not totally exclusive on that side, but it's really a nice mix of companies that provide a great perspective on this topic. So setting the stage, identity is a term, obviously, a lot of you here get it, but for those who might be newbies, it's a term that gets thrown around a lot. It means a lot of different things. And this is an oversimplification of it all, but we're generally talking about two things with identity. One is what I would call the challenges around identity proofing. It's relevant to account opening, determining, if you come in and basically say, hey, I'm Jane Smith, does a Jane Smith really exist? There might be 37,000 Jane Smiths in the US. Which one are you? This is where identifiers like the Social Security number are very helpful. And are you a particular Jane Smith? That's one of the hardest things to find at all. And then after we do account opening, we then get onto the authentication conundrum, which is really the password problem. When you're logging back in and you basically need to prove that you're the same person that a credential or an account was originally issued to. Most of our challenges today are trying to solve one of these two issues, identity proofing or authentication. So in 2018, the Better Identity Coalition released a policy blueprint, laying out 5 core areas where government can and should help to address issues in digital identity. With this, we had a specific action plan underneath the 5 core areas that basically said who needs to do what in both Congress and the executive branch. At the core of this blueprint was the idea there's no silver bullet here. There isn't any single action or initiative that's going to solve identity. But taken as a package, if this policy blueprint's enacted and funded, it'll make identity better. And our key initiatives were these 5. How do we prioritize the development of next-gen remote ID proofing and verification systems? How do we start to rethink the way we use the Social Security number? One of the things we pointed out is that it's not one thing, it's 2. It's both an identifier. Clarke was talking about her challenges being confused with the basketball player. There's a Jeremy Grant who plays for the Portland Trailblazers who spells his name wrong, but is 6'8" and has a much sweeter three-point shot than I do. It's who I need to be in my next life. The SSN is really helpful as an identifier, so that if I'm applying, say, to a bank for a credit card, they can quickly figure out, okay, which of these Jeremys is it? We talked about promoting and prioritizing the use of strong authentication, getting away from things like SSNs and passwords and to stronger things and hopefully multiple layers of authentication. We called on the government to look globally and pursue international coordination and harmonization. And we talked about the need to educate consumers and businesses about better identity. With remote identity proofing, that first initiative, we really laid out a core idea that kind of changed the discussion, we think, in this town a little bit, and that so much of this has always gotten back to what I thought have been kind of tired discussions around older approaches like national ID cards. And we proposed a bit of a different idea, which is that we already have a number of different identity credentials today. If any of us have gone through a process of having an agency vet our identity, well, could we ask them to then vouch for us when we're trying to prove who we are online for another transaction? And so we called for America's legacy paper-based systems to be modernized around a privacy-protecting, consumer-centric model that would allow any of us to ask an agency that issued us a credential to stand behind it in the online world by validating the information from that credential. So the blueprints had a notable impact. For starters, I think it's helped to really change the discussion in this town on digital identity. It's driven a number of new policy initiatives, just gotten people thinking about this in some new and fresh ways. The blueprint led to the introduction of a bipartisan bill that's cleared key House and Senate committees the last couple of years, the Improving Digital Identity Act. The standards-related portion of that original bill was peeled off and inserted into the Chips and Science Act that passed about a year and a half ago as part of a broader NIST authorization. And the coalition has really emerged, we think, as the place where a lot of different people in government come for ideas and collaboration on issues around digital identity. So today, we're really excited to release Better Identity at 5 years, an updated blueprint for policymakers, taking into account that there's some things that have changed over the last few years. Some parts of the blueprint have been enacted. The environment in terms of threats and new attacks has definitely shifted. We have a report card that grades the government on each of the 5 original initiatives, as well as the action items underneath it. We have a new updated 21-point action plan for the federal government to address critical deficiencies in identity infrastructure. As with the original blueprint, there's no silver bullet here. There's a reason there's 21 initiatives and not just one. But our message today is the same as it was back in 2018, which is that if you take this as a package, if this policy blueprint is enacted and funded by government, it's going to address some very critical challenges in digital identity, and as the name of our coalition would suggest, make things better. So, lost my clicker. There we go, report card. How are we doing? How well has the government done? Well, I'm going to start with a very sad grade. So on the first initiative, prioritizing the development of better remote identity proofing systems, we're sadly giving the government a D. We've seen 2 successive administrations effectively ignore this issue. I think the closest we came to either one clearing it a priority was in March of last year when the White House put out their national cybersecurity strategy. There was a great section, section 4.5 on digital identity. But then when the implementation plan came out in July, it skipped over it, just moving from 4.4 to 4.6 as if it was never in there to begin with. And the message has been, with this may yet come back, but for the time being, there's no action right now. Congress also has a role here. They failed to pass the Improving Digital Identity Act, which could have forced action in the executive branch. So this is not pointing fingers at any one part of government, but as a whole, in terms of the grade that we're giving. There's a lot of current federal efforts that are underway trying to solve remote identity proofing, but they're focused only on single use cases. How do we do this for government benefit programs? How do we do this for age verification for access to adult materials? All important things, but nobody's really looking more strategically at the fact that we have shortcomings, deficiencies in our overarching digital identity infrastructure. And nobody's focusing on how we can actually enable cross-sector solutions that could work across all of those. With this, we don't really have a strategy or vision of what good looks like as we're moving forward on different fronts in digital identity, or how we get there, or what bad would look like and how we take some proactive steps on the policy side to avoid those bad outcomes. One of the things that we proposed in the original blueprint was a grant program, $1 billion spread out over 5 years, $200 million a year to states, to really help jumpstart action in terms of migrating legacy systems to support digital identity and attribute validation services. And the message, certainly on the Hill was, well, we understand resources are needed, but $1 billion, where's that going to come from? That's not realistic. One of the things that we have in our new blueprint is an analysis of where we actually have been spending money. And the answer is more than $1 billion has been spent over the last 5 years on addressing some of the sector-specific ID proofing challenges that we think could have been better spent on multi-use infrastructure. So the dollars are there, they're just not necessarily being spent as wisely as they could be. Now, on the bright side, and this is what this makes us at least a D and not an F, is there's some great work underway in a number of agencies, NIST, DHS, S&T. We heard from Arun before, who of course was not here from DHS, S&T, but they're doing awesome work over there. Jason Lim and his team at the TSA are starting to put some foundational elements in place in terms of standards and some work around things like early mobile driver's license apps that can support better identity solutions. So there's some bright spots, but there's just not enough. I'd say, far too few of them. Congress, as I mentioned, also directed NIST to launch important work with the CHIPS and Science Act. And, that is something that we want to give credit for, at least as a solid base hit. But overall, we think the picture is pretty dismal here. And a lot more work needs to be launched, starting with declaring this to be a national priority. Now, shifting to, why has this been so hard to solve? One of the things we talk about in the blueprint is this concept of the identity gap, which is that the US actually has a number of nationally recognized authoritative identity systems, be it the birth certificate I got from the county in Michigan I was born, the driver's license at the state level, the feds give me a social security number, a passport, a global entry card. These all work if I'm walking across the street to the bank or over to a government office or trying to get a beer at a bar to prove age, but none of these translate well into the online world. And so closing this gap between physical and digital, this is really where we think there needs to be a coordinated effort. And as I mentioned before, there's a handful of states that have started to roll out mobile driver's licenses, working largely in partnership with TSA. But the focus there is almost entirely on in-person use cases, getting through that TSA checkpoint, buying a beer. Those are things that are nice to have. I mean, it would be nice if I didn't have to carry a plastic card in my wallet. But in contrast, where we have this need online, where we've seen documented hundreds of billions of dollars in identity-related crime tied to this identity gap, those use cases aren't being prioritized. And rather than the US, really pushing this forward, the answer seems to be we're going to wait for ISO, the International Standards Organization, to get this figured out. And I think part of our message is we can't afford to wait. And the numbers I think we saw this morning from our friends at ITRC should make that very clear. And there isn't any strategy or activity to try and coordinate other digital counterparts to credentials like birth certificates or passports. So again, some progress. I want to praise it where it's happening, but overall, we've got a lot more work to do. And this is becoming a big issue from a cybersecurity perspective. Going back to a House Energy and Commerce Committee hearing in 2017 after a major data breach, Greg Walden, who was the chairman at the time, said, look, we got to stop looking at these breaches in isolation. Not to say that they don't have their own policy issues, but what we're seeing is malicious actors will now combine multiple stolen data sets into one, which then allows them to obtain more complete packages of identity information that they can go to perpetrate the next crime. And certainly if you see this as a visualization from a site called Information is Beautiful on the world's biggest data breaches, where we were at the bottom in 2014 versus where we are now, more breaches, and the bigger the ball, the more records were stolen. This is a trend that basically continues to get worse every year. And as ITRC just said, this past year was the worst ever. So shifting back to the report card, on our second initiative, we gave the SSA a B. And not the SSA, the country, I would say, the government, a B, for changing the way that we use the Social Security number. I think policymakers now understand, perhaps in a way that they didn't 5 years ago, that this number that we all have is both an identifier and an authenticator, and that it's the use as an authenticator that poses the biggest risk. We reiterate again, it's very valuable as an identifier. It plays a key role in society, but we really need to stop using it as an authenticator. Knowing your SSN does not prove it's you. In fact, the Russians, the Chinese, a lot of organized criminal gangs probably have it these days as well. The security value just is not there. We're also seeing the value of government services in terms of what SSA can actually do in validating information that's authoritative in their databases. So SSA stood up, we've worked closely with them on this, the ECBSV system, electronic consent-based social security number verification system. It's basically there as a way that if you're applying for a credit account, with your consent, the banks can ping SSA and see if your name and date of birth and SSN actually match. This has been a great tool in helping to start to prevent synthetic identity fraud. It's also helped, what we heard from a lot of our financial services members, is it's providing a bit of a lift right now in new credit applications. Because if I'm a 19-year-old and I'm applying for credit and the report comes back from a credit bureau, oh, we've never seen this person before. Maybe it's synthetic, but you get that strong signal from the SSA that it actually matches. That's lifting 3 to 5% of credit applications in certain populations, which is a great story. But it's not the greatest system. SSA is only doing this for a subset of financial services. They're not providing it to other sectors where this would be helpful, government benefits included, where we've also seen a lot of synthetic identity fraud. There's additional functionality that's really needed in the system to make it more effective for financial institutions. And there's some challenges with the pricing model SSA has set up that we're starting to see the service falter. So this is where we gave a B, but there's still some more work to be done. Here's the best grade the government gets. Our third objective, promoting and prioritizing the use of strong authentication. We've seen great leadership, particularly in the Biden-Harris administration, from the White House and from CISA, leading robust efforts to promote MFA adoption nationally. They've also been leaning forward to point out the MFA that you might have used 5 years ago might not stand up to current attacks, like more sophisticated phishing attacks. So we really need to get the phishing-resistant MFA, whether it be FIDO or PKI or other solutions that can stand up to a lot of the attacks that are compromising legacy MFA. And so we've seen the more than a password campaign from CISA. We'll have Eric Goldstein from CISA doing our closing keynote today and talking about that. But great job all around here. On the international coordination and harmonization side, we gave a B-. So there's been some good things that have happened. I want to call out up front the work the Treasury Department did in leading an effort to create robust digital identity guidance in the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF. Ann Walworks, who's here from Treasury. You can stand up and take a bow if you want, but I don't want to embarrass you. Maybe I just did. The FATF, for those who don't know, it's a global standards-making body of financial regulators that are tasked with making sure individual country financial systems aren't used for bad things like money laundering or terrorist financing. And there's never really been guidance on how to approach the digital identity portion. And this is basically guidance to every financial regulator across the globe that they can focus on and follow, actually have to follow, in order to take a risk-based approach to digital identity. We've also seen our friends at NIST lead efforts in the Trade and Technology Council, the TTC, to coordinate with the European Union on different issues. And there's a G7 paper that highlighted the importance of digital identity in building trust and sharing best practices. Part of the reason we gave a B- is that at a time when our peers across the globe, be it Europe, the UK, Canada, Australia, Singapore, just to name a few, are all advancing their own robust digital identity initiatives in their countries. The lack of a US strategy here means we're increasingly excluded from conversations. Certainly, if you look at some of the stuff that we've done in the TTC, it's comparing, NIST frameworks for identity against a robust program that's, getting billions of dollars investment in Europe. It's kind of hard to compare the two. And so we're really only able to engage some time around the edges. And at a time where we should be leading globally, instead we're behind. And then finally, educating consumers and businesses about better identity. This is another B-. So first of all, again, highlighting the A to CISA for their work on the MFA front. Great efforts there. But the lack of any initiative around remote identity proofing, where a lot of the crime and fraud is shifting, means that consumers and businesses don't actually know what they're supposed to do here. It's almost non-existent when it comes to guidance. Likewise, ID theft victims continue to face a really confusing landscape when it comes to knowing how and where to get help. We've heard a little bit of this from our friends at ITRC because that's a big part of the work that we do. So we think there's still a lot more work to do here, even where there's been some good progress. I just wanted to hit in terms of why this is so important. We haven't, we rolled this out back in 2018 and we've updated a lot of these statistics, identity by the numbers. So borrowing from our friends at the ID Theft Resource Center, over 3,200 data compromises reported in 2023, a 78% increase year over year, 72% higher than they've ever seen before, and impacting over 350 million individuals. By the way, the population of the US is only about 330 million, which means some people are being impacted 2, 3, 4 times or more in these incidences. And more than 80% of confirmed breaches year after year are tied to identity, often compromised credentials. $212 billion, that's the value of transactions reported to FinCEN by banks in the suspicious activity reports they filed, tied to failures in the ID verification process. We'll be hearing from FinCEN's director, and as well as a panel of their experts on this a little later today. I mentioned in my opening remarks, shifting over to government benefits, the GAO says between $100 to $135 billion in losses tied to pandemic unemployment insurance fraud, where, again, stolen compromised identities were the attack vector. The Federal Reserve says there's about $20 billion a year in losses to banks due to synthetic identity fraud. They call it the fastest growing type of financial crime in the US. 915,000 kids victims of ID fraud in 2022, and a nearly 3,000% increase reported by the Federal Trade Commission in ID theft complaints tied to stolen government benefits in 2020. These are not great numbers. Everything keeps getting worse. We heard this from ITRC today. We heard this from Clarke at the White House. with the projections of cybercrime, with much of it tied to identity. This is a problem. One of the questions that we asked within our members when we started to update this paper a few months ago was, is the blueprint still relevant? And that a lot of things have changed. I mean, for starters, we went through a global pandemic where in-person transactions were just impossible for about a year. We saw our adversaries, sweep in to exploit the chaos there. We're starting to see a lot more sophisticated attacks right now, in many cases powered by generative AI, that it's this whole new threat vector we weren't even thinking about 5 years ago. And as I mentioned before, every one of our peer countries has launched an initiative, and the US stands alone in the fact that we don't have anything here. Our take was, yeah, absolutely, this is still relevant. We think for the issues that have been ignored, the need for action is greater than ever. And for areas where we've made progress, there's obviously more work that needs to be done. But that doesn't mean that our blueprint and the associated action plan from 2018 should stay stagnant. So in this new report, we've updated the action plan to support our key initiatives, to reflect both work done to date, as well as to address new concerns, including the way that the threat landscape has evolved, new things that maybe we weren't thinking about a few years ago. And so going forward, our new 21-point action plan is really a comprehensive set of recommendations for policymakers in the US to help get ahead of digital identity challenges. So I want to take some time now to walk through the revised action plan, and then we'll jump into a panel afterwards, talking about some of the implications of stuff. So on the first one, how do we come up with better, more robust remote ID proofing and verification systems? We're reiterating our call that we made 5 years ago for the White House to take the lead, recognizing that our authoritative identity systems are split between the federal, state, and local level. How can we actually bring all the stakeholders together to come up with a coordinated plan to close the gap between digital and physical credentials? This is something that the White House could do today or tomorrow, could have done it a year ago. Congress also could have directed the administration to do this by passing the Improving Digital Identity Act. There's a lot of policy ideas being kicked around. We think it's time one of them moves forward. With this, we think it's important to direct NIST and DHS to jointly accelerate the development of standards and guidance to states that would let them start to launch applications for mobile driver's licenses that are really able to support these remote identity proofing applications. And we think it's important to have agencies prioritize those digital use cases over the in-person use cases that we talked about before. We're reiterating our call for a new $200 million a year grant program to help states accelerate progress here in transitioning to digital identity providers, and borrowing a line from the original Improving Digital Identity Act that Congressman Foster and Loudermilk and Kakko and Langevin introduced. We think 10% of those dollars that go to states should be set aside to support what we call identity inclusion efforts, trying to make sure that, recognizing there's a lot of people who can't get a physical ID today, let alone a digital one. Well, how can we help some of them, in that case, so that as we're advancing digital identity efforts, we're also not leaving behind those who can't easily get a foundational ID today. Fourth, we think it's important for the SSA to open up the ECBSV system to support not just a limited subset of financial use cases, but also government services, excuse me, demand deposit accounts for background checks, basically any place where you might need the SSA to be able to help vouch for you per that model we laid out before. There's a lot of things that they could be doing to improve the performance of that system, offer added functionality, and also by opening it to more organizations, we could further reduce synthetic identity fraud and also help to change the economic model that is causing some real challenges with SSA because it's all fee and reimbursable by industry right now. That's our fifth item, is that we think there needs to be an effort to extend the amount of time that SSA takes to recover the costs that they spent, or the dollars that they spent building ECBSV. They had some massive cost overruns, millions of dollars that those costs sort of now are owned by industry because Congress said that the program has to be reimbursable. Industry is willing to pay for them, but they're trying to compress the recovery period to a point that it's jacking up prices. And we're seeing industry use of the tool go down. And that's not a positive direction for anybody other than fraudsters. We think we should also look to mirror the ECBSV model at other agencies that have information on people, be it IRS, be it the State Department with passports. The Postal Service delivers mail to your house every day. They definitely know where you live, but there's not an easy way for commercial entities to validate address with them. We'd like to see the State Department follow what we're seeing in some DMVs and offer people the option of getting a mobile passport app and that they could store securely in their smartphone. We want to make sure that these, again, the use cases are prioritized not for in-person use cases, but for digital online remote identity proofing. With this, we'd love to see Congress pass the Post ID Act. This was a great bill that Senators Cassidy and Wyden introduced late last year. That basically, sort of pointed to the fact that we lean on the post office today for identity proofing for the passport. And to the extent you need a fallback for when truly remote options don't work, well, the post office is a place, most Americans live within 10 miles of one, that you could use as a fallback for in-person identity proofing. So this would just authorize the Postal Service to start offering these services. And we'd love to see that going forward, because I think there's a lot of different sectors that could make use of this as a fallback. Think about a digital-only bank who can't figure out who's who online, but you could say, if you want to open an account, here's an option for you. Ninth, we were reiterating the call that we had a few years ago for Treasury and the financial regulators to establish a task force to see what government can do from the policy side to drive the adoption of more resilient digital identity solutions in financial services. Shifting to NIST, this is a new recommendation. We talked a little bit in the earlier panel about controversy around biometrics and concerns around bias and whether some solutions are inequitable. NIST does a lot of great research here right now and hundreds of algorithms. The problem is what they publish is thousands of pages long collectively, and it's a little hard sometimes for anybody who's deploying to actually know, hey, you tested 350 algorithms. Could you tell us like the top 20 in terms of both accuracy and equity? And so we really think that, a quick summary of this that NIST would publish to say, look, these are the ones that actually met a high threshold. And then you could have a policy, be it a law or, an OMB policy memo that would tell agencies, only use those ones. And then when we see these horror stories in the news of people that are using a second or third tier algorithm in government, well, this would be a way to prevent it. It's a way to basically take great research that's already been done today and make it more digestible and then back it up by policy to ensure that we're only using best-in-class biometric solutions. With this, we think, talking again about what we heard on the last panel, a lot of challenges these days with biometrics and liveness detection. How do you really know that you're seeing a live person on the other end? And NIST is doing some good work here. We just love to see them accelerate it to develop more robust guidance and criteria for liveness detection and biometrics with an eye toward helping defenders stay ahead of some of the attacks we're starting to see creep into the ecosystem with deepfakes. We'd love to see the government develop a new forward-looking investment strategy for R&D and identity. And with deepfakes starting to occur, we'd love to see a multi-agency task force, perhaps looking at the law enforcement side, where you've got a lot of different agencies tracking different financial crime. Can we have a task force set up that can monitor and combat emerging scalable threats to identity systems that they're seeing from deepfakes and other AI-generated attacks? We think this is going to be an important issue in the years ahead. A note on AI, I'll say we touched on this a little bit earlier. I think there's a lot of people who are looking at the threat from AI based on what we have seen over the last year. Well, remember what we've seen over the last year was something we hadn't seen 2 years before that. The technology is not just stopping where it is. Innovation's happening very, very quickly. And so we really think it's important to be thinking 3 years out, 5 years out, 10, 20 years out in terms of where this is going and thinking about how we need to harden some of our defenses to actually be able to account for where things are happening. So 13 items, that's most of them, well, the majority at least in the first initiative. I keep clicking, but I'm not getting advancement. There we go. On the SSN front, reiterating the call from the original policy blueprint, let's stop using the SSN as an authenticator, migrate to alternative solutions that are better for authentication. One of the things we've suggested to lead the way is an executive order that would actually specifically ban an agency for using the SSN for any authentication purpose, but still preserving its use as an identifier. I don't think a lot of agencies are doing it, but there probably are some that might be using it in the authentication side. And this would be a way to send a message that we need to move toward more forward-looking solutions. And then with this, we also think one of the issues we've run into, and we discovered in the original blueprint when we talk about overuse of the SSN, is a lot of times when you ask companies, you have a breach, they'll lose 30 million social security numbers. Why were you storing them? Well, the government told us we had to. There's a lot of laws and regulations that actually mandate that SSNs are collected and stored. Some of them actually make a ton of sense. I mean, certainly, look, I'm applying for a credit card. The bank needs to know that I'm not the 6'8" power forward Jeremy Grant, and the SSN is, aside from some other obvious deficiencies on my side, an easy way to figure that out. But there's other things that we discovered in that inventory we did a few years ago that didn't necessarily make sense. It at least, would be good to review them and see if they're also relevant. Prioritize and promote the use of strong authentication. So here, getting back to the aid we gave government, the White House put out OMB Memo 2209 about 2 years ago that requires all agencies only use phishing-resistant authentication in enterprise application, and that it's an option in the public-facing side. And with policies focused in the private sector, my numbers are off here now, they're not all number one. We think the government really needs to focus on enforcing the memo. And then in the private sector, one of the trends that we have been seeing is less with traditional authentication and more with new laws that might restrict the use of data for what I would call risk-based authentication tools, particularly when we're doing with security and fraud analytics. We saw this in California where they advanced a bill this last year to amend the California Consumer Privacy Protection Act to basically come up with a one-click button that you can just delete all of your data, which sounds really nice if you don't want different companies, different data brokers having it. But there wasn't really a clear exception for being able to use that data to fuel some of the security tools that stop fraud, that give additional context on authentication. And so, we are definitely not fighting to, try and avoid these restrictions on data more generally. That's not our fight. But our main point is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's a lot of constructive applications here, and we can put some walls around secure, appropriate use of data for security and fraud prevention that needs to be preserved. And so we are worried as we see some of these copycat laws get proposed in other states or potentially at the federal level that we end up essentially kneecapping security professionals from, being able to get, some of the most important tools that they need to guard against identity-related crime. We also want to see CISA continue to promote their More Than a Password campaign, as we talked about before. On the international side, a couple things. One, I mentioned the EU is moving forward with a really robust initiative to create digital identity wallets for everybody in Europe. Here, we'd love to see NIST and DHS and Treasury actively engage with their European counterparts to identify opportunities for collaboration and interoperability and also share lessons learned and best practices. There's a little bit of work underway there with the work in the TTC, but we think we need to do more to build off of it. And then second, just in general, we'd love to see the government have more resources to engage more broadly in identity standards work across the globe. NIST and DHS are engaged right now in a number of different digital standards bodies, but honestly, I see our presence being limited by resource and budget headcount constraints. Properly funding these efforts would allow us to be better represented along our peer countries on the global stage, and again, a way that the US can be more of a leader here in driving things. And then on the education side, two items. One, we think CISA should build off the work it's doing on MFA to also educate consumers on best practices around remote ID proofing, identity protection, provide support to some private sector organizations that help with this education. We also would love to see, we've talked with ITRC about this, the idea of, can we come up with a one-stop shop that an agency like the FTC or CFPB could drive, or perhaps jointly, that would better support identity crime victims? Because it's a big problem today that if you're a victim, you might not know what to do. Do I call my local police? Do I call the FBI? Are there nonprofits that can help me recover? Are there governments that can help me recover? And so the idea of coming up with a one-stop shop would let victims access services a lot more easily. And so we think this is an idea that's worth pursuing going forward. So in summary, America faces a clear choice. We can sit back and fail to modernize our identity solutions. We're going to continue to see identity-related breaches and cybercrime get worse. The legacy tools are going to fail as the attackers keep advancing. And, this is all going to be creating additional barriers to the availability of services online and erode trust in digital commerce. Or we can actually take a proactive approach and say, we're going to get ahead of this identity conundrum. A step that'll position America to address security challenges, usability challenges, privacy challenges, and enable the digital economy to thrive. So our new revised blueprint has a set of clear policy initiatives that are both significant in impact and we think very achievable if the government chooses to act on them. And that's been a big if that is hanging out there. But we think we can make real progress in the next 2 to 3 years. And so we're calling on the administration, Congress, and state governments to each move to advance initiatives that are outlined in this blueprint with an eye toward an ecosystem where identity can be what I've liked to call for years the great enabler, delivering trusted service delivery online in a way that's not only good for security, but also enhances privacy, inclusion, convenience, and innovation. So with that, I'm happy to take a couple questions before our next panel. Any questions? John, all the way in back.
Thanks for the presentation and great report. You mentioned a one-stop shop at FTC for supporting identity fraud victims. Does identitytheft.gov not do the job? And if it's not doing the job, what should the commission do to help it do the job?
I would actually love you to hand the microphone to Eva next to you. I think she's got more thoughts on that.
Actually, we were just having that conversation. I think they need more help. They need to bring in more partners to help fill the gaps. Biggest example is the FTC affidavit that was designed to make reporting a one-stop shop for victims. It's wonderful in theory. I think we need more effort there, but it's not working. Practically speaking, it's not working. Most victims still need to go get a police report because the entities where they have to go to report and work through the crime won't accept the FTC affidavit. In fact, a lot of other government agencies do not accept the FTC affidavit as proof that you are an identity crime victim. The states for unemployment don't accept it. Victims need a police report. So I think FTC is a great place to start the process, and we partner with them. We receive referrals from them, but there are gaps, and we need to bring in other organizations like the ITRC. Of course, you knew I was going to say that, to fill those gaps.
Thanks. Eva, why don't you come up here now since you're on the next panel? If I can ask you and Pam and Carol and Ben to all join us up here. Get mic'd up. Happy to take one more question while everybody's coming up and getting settled if there is one. All right, if not, I will let them all get settled. So just to, kick off the next panel while everybody's getting teed up. Obviously, thrilled to be putting out this report card and revised blueprint. I wanted to now have a panel to come up to discuss a few different perspectives on where we are with regard to different aspects of digital identity in the US and perhaps, where we should be. Over the summer, I wrote an op-ed that appeared in The Hill, which was entitled, "Doing Nothing is a Policy Choice," and not a very good one when it comes to digital identity. It was written shortly after the White House, after I mentioned the National Cybersecurity Strategy, had very robust, thoughtful language, then had the implementation plan for the strategy that skipped over identity as if it had never existed. And this was happening against the backdrop of action the previous December in Congress, when a bill that would lay the foundation for comprehensive action here, the Improving Digital Identity Act, was left on the cutting room floor in the year-end package, despite having cleared key committees in the House and Senate. So the point I made in the op-ed was that whether intentionally or through just ambivalence, decisions have been made in the legislative and executive branches to do nothing when it comes to a comprehensive initiative to address challenges around identity. And I think what's often overlooked in these debates that we have in Washington on a whole bunch of different issues about whether to pass a bill or advance a policy is that if you don't do anything, choosing to do nothing, that's an active policy choice as well. It's a decision to embrace the status quo, to do nothing as other forces are changing the environment around you. And in the digital identity world, we see a lot changing that could benefit from some attention. So this panel is going to talk a little bit about the consequences of that decision as it impacts a number of different issues here in the US. So I'd love to, starting with Eva, ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, say a little bit about their role in the space, and then we'll start to jump into the panel.
This will be super quick. Eva Velasquez, President, CEO of the ITRC, and I think you guys already have heard what my role is. We're victim advocates and victim service provider.
My name is Reverend Ben Roberts. I am a pastor here in Washington, D.C., but my church works on restoring identity documents to individuals who are experiencing homelessness or low income. We do it weekly just over in DuPont Circle.
I'm Pamela Dingle. I work for Microsoft as Director of Identity Standards. So we work on standardization of strong authentication, token ecosystems, and various other fun topics.
I'm Carol House. I currently chair the Technology Advisory Committee for the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the sister agency to the SEC, if you haven't heard the CFTC. I also had a lot of jobs in government, including the National Security Council and FinCEN, leading digital identity work.
Great, thanks. Well, Ben, I wanted to start with you because while we're talking about digital identity, you come at this from a very analog perspective. But I think it's one that's really important to this discussion because as we talk about closing the gap between physical and digital credentials, there's kind of this assumption that most people already have that physical credential. And obviously, that's not the case. I've learned a lot from you over the years in terms of the struggles people deal with. Can you just share a little bit more about the work you do with the ID ministry on this topic and some of the trends and challenges you're seeing?
Certainly. So like I said, we're based here in Washington, D.C. And I appreciate that each time we do this in person, it's raining because that helps me kind of explain the situation on the street. When we look at the policies as people are approaching trying to get their IDs back.
Are folks able to hear Ben and back? Is the mic on?
Can you hear? Am I not doing a thing right?
Switch on the...
I think it just I am on, right? Okay. It's just too far down.
All right.
All right, no problem. So we work here in Washington, D.C. We're helping low-income individuals and unhoused individuals get birth certificates, IDs, Social Security cards, so that they can do things like get a job, get housed, or enroll their kids in school. These are the primary reasons that people come to us. But usually when we're working with somebody, if they are unhoused or low income or they just don't have their documents for a variety of reasons, like I said, it's raining. So you're sleeping on the street, you're in and out of shelters every single day. Things are stolen frequently. Things are swept up in what they call encampment clearings by city jurisdictions. Items just get wet, fall apart. You can't present a document that's damaged to be able to get something like your ID from the DMV. And even last night, we were out actually doing the physical count of the individuals sleeping on the street in DC, and people find out what we do, and then they say, can I laminate my Social Security card? No, you cannot. No, you cannot do anything that's gonna help you kind of keep that document longer. So what we end up doing is helping people especially pay for the credential when it's the birth certificate and the ID. Here in DC, that's a $20 non-driver's ID and a $23 birth certificate. If somebody's coming to us and they have nothing in their possessions, it's usually going to end up costing them around $68. So that's the cost for the credentials plus cost for transportation from wherever you live to come see me and then go see your doctor to get a doctor's note, which you then use to help prove yourself to the Vital Records Office, and then another trip down to the DMV, all the while you're awaiting your Social Security card to arrive in the mail. So we see that in the dollar amount, but it doesn't count for things like childcare. If you've got to take a day off from work, all of those costs are adding up for our guests. And when we, at the fastest, somebody might be able to do this in a month, and that is fast. That's really fast. 2 weeks waiting for a Social Security card, 2 weeks waiting for the ID credential to come in. But what we're seeing more and more in terms of trends, especially lately, are different state jurisdictions whose wait times for to have an online application for a birth certificate processed is jumping up over 6 months more and more frequently. New York State right now, my home state of North Carolina, are each up over 6 months at the moment, and it varies. Alabama surprised us actually last week, and they turned one around in like 10 days. We were a little bit shocked. So you can imagine if you're someone who is sleeping out, who is waiting to be able to get a job, and you're looking at a month-long process or more, it just prolongs the amount of time that you're in a holding pattern, that you're on the street. So we talked a little about the cost for an individual, the cost for the community. There were more studies done pre-COVID. The one here in DC found that for us to leave someone homeless, the cost was around $26,000 a year. Oh, excuse me, for us to house someone, the cost was around $26,000 a year. To leave someone on the street, it's closer to $42,000 a year. Other studies around the country found that it was about 20% cheaper to house somebody versus leave them on the street. But the community can't say that money until somebody has those identifying documents so that they can move in, because that's the rules. You got to prove who you are before I'm going to allow you to move in. So there's a community cost, there's an individual cost in just dollars and cents. What we see a lot, and what I really want to remind people is there is the human cost on this. There is the dignity cost for somebody being constantly told over and over, you are not who you say you are, despite being yourself all your life. So we had recently, we run into this a lot. Somebody with a one-letter difference in a document. Your birth certificate says Deborah. Your social security card says Debbie. And suddenly you are not either of those people. And we actually just did that one. That was a year long to get this resolved. Took a court order, which the Vital Records Office then defied. And then it took council member action from the city to get the Vital Records Office to comply, issue the amended birth certificate, and then be able to go to the DMV to get her document. She did a cartwheel when she gets, so if you can imagine an adult or any of yourselves walking outside right now and doing a cartwheel, just imagine what elation it would take for you to actually want to go outside and do that right now. Like that's the kind of emotional burden that people are carrying as they're going through this process, in addition to those financial costs. I'll hold there because I know this is a shorter panel.
Well, I had a follow-up question, which is I flagged one of the features of the original Improving Digital Identity Act was, as we're giving grant dollars to states, actually have them set aside 10% of it to help people in these situations. And a lot of it was actually inspired by work the ID ministry does. I mean, both inspired, but also I guess there's an element of frustration as well in that here in DC, which is said to say a pretty progressive city, the answer at whether it's, you know, the Vital Records Bureau or the DMV, if you don't have information that you need to get an ID, it's not to help you. It's why don't you go see the folks over at Foundry, see if they can help you out, which to me just I find infuriating that there's not something that's there. You know, it would seem like the question should be, hey, is there something we could do to maybe help you if you're in a tough spot? Obviously, you're just here in DC, but I'm curious, you know, you talk to other, you know, similar groups like yours in other states and sort of what have you been able to ascertain in terms of the challenges with getting foundational identity documents in different jurisdictions across the country?
What we've seen in the last like 6 years, especially as the Real ID standards are coming into effect in all the different states, more groups like ours are popping up. We've been doing this for over 24 years now. It just started with one individual at the church helping somebody get their credential. But if you wanted to see what it's kind of looking like on a nationwide effort, a lot of groups have popped up both because of the Real ID standards and then because of individual states if they have a voter ID law. So Vote Riders is a nationwide organization that's doing this work. And then we've been familiar with somebody because they reached out, Rick Mitchell, who does the Homeless Identity Project in Arizona. He had been doing a lot of work and we've collaborated on what we're seeing. The challenges are the same. You can't get one document without the other. And if you're starting from zero, it can become a real challenge. The trend there lately is that secondary sources of documentation are beginning to shrink. And each state has a different list of secondary documents. Florida actually has the most expansive list. But even there, we're starting to see things like a bank statement with your name and address or a utility bill with your name and address. Those are actually starting to come off of the secondary list of items you can use to start proving who you are. So that's going to continue to be a challenge. And I know we have to make secure systems. But we can kind of see that each time we need to tweak it and make a little more secure system, one more option for somebody who's really struggling and on their worst day of their life, they just get closed out a little bit more.
Thanks. Cheryl, I wanted to shift to you. So you've served in government in OMB and FinCEN, the National Security Council staff. Identity, I think, has been a constant theme in everything you've been doing. What can you share from your perspectives there?
Great question. And you're right. It's hard to work at the anti-money laundering regulator or in cyber and not have identity be a critical part of what you do. I'd say that identity is a huge vulnerability and attack surface, and it's a threat right now. Weaknesses in it are a threat to our national and economic security because of weaknesses that are being exploited. And most financial crime involves identity crime, whether it's through fraud, whether it's through account takeovers, or compromise or circumvention of verification or authorization processes. Financial crime is identity crime in almost all contexts. That includes terrorism financing. Most terrorism financing involves a compromise of identity in some way, fraudulent documents and identities that are used. It's a major issue and concern. I know that FinCEN is going to be speaking later, but in their study that they recently published, they pointed to the amount of identity-related crime that they get reported to be over $200 billion. Like that is comparable to the GDP of states like Iraq and Portugal and Greece. This is a huge problem, and that's just what's being reported. Not all financial crime has to be reported to FinCEN, and that's only for the U.S. reporting institutions. So this is costing the economy trillions. And even seeing in the pandemic, we saw testimony of hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud related to U.S. pandemic relief programs. That's hundreds of billions of dollars in the course of a year and a half, 2 years, going straight to criminals of taxpayer funds. That's a problem. It's a huge issue. Everyone here knows this. Obviously, that's the point of this conference. But basically, we're doing identity wrong in government and in the financial sector. And then, of course, like was spoken to at the National Security Council, we see identity as a major vulnerability and exploit method in most cybercrime. We saw it in SolarWinds. We see it in most ransomware incidents that could have been prevented if identity systems were stronger. So it's a major vulnerability that demands coordinated strategic action led by the White House. I totally agree with the recommendations that you listed. And I'm hopeful that some work that we started when I was at the White House, that we haven't seen the work like the executive order that's been announced twice get issued yet. You were right that I was very sad to see the National Cyber Strategy, which did emphasize identity as a priority, right? Like the White House has established it as a priority in the critical emerging technologies list. Digital identity infrastructure says it's important. We see it across the interagency, stated that it's important, yet we've seen no evidence of coordinated architecture and structure for the kinds of efforts that are needed to create the fabric for the future of a digital economy. You have to get digital identity right to get the future of money right and the future of digital economies. And then ultimately try to turn identity into not an exploit and attack vector and surface, but instead turning it into a lever to support our economic growth in the future. We can't get that right unless we get digital identity right. So I guess that's strategically some of the insights from my time across countering money and cybercrime.
Thanks. I wanted to shift to Pam to get a third perspective. So you're on the standard side of Microsoft, looking to help build standards that can help Microsoft and I guess other companies as well, given that's the way standards work, enable hundreds of millions of people, maybe billions, I guess, given all the customers you all have. So let's say billions of people around the world to more easily assert and protect their identities. One of the things we often hear from parts of industry is that, hey, we got good vendor solutions that are out here today. We can solve this. But you're obviously here today because we're talking about government and policy. So why does Microsoft care about the role of the government in identity? What do you see as being important?
Right. Well, probably first of all, can you hear me okay? It's funny. It feels like the mic's not working, but it really is. I think number one is I am not authoritative to speak on behalf of Microsoft as to what, the role of regulation should be. So please just keep that in mind. But from my experience with 20 plus years in the identity industry, I think there's a really good pattern that's already emerging. For me, the NIST 800-63 standard is an excellent exemplar of how government regulation and industry can work together. And the reason I say that is that government, to me, is the metronome, right? We're all trying to make music together. Government's setting the pace, right? They're choosing how we work together. There's the directionality of it matters. So as long as that's happening, as long as we as vendors are being helped to align, it means we can all sing songs that harmonize with each other. And that's ultimately the goal for all of this, right? Is for regulation to help businesses be better and more accountable without necessarily causing the discordance that can come from being limited. And the reason why I think that's important is that we have a perfect second exemplar right now in the authentication world with passwords. So somebody out there asked earlier, what happens if biometrics get breached, if we fail, if that credential no longer becomes useful? Well, everyone in this room needs to recognize that's where we are right now with passwords. Passwords are a credential that have become useless to us. They are, if it's security theater right now to think that protecting a resource of the password is valuable. And so the most important thing I think for people to take away is that the answer is not regulating an answer for anyone, partially because of the edge cases. The answer is finding out how we can be agile, how we can bring new mechanisms to bear that solve our business problems, and how we can, add rigor and thought and additional, trend analysis and AI and, whatever the cool new thing is, it has to be able to apply and it has to work faster because we cannot wait 30 years to amend the next, failure in making documents, the next failure in protecting systems.
Thanks. Shifting over to Eva. So I know we've talked about some of these themes already today. Essentially the theme of the inadequacies of our digital identity system, or just broader identity systems overall, and the way it, is adversely impacting people. Can you talk a little bit more about where you think the government could be doing more on this front to help address the pain and increase cybercrime and ID theft that we're seeing?
Well, big picture, and I touched on this a little bit, is an acknowledgement that this is an actual crime. And I know that sounds very basic, but a lot of times these victims are not treated like they are victims of a crime. They're treated like they are complaining about an inconvenience. So some changes with the way that we prioritize resources, particularly with the OJOVC, Office of Victims of Crime. I talked a little bit before about the VOCA Act and how it has very limited uses for this crime population. But I also think as government looks at embracing digital identity and at the state level, the mobile driver's licenses, we need to look at how that will impact some of these other crime types. In particular, what's really been on my mind lately is all of the mail theft. The credentials are being stolen out of the mail with not just regularity, but it is increasing exponentially. And so we are seeing driver's license. I mean, it's more than that. It's checks, it's all these other things, but let's just use driver's licenses. They're being legitimate licenses being stolen from the mail. The victim doesn't know. There is no notification process for the victim. They don't find out until that document they were expecting and think, what about the window? Oh, we'll get this to you in 10 days to 2 months. We have a backlog. There's this very large window of when you can expect that. And then people often will wait even longer. So for all of that time period, they don't know that it's gone. And we don't have any type of notification process. And let's just get some of these documents out of the mail. I mean, if we start really looking at mobile driver's licenses as in looking at it is what other problems is it solving, I think government would be, I just think that could help change some of the stalling here. Instead of, digital identity, big and scary, and we have all of these issues, let's also look at some of these other issues that it solves. Well, it will get some of them out of circulation in the mail and therefore out of circulation in the resale market, which by the way is not just the dark web. We're seeing more and more of them appearing on the public web. They're on YouTube. The threat actors are just making videos and selling these legitimate driver's licenses on YouTube. Let's get some of them out of circulation.
Thanks. Carol, I wanted to come back to you. So note up here that with the number of hats you've worn, one of them is the co-chair at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission of their advisory subcommittee on digital assets and blockchain technology. They put out a really big report earlier this month that had a lot to say about digital identity. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the recommendations and what you think needs to happen.
Absolutely. If you're into cryptocurrency or decentralized finance, it was a great report that our subcommittee put together and the Tech Advisory Committee adopted and sent to the Commission. Basically, in the world of cryptocurrency, it is a cybercriminal's favorite way to launder. And the reason for it is because of the absence of sufficient identity systems that are either built into those systems or patched on across cryptocurrency financial institutions across the world, really. In the US, we regulate cryptocurrency financial institutions. Compliance and regulation, though, are two different things. And most of the world has not yet successfully regulated for basic provisions under anti-money laundering requirements or AML. If you've heard of, if you don't know the term AML, know your customer, KYC requirements, those are administered by FinCEN, and Jeremy talked about FATF earlier. So I was a part of helping to create the first ever international standards on crypto, including KYC requirements. Basically, it's a huge issue in the cryptocurrency ecosystem, and especially what's called decentralized finance. So the idea of moving towards a system where you no longer have centralized financial institutions. There's no longer a bank that you need anymore to send a wire transfer from my pocket to yours anywhere in the world, which sounds really attractive to people that want to provide financial services in an affordable way to people around the world, but also sounds really attractive to criminals, like cyber criminals. And it's currently being exploited. So again, another vector, an attack surface that's being exploited because of absence of identity. So in this report, we made some recommendations for policymakers to look at and to survey an understanding of like what are the identity systems, processes, repositories across the relevant agencies in the US government, about the kind of information that's needed, and then applying it to this new type of finance where you aren't reliant on the same kinds of intermediaries like banks, and where there are certain intermediaries that are currently not regulated, but trying to figure out where else should identity sit inside of this ecosystem? If the future of money means that intermediaries look different, then we need to figure out how identity looks different there. But then also to weigh things like privacy with discoverability. Some of the vision of people that work in blockchain is the idea of Web3 and moving towards an entirely blockchain-based internet. If you then integrate on the same rails money activity and information activity, you have a privacy and an identity problem that can be solved. But basically, we demand a higher level of privacy in our internet and information activity than we do in our finance. That's just it's just the reality of the kind of discoverability that we expect under statutes like the Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering frameworks. This means that it's a policy issue and a technology issue that needs to be solved. So there's some work that policymakers need to do to really examine and look at, okay, if the future of finance really does move towards fewer intermediaries. I'm not their market. I don't like keeping my cash underneath my mattress, but who am I to tell people not to do that? And maybe that's what the future of digital money will end up looking like, is the equivalent of keeping digital cash in your digital pocket or your digital wallet. That means a lot of really tough decisions have to be made about what information should be discoverable to whom and under what conditions. And that doesn't always mean things like consent, especially in the world of finance and law enforcement. Not all discoverability involves consent, but maybe some of it should. It really, like, you have a lot of different options, and that's some of the stuff that we examined inside of this report, and looking at the tech stack for DeFi. So basically using the OSI model, if you're familiar with that, and applying it to this new form of finance, and identifying opportunities for where you could put different types of controls like identity within that stack. We didn't give an answer to what the outcome of that should be. We really painted a roadmap and a framework that financial regulators will have to account for, because DeFi isn't going away, and it's growing in experimentation, and the US we haven't yet meaningfully taken the proper steps, either regulatorily or through R&D and standards work, to create the building blocks for responsibility.
I know the report as well, I believe, referenced the Improving Digital Identity Act as something that they advised Congress to perhaps take a little more seriously.
It did. In Web3, it's funny, years ago when I was at FinCEN, and I know Anne at Treasury saw this, we would be telling the cryptocurrency sector, they had people saying, oh, you can't regulate our disruption identity. It's impossible to know who's on the other side of the internet. And we were like, that's not in fact how the internet or these emerging technologies work. You just didn't build in identity into these ecosystems. There's many companies, including some of it in this room, that have embraced identity now and are talking about it in Web3 and creating new solutions without understanding traditional identity issues. And so they're just importing into a system with less accountability and less recourse, all the problems of traditional identity. So basically we pointed to all the core issues like in the Improving Digital Identity Act and other actions that are needed to create the foundational infrastructure that will allow for stronger and more trustworthy identities into this ecosystem so that they just don't replicate all the same problems into a new ecosystem with less recourse for victims.
Let me just follow up on the security side, given the time you've spent working on security policy. So talking about countries, North Korea, Russia, China, Iran, these are not generally our friends. We're seeing documented evidence that they're exploiting weaknesses in digital identity infrastructure to steal identities and data and money from Americans. This panel is entitled The Cost of Doing Nothing. When we hear things, I mean, again, there was the excuse me, story this morning in Bloomberg. North Korea stole $1 billion in crypto last year to fund their weapons programs. A lot of it through compromised identities. This feels like the sort of thing that should be a holy crap moment in sort of the security community in this town, but doesn't seem to actually get much attention. Why do you think that is?
I think identity is tough. I'm sure everyone in this room has had that issue where people, it's a vague concept to some people. They don't understand what it means. To some people, identity means your credit score and your risk profile for due diligence and whether I want to provide you a service. For other people, it's about direct onboarding or it's about account access. And so it's your credentials. Identity, it depends on the context of it. And so I think that there's not a lot of people who understand what to actually do to really get at that underlying fabric issue. Not a lot of people can see strategically what identity is and what needs to be fixed and addressed. I think that there are people who see it and why the White House has been driving things like, at least for federal agencies within the scope of their authorities, to improve things like use of multi-factor and other mechanisms that would have prevented a lot of major cyber attacks. But ultimately, I think that the political issues around privacy and identity and things like facial recognition that can end up being politically radioactive, even if entirely misunderstood and not introduced with the proper nuance. I think that the political reality, people not understanding exactly what to do about it, and the fact that identity isn't always seen by the national security community as their issue. They see it as a cyber issue or an IT issue or as a local law enforcement issue because it's affecting one victim rather than recognizing that it's costing this nation and economy trillions.
Thanks. So let me throw this out to the whole panel. A topic that comes up a lot, and you just touched on it, is the impact on privacy and civil liberties from some of these new technologies that we might be using here. And there's some obvious concerns here that if we aren't actually thoughtful in the way we design digital identity systems or put guardrails around them, that we could end up threatening privacy and civil liberties. We need proper architecture, policies, and laws to govern them. Is there also concern that doing nothing on this front might also adversely impact people the same way on these issues?
Ooh, pick me. Can I start?
Yeah, jump everybody.
Yes, and I think we talked about this before, the cost of doing nothing will just get more of the same. So I would actually make that a little bit stronger and say we are going to continue to see exponential increases. So it's going to make it significantly worse, not just these incremental increases, because look, as a lifelong fraud practitioner, and I understand you look at fraud sometimes like squeezing the balloon. So wherever you're clamping down, it's just going to grow in another area. But the reverse is true. Wherever you're not slamming the door shut on the fraudsters, not only are the professionals that are already in that space going to continue to exploit it and grow their operations, you're going to be onboarding newcomers that are like, look at how lucrative and easy this is. So the cost of doing nothing is a continuing to build that ecosystem of threat actors and making it really simple for them to keep exploiting people the identities of people over and over and over. And I'll just end with the stat, which I don't have memorized, I'm sorry, but our re-victimization rate, and maybe James can even look it up for me, we have been shocked to see the re-victimization rate for identity crimes just can go up like a hockey stick. There's always been a number of people that said, yes, I've been a victim more than once. That's becoming more common. It's rare for someone to say, no, this is, you know, someone in their 40s to say, no, this is the first time this has happened to me.
Any other perspectives in terms of doing nothing and the impact on people?
I think that we've sort of seen what's happened when we do nothing, and it's not a winning strategy. The question is, what collaborative strategy do we pick? And I would definitely point back to the Better Identities list in that. It's a really good list. It's well thought out. It runs the proper lines of policy without bleeding into, what would be the word? I want to say religious sentiment, but that's not quite, hopefully you know what I mean there. So yeah, the cost of doing nothing is that and again, I'm sorry to use these words, the collateral damage, we have real people getting damaged. That collateral damage will grow, and it affects companies, it affects individuals, and yeah, it takes coordination to fix.
I love that term, collateral damage, and I think, I mean, it's devastating to see the absence of a coordinated structure that we know. Like, these are, a lot of your recommendations are not new. I know that the Better Identity Coalition has been recommending these for years because I've been in the room where you've been recommending them for years. And I know that these are points driven and supported by many of the people in this room. So there are people that know what needs to be done. Agencies know what needs to be done. It remains confusing to me, the absence of there being action and what looks from the outside very much like fragmentation when you see prioritization and it being listed in a strategy and then entirely missed and not even referenced in an implementation plan. And 3 years into an administration that focuses so much on things like inclusion and combating these national security threats, and yet not yet seeing anything come out to help drive and really frame together and give a strategic North Star to all agencies about what they should be doing to promote the development of stronger identity verification and credentials and credential systems. I think pointing the collateral damage and presenting that to them as like your inaction is enabling this, and putting a number on it could be very impactful. So I appreciate that point that you made.
It's a good point too, and I want to be clear as we're being harsh in some of our grades. It's not to be dissing like the work that's happening in a lot of agencies. In fact, there's a lot of you in this room who are driving what I would say are heroic efforts right now to advance progress on different parts of digital identity. But it's that lack of a North Star, the lack of vision, coordinated funding. I think that is we're moving but too slow, and without that vision of what good looks like. We are almost at lunchtime, and I don't want to keep people from lunch. I believe we've got the legendary Venable quinoa salad back for return appearance. Many of you have become fond of it over the years at this event. Last question for everybody. If you could change one thing in terms of the way that government broadly approaches identity, be it services it provides, policies that guide different aspects of identity, what would it be?
I wasn't prepared for this, so we're going to let Carol start.
I think promoting strong identity verification, which really means for regulators demanding better online verification as they do, whether it's remote or in person. Every instance of synthetic identity fraud is a verification weakness and compromise that has occurred. So we need to demand that, and we need to promote the development and issuance of strong credentials, so e-passports and supporting mobile driver's licenses that are standards compliant. I think those are some of the most impactful measures. So demanding it from the industries that conduct very highly sensitive and therefore regulated and high value activities, and then making sure that the government is doing what it needs to issue and create those.
I have a maybe odd answer, but there are creative solutions to some of these problems. So my advice would be to find the creative people who can look at this as an adoption problem. If all we do is look at this as a miserable, nasty chore that we have to drag every agency into and force them through, then that will give us one result. But if we can find ways to actually make it easy for these agencies to adopt, easy for everyone to see, you know, why they have to do it, and then to do it without being miserable in the process, maybe we can make some progress together.
In my world, and every time at this place, it's like, we got to make it stronger. We got to make it stronger. We got to make sure. And then I have to come back and say, please don't make it too strong. My folks are experiencing the worst day of their life. They were evicted. All their stuff's on the street. Domestic violence, divorce, breakup, child abuse, whatever it is. Those are the types of days that they're experiencing. And then being asked to, in order to kind of rebuild their life and get into safer situations, being asked to jump through hoop after hoop after hoop. So, and we need the security systems. I know this, but as we build them, I've seen advantages, because when the DMV can hang on to the photo of the person for a minute, well, just a little while, it can help them replace something without having to reproduce everything. But there's a massive gap in trust, especially for my guests who have experienced trauma, who have experienced mental illness of all manner, who already deeply distrust the government, and know that they're listening to you and in your arm and everything like that. So as we're trying to get to a place where maybe the agency can vouch for you, we got a lot of trust building to do. So as we take this it feels fast to me, which is good. But for anybody who's not kind of marinating in this day to day, when they find out that somebody's retaining their info, they're going to be extra freaked out. So we got a lot of trust building to do, and helping make fewer stops and make sure that people can do this on their worst day to get the credential that they need to get into a better situation is really helpful for my guest.
Thank you.
And yeah, and in listening to those three responses, it sounds like if I could wave my magic wand, we would take within those collaborative frameworks where we're pulling together the creative people and all the people that have a dog in the fight, that we make sure that it is an absolute requirement that there is a victim advocate that is present in every single one of those conversations. So the issues that Pastor Bren has brought up and that we see every day just simply are top of mind during all of those technology discussions.
All right, thank you. Well, we're a couple minutes over, so I'm not going to take questions, but round of applause for Eva and Ben, Carol and Pam. Love that we're able to get so many different perspectives. So we're now going to break for about 40 minutes, grab lunch, and we'll come back around 1:15, actually 1:10, let's say, with Andrew Shikiar from FIDO Alliance, kicking off our afternoon program. Thank you, everybody. All right, hope everybody had a good lunch. There are additional cookies and brownies still outside in case you're looking for a treat. But speaking of treats, what do you hear what Andrew Shikiar has to say? Sorry. Andrew's the Executive Director of FIDO Alliance, and I'm real thrilled he'll be delivering our next keynote. So let me hand things over to him.
Well, that's quite the intro, Jeremy. Thank you. So I have two kids at home, and I wouldn't describe myself as an overly prescriptive parent. The one guiding rule I kind of give them is, hey, kids, life's a series of small decisions. Try to make more good ones than bad ones. Right? You'll have decisions to make every day. Don't sweat it. Just try to do the right thing. So I woke up today, and I had a decision to make. I was getting dressed. My feet were bare. And I was looking at my sock options. On one hand, I had these snazzy blue Better Identity Coalition socks, which I got an advanced pair of yesterday. On the other hand, I had my FIDO Alliance passkey socks. I decided to go with the passkey socks, which turned out to be a fortuitous decision because I had no idea that Jeremy is going to open the day with a broadside stating that Better Identity Coalition has the best socks of any coalition. So I promise to you here today that next year you will have FIDO line sock options alongside Better Identity Coalition sock options in 2025. In any case, thanks so much for having me here. It's great to be here. We're going to talk about modernizing user authentication with passkeys. Thanks to Venable for having this, and thanks to my co-sponsors from Identity Theft Resource Center and Better Identity Coalition. It's been great to see this event grow the way it has in stature and breadth and depth. And it's turned to something that I really look forward to doing each year, not just to have the chance to talk to people in DC and network with all of you, but also serves as kind of an agenda setting function for FIDO Alliance, right? So what are we going to be doing in the year ahead? So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And sometimes the best way to look at the year ahead is also to look back at the year we just completed. And so last year, as that's me, I had predictions for 2023. And these are some of the things we said would happen last year. And by and large, you know, this did happen, right? Unfortunately, as we've heard today, and hear time and time again, you know, high-profile cloud service providers continue to get popped. They get breached, whether it is through bypass attacks or traditional means of social engineering. We've seen high-profile names like 23andMe, a lot of managed service providers. We saw the ransomware attacks in the casinos earlier this summer or last summer. All these things come back to using weak knowledge-based credentials. And it does drive adoption of unphishable authentication, right? Indirectly and directly. So most companies that do a post-mortem report will then say, well, yeah, now we've moved to FIDO authentication. We now have our admins use FIDO security keys. So better late than never, but what I'm really excited to see is that more and more companies are getting on the front foot and adopting unphishable authentication to prevent them from being the next one in the headlines. Another prediction here is around identity verification. You know, we said last year that identity verification would reach the mainstream. So while IDV might not have been as mainstream in 2023 as like Barbie or Barbieheimer, it did move from rooms like this into the mainstream discussion. Right, there is some catalyst for this. Elon Musk, when he took away SMS OTP by default for Twitter users, also started trying to charge for identity verification as part of Twitter Blue. And we saw that with Meta as well. So all of a sudden, identity verification became something that consumers had to become aware of. Also, you see governments, as we've talked about, aiming to limit access to online content or pornography based on one's verified age and verified identity. So indeed, identity verification has become more germane in our daily lives, not just the remit of identity folks like us. We talked about seeing meaningful progress on reducing reliance on passwords in the government. And I'm happy to say that many government agencies worldwide have followed the lead of what we've seen here in the US with the cybersecurity orders, pushing their agencies to require MFA, specifying FIDO security keys. Also, a number of e-citizen services are all now accessible via passkeys. Right? So not relying on legacy 2FA, modernizing their MFA to go passwordless and using unphishable authentication. And the fourth bullet there, passkeys become a hotter topic. Well, yeah, we think that happened in spades. All right, so from FIDO's point of view, 2023 was the year of the passkey. And I say that because we saw massive adoption. All right, so last year, again, I was here last year, not to do a total retrospective, but last year we talked about why passkeys and what are passkeys and what's it mean? How do you define them? What I did not talk about last year, not once, was give examples of companies using passkeys. I didn't have one logo on a screen that talked about companies using passkeys. All right, that's because there were very few and they were very early in their rollout. There are now hundreds of companies enabling consumers to use passkeys for sign-in, hundreds of companies. And that's remarkable progress. And if there's one thing I want you to take away from this slide and this discussion is that passkeys are very real. Giant brands, giant companies are banking their brands, their reputations, their security, their user experience on passkeys as preferred means of sign-in. Right, and so it's great progress last year. We estimate there's over 8 billion user accounts that can use passkeys for sign-in. For those keeping score at home, that's basically one per person on planet Earth. And the reason why that's possible is the data in the top left-hand corner, which is something we've been working on for over a decade, which is making FIDO possible. Right, the technology is built, the technology is there. Passkeys aren't new. It's a new way of implementing FIDO 2, but we've been working to get FIDO sedimented into devices for over a decade, and it's worked, right? Virtually every modern computing device has support for FIDO authentication. That's why so many companies feel comfortable using passkeys for consumer and employee sign-ins. And there's been great success as well. Here's 4 data points for you. I'm going to start bottom right. So Google has been a very pronounced and amazing backer of passkeys, not just inside the alliance, but also anyone with a Google account can use passkeys. And they're seeing great results, right? Over 4 times improvement in sign-in success rate and sign-ins in half the time, right? Mercari, the Japanese e-commerce company, is seeing the same sort of thing. When compared to SMS OTP, a 15% improvement in sign-in success rate and 82% time reduction, right? If you're in the business of selling things or providing content or anything like that, you want people to get on your site as quickly as possible. Passkeys are doing that. Air New Zealand, but they introduced passkeys, late last summer. They saw a 30% opt-in in the first 24 hours. What that tells me and tells us is that consumers don't just use this, they want it. Right? People want to use passkeys. People want to have a better sign-in experience, and they're seeing that at Air New Zealand. They're seeing, as a result, all sorts of supporting metrics that point to a better sign-in success rate, better throughput, and also reduced costs associated with depending on passwords. Right, so account recovery calls, IT support calls go down, call center attacks go down because we're using more intuitive, simpler, stronger authentication with passkeys. In the workforce, Hyper did a study with Forrester showing how, with passkeys, obviously you're going to do massive reduction in password usage, but also password reset, onboarding time, authentication time, and they point to over 300% ROI for companies that are investing in passkeys and passwordless FIDO authentication for employee management, workforce management, as opposed to legacy forms of authentication. So we know the proof points are there. And this is what FIDO Alliance has been focused on since day one. All right, so while the idea of syncing your passkey is new, FIDO is not new. All right, we've been around this for over a decade. Many of you in the room have worked in FIDO working groups for over a decade as well, which is wonderful. And in fact, the amount of contributions that have gone into FIDO's core IP, we've estimated that at over 30 years of development time have gone into our core specifications. Right, but the vision since day one has been authentication that's simpler and stronger than traditional means of sign-in. Right, so better than passwords and better than SMS OTP. But simple is the key thing here. Right, we all know that if your MFA is too difficult to use, your employees will work around it, and your consumers simply won't opt in. So it's that blend of simpler, stronger authentication that has made FIDO, I think, so successful. And what we're basically doing is standards-based, user-friendly, asymmetric public key cryptography. But no one should ever have to say asymmetric public key cryptography to leverage the benefits of that. And that's where the beauty of passkeys in FIDO comes in. But we've been at this for a decade. The problems do continue. And that's because our collective mindset all along comes from an origin of passwords. Right? Everyone in this room, in fact, everyone on this planet, their first time on the internet used a password. No one's not used a password. That's our frame of reference. So when you think about passwords, when we rely on passwords, problems like this persist. We know about this, right? Over 80% of breaches are caused by passwords. They result in massive loss. There's opportunity costs from shopping cart abandonment. We could spend the next 20 minutes going through slide after slide after slide like this. But I can't state the problem enough. And passwords are the problem. Right? To solve the problem, we need to replace the problem. We need to eradicate the problem. And that's what we're aiming to do. But since we've always had the mindset, a password-first mindset, our solution has been like, okay, well, how do we mitigate this horrible problem that we've created and that we've used? Well, let's add on layers. And to be clear, any form of 2FA is better than a password alone. But ultimately, layering on does not work. Right? Adding Band-Aids on a fundamentally flawed problem does not solve that problem. Because we're seeing MFA bypass attacks become more and more prevalent, easier to do. It's either through social engineering, open source service technology with MFA bypass toolkits, or other means. Layering on is not the answer either to solving the password problem. And when you add in generative AI, that just adds fuel to the phishing fire. Right. So earlier on, I think James was talking about this, and I'll come back to this in a little bit, but generative AI is leading to higher volume and higher sophistication in phishing attacks. And you see the numbers here, like massive, massive growth in attacks. Make no mistake, this is happening from misuse of generative or artificial intelligence. So really what we need to do, what we need to make is a fundamental pivot. Right? We need to reframe the way we think about authentication. I feel like I say this every year, but it's still true. And what if we think differently about the way people authenticate? What if we could replace the outdated model of password plus something else and replace it with a simple factor, a single factor that's easy to use? Likewise, we understand that phishing is a primary threat. Why don't we look at an approach that's actually going to fully address phishing in a very consumable, easy to use form? And that's what we're doing with passkeys, right? So passkeys are simpler, stronger authentication. They are a password replacement. Right? The password paradigm is due to be in the rearview mirror, and the new one is based on passkeys, unphishable FIDO authentication. And what are passkeys? How does this work? This was meant to be a build slide, but it's not. So the top part of this image here, this is how FIDO works, right? So it's the same thing we've always done. There's an authenticator, there's a server, we have a unique key pair, a public key on the server, private key stored in the authenticator. But that's been FIDO's model for over a decade now. The challenge with that model always was that for a user, especially a consumer, they'd have to enroll their authenticator on each device for each service. All right, so if I enrolled for FIDO or WebAuthn for ecommerceprovider.com on my iPad, and I then went to my MacBook, I'd have to do it again. And we heard from service provider after service provider saying that this is a barrier to us adopting FIDO at scale. Right? It causes too many customer service issues. It does not meet customer expectations. It creates an account recovery threat, and it's making us keep our passwords front and center. Right? So with passkeys, we introduced the ability to sync that private key, as you see in the bottom part there, across your devices. So now, when you enroll a passkey, your passkey is readily available across all your devices, right? Which creates a more intuitive user experience. It eliminates some of the threats and the challenges that service providers were seeing. And that's really the model that has caused so much growth in helping FIDO Alliance achieve our core mission. Right? Our mission is to reduce reliance on passwords. Right? Syncing the private key is helping this happen at much more rapid clip than we ever thought would happen. It's happening at massive scale. And, well, this one's not going to work. So passkeys bring the same promise as FIDO always has done. Behind that passkey image are two smaller images. What I want to note is that there's two different ways you can implement passkeys. Right? Usually when we're talking about passkeys, we're talking about the synced keys that you're seeing at massive scale from companies like Amazon and groups like that. Those are called synced passkeys. There's also device-bound passkeys. These are the form factor you typically see on a security key. These are things many of you have been using for years. Right? So device-bound passkeys have a slightly stronger security profile, the same usability profile. So for higher assurance scenarios, device-bound passkey or enterprise scenarios, device-bound passkey still remains very viable, if not a preferred option. So we're talking about shifting our mindset and shifting our frame of reference for implementing MFA. It's time to really stop checking a box and looking at MFA as something I need to do and start thinking about phishing resistance rather than factors. All right, so a couple key points here. First of all, a synced passkey is always better than a password alone. Right? If you're using passwords, a synced passkey is a better option across the board. Secondly, if you're using a password plus SMS OTP, passkeys are better. Right? Passkeys bring all the benefits of traditional MFA in a single, consumable, very usable format. And then again, for higher assurance scenarios, you should continue to use device-bound passkeys alongside synced passkeys, but you can continue to use device-bound passkeys, which have been appropriately cited by CISA as the gold standard from a security standpoint for user authentication. And ultimately, instead of checking boxes, this really comes down to your business requirements. All right, so FIDO standards are pretty flexible. You can implement them in a number of ways, but ultimately, when you think about your identity strategy, you think about your authentication strategy, you need to start with what is your business? What do you need? What's your business requirements? So one size does not fit all. Think about whether or not you need to pair your passkey with a second factor or leverage risk signals or take other data in as you look at your broader risk engine, authentication profile, authentication strategy. And FIDO can play the whole part of that or part of it. It really depends on your business and your requirements, but it is flexible enough to be implemented as required. But something else I want to talk about is reframing the regulatory narrative, the regulatory perspective. So over the past year and a half, since we introduced the concept of sync passkeys, I've heard time and time again from people that, well, regulators don't like sync passkeys. And my counterpoint is, I don't think that's true. I just think they never contemplated that, right? Every regulation around authentication comes from a foundation of asking the question, how do I address the inherent weakness of passwords? That's why they don't contemplate passkeys, because passkeys were never contemplated. So it's really important that regulators continue to rethink this, and we've been very grateful and very excited for the work coming out of NIST with 863-4, which will specifically look at how synced credentials fit into our digital identity guidelines. And we as an alliance will be doing similar engagements with governments around the world as they update things like with the Payment Service Directive, PSD3, and things like that in Europe and elsewhere. We're also seeing, as I mentioned before, broad government utilization of FIDO authentication, both within government agencies as well as for citizen services. So these are some samples here. We all know about login.gov supporting FIDO security keys and passkeys alongside other means of strong authentication. The Taiwanese government has really gone deep on FIDO. There's an app called My Taiwan FIDO that allows you to use a biometric sign-in to basically access all of your citizen information, your social security, things like that. Likewise, My Gov ID in Australia uses passkeys for citizen sign-on to their services as well. So that's where we stand today. Let's look forward a little bit and zoom out at the broader picture. So FIDO Alliance is pretty narrowly focused historically, right? We do authentication, user authentication. We understand that user authentication is just one piece of the identity value chain. But when you look at the broader identity flow, you need to start with account enrollment. And we heard this earlier today from Director Clarke, talking about the need to get rid of knowledge-based authentication for account creation. We fully agree. And this is the old way of doing things, right? When you enroll accounts with weak credentials that can be easily guessed, stolen, spoofed, or made up, it opens the door for accounts created with stolen or synthetic identities, right? And then if you're using, of course, weak authentication, that's another weak check. But ultimately, both those two factors make the account recovery process that much riskier, right? And account recovery will always be an attack vector, but the question is, how do we minimize the veracity of that attack vector? And the way to do it is actually to strengthen both parts 1 and part 2. And this is work we're actively doing in FIDO Alliance alongside the work we're doing in user authentication. So Stephanie Schucker has talked a little bit about this earlier in the panel, but we have certification programs that are very focused on certifying in a very standards-based way, biometric component certification. How well do these biometric components perform? Right, we have an identity verification, document authenticity certification program that will allow implementers to understand how well their vendors are actually doing the doc auth when they're using on their backend systems. And we're matching that with tests for selfie match and face and liveness detection. All those things are coming forward, which really helps create a more robust foundation for all things identity, not just user authentication. Such that this will be the new way of doing things, right? The new way of doing things is matching our commitment to possession-based authentication with a similar approach for account enrollment, right? So creating accounts based on proofed identities, biometric proofing, FIDO authentication, of course, for sign-in, strong security at every sign-in. That makes the account recovery process that much less of a risk and that much more secure, where account recovery becomes less of a worry and you could address other issues in your stack instead. So before I wrap up, I want to give you some predictions for 2024. So when I'm here next year, hopefully, in addition to my socks, and then we'll do some scoring on these predictions. So 4 key things. AI will drive cyber attacks, but not how people expect. And James, if James is still here, thanks for stealing my thunder this morning. He basically said exactly that. I was like, come on, man. So yeah, deepfakes are scary and they will happen and they're pretty gnarly, but I don't think they will scale at all in 2024. But what does scale is phishing. Right? Phishing works. Phishing is incredibly successful, incredibly powerful. And all of a sudden now, if I can use not ChatGPT, but evil GPT, or I can use fraud GPT to actually generate targeted phishing messages in native languages, right? Getting rid of all the grammatical errors. You know, people are susceptible to social engineering. This will go up in spades with generative AI, which makes it more and more critical to be arming your employees, your network admins, everybody with unphishable authentication. Second prediction is that passkeys will march towards 20 billion enabled accounts. All right, actually, I think this is a layup. I think we'll exceed that. You know, we're seeing great growth. We're seeing like kind of hockey stick type growth with passkey adoption. You know, 20 billion is a great number, but the number that means most to us at FIDO Alliance actually isn't that top line number. It's utilization therein. All right, so 20 billion accounts. So we have internal metrics where we want to see, you know, 50% utilization of X number of accounts that support passkeys. That's the number that we'll be tracking over the next couple of years. So not just enabling it, but seeing utilization. And we help make that happen in a couple of ways, by the way. So we have a very active user experience working group that gives detailed, targeted guidance on the best way to implement FIDO authentication, such that your users will want to enroll. They will enroll. They can manage their passkeys effectively to make sure that their passkey experience is a good one that they'll seek to replicate with other sites as well. The third prediction is that businesses' cybersecurity laundry will be aired in public. So we talked, I think the last panel, talking about SEC guidance and regulations, forcing companies to come a little bit more clean with their breaches. And this will happen, will continue to happen. You know, my hope, our hope is that, you know, airing this dirty laundry, if you will, hopefully that generates some more top-down, better behaviors in corporations. Right? We need the boardroom to be deeply invested in establishing cultures of better cybersecurity. It can't just be the remit of the CISO, it can't be the remit of IT. It needs to be a top-down initiative with the boardroom saying cybersecurity is core to our business, and make sure that when they go to implement FIDO authentication, they go to implement security keys, that there's no pushback, that people are ready, willing, and able to do this. It takes that full institutional commitment inside a company to make that happen. And last but not least, you know, cyber scrutiny will force competition and accountability for CSPs. Well, I should say also is MSPs, managed service providers. When companies who are in the business of managing other companies' customer data get popped and get breached because their network admins are not using unphishable authentication, it's befuddling to me. It makes me angry. It's absolutely ridiculous, right? So our hope is that someday you're going to see a managed service provider or a CSP who wants your business, who wants to manage your customer data. They're going to come to you and say, you know what we do? Every person who touches your data has a FIDO security key. So then you could rest easier at night, not just offloading your data to a third party, offloading your data to a third party who's going to manage it with the care that it deserves and that you need. So that's kind of more of a hope than a prediction, but that's certainly something that we're working towards in FIDO Alliance. So with that, thanks so much. Jeremy, do we have time for questions? Are there one or two questions I could take? Not SOC related, please.
Promise. Thank you for a very informative update. One of the things that kind of interests me is the role of quantum computing. And I was wondering if you could probably give us your perspective on the position of FIDO Alliance and what sort of additional resilience and approaches would be best practices in our quantum realm.
Yeah, so I have two people here who can talk to you in more depth about that. So Monty and Teresa, raise your hands. So we actually have a paper coming up pretty soon talking about our view on quantum computing. So the short answer is, well, two short answers. One, grab them at the break. But two, also we're aware of this and looking at ways that we can, you know, be in position to update our core kind of crypto algorithms to match what comes in the future. But Teresa and Monty, you know, center and back would be your people to talk to. And David, I'm sorry, and David. Whenever I name names, I always leave someone out. It's like it's a standing flaw of mine. Yeah.
A lot of the examples in passkey adoption this year have been in, especially been in the more the B2C space. How are you seeing passkeys play out in the internal and B2B login space, and how's that interacting with the Oktas and One Logins and the directory services that have kind of been the place where this has lived to date?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So, you know, how are passkeys being implemented in the workforce? So first of all, let me back up the definition of passkeys, which I did not give here.
Any passwordless FIDO credential is a passkey. So that includes the sync passkeys I was mainly talking about, but that includes device-bound passkeys on security keys and things like that. Companies like Okta and IAM vendors are supporting passkeys in their products. And several companies are supporting both device-bound passkeys and sync passkeys side by side. Ultimately, it comes down to each company's business priorities, their security profile, their physical profile on what they're choosing to do. So I know it's not so we're seeing adoption of both. I think we had a case study on this published on our website from Target, I believe, talking about how they're supporting sync passkeys in their enterprise alongside device-bound passkeys. One more question? Any more? Okay, well, thank you so much. So what I'm happy to do now is introduce our next speaker, Chris DeRusha. Chris is dual-hatted in the White House as the government's Chief Information Security Officer, and he also serves as a Deputy National Cyber Director in the Office of the National Cyber Director, ONCD. Before coming back to federal government, Chris served as the CISO for the Biden for President campaign. And prior to that, he served as a Chief Security Officer for the state of Michigan. He holds a master's in security studies from Columbia University and a bachelor's in business from James Madison University. Chris, please come to the stage.
Good afternoon. How we doing? Good. All right. It's just after lunch, so it's tough, So here's a big. Oh, thank you, advancement. Appreciate that. There I am. A big report rollout this morning, and I was really pleased to hear from some colleagues that we got all A's. Well, at least we got one A. And I got to tell you, there's obviously more work to be done, and I'd be the first to say that in anything we do. But I do think that it's real validation of the efforts that this administration's put into ensuring we are moving towards strong authentication and MFA across the board, period, where there's been gaps completely. So I just want to thank the FIDO Alliance, ID Theft Resource Center, and Better Identity Coalition for inviting me here today to speak. You heard about the two jobs there. I actually have a third. I'm also an acting national cyber director for another division for the moment. So, we call it the hat trick at the moment is the favorite joke for me. But actually I'm here to talk with a different hat today. I was invited as a board member of the Cyber Safety Review Board. And I was invited to talk a bit about the lapses report. So for those of you who are tracking the CSRB, this was created in President Biden's executive order on cybersecurity, EO 14028, in May of 2021, and sort of modeled, one could say, off of the Safety Review Board, National Transportation Safety Review Board, and we're in the middle of our third review right now. And so the lapses review is our second. I think to frame how does that fit with the theme of the conversations you're having today, is it's a pretty good use case of making Andrew's presentation before this kind of come alive, because as we'll discuss, this was an effective campaign against some pretty big and sophisticated corporations, and they weren't necessarily the most sophisticated tactics, but they worked. And I think that is kind of why you see the hockey stick a little bit, that and other pretty big events over the past year. People are starting to understand that they really need to move faster. So, before I get into that, though, just to kind of a little bit, and one of the reasons that I was asked to be the board representative here today is I was one of the people that led the section of the report that was talking about the types of recommendations that are relevant to today. And in large part because we've been working on it since early 2021. And we've been taking this very seriously. We've picked a few metrics, MFA and encryption largely, to really drive granularly on with agencies. I mean, you can't metric everything and then hold senior government officials accountable for everything. And we picked these two for a reason. And we've been granular in understanding what types of MFA are implemented, breaking out phishing-resistant MFA types, PIV and FIDO2 authentication methods. We've also broken out high-value assets, which is like what we call our crown jewels, and that's a sophisticated program behind knowing which systems matter more for lots of reasons. And you know, that data has enabled scorecarding and business level conversations with deputy secretaries who are the COOs of agencies, and really driving forward risk acceptance discussions that have been going on in their agencies for years that maybe hadn't been understood that way due to the lack of implementation of these key controls. And it drove forward the other conversation we're trying to have about zero trust implementation. There's like a good conversation starter, scene setter, table setter on some concepts that kind of people could latch onto. And then we explained how it fits in that broader ecosystem of security modernization, which is what we term zero trust and put out our memorandum M2209 for the federal government. So that's like kind of our piece of that. And so enter the Cybersecurity Review Board. So how do we make our decisions on what we review? I mean, it's got to be something significant. And we've had very different themes. You know, the Log4j, large, massive vulnerability event. Lapsus, a group that appeared to have unsophisticated methods, but they were working way too effectively, and they were fast. And the actors behind them sort of very troubling, seeing a lot of youth involved, but also being, you know, sort of meshed in with sophisticated criminal organizations. Like, what was going on here? And, you know, so we've had to be kind of targeted in what we pick. But that is sort of what led us to decide to do this review. Let me just go quickly into that. Between 2021 and 2022, Lapsus conducted extortion-focused attacks against dozens of companies and government agencies around the world. And the CSRB's review of Lapsus focused on its exploitation of weaknesses in specifically identity and access management. Like, that was our main focus. And how they used them to infiltrate victims' networks for extortion, public notoriety, and financial gain. And we really did see kind of all three motivators through the various sort of distributed actor set that calls himself Lapsus. It's a loose org. These tactics, while oftentimes not complex, were extremely successful. And as a result, we knew that we needed to identify additional controls and improvements to change the status quo. And that is what we ended up doing and putting out a public-facing report. You know, how did they do that, right? Like, one of the main ways that we saw be effective was social engineering to defeat pretty much every type of phishable MFA. And we really did see evidence of that, like all sorts of different non-phishing resistant MFA circumvented. They used some techniques that span from spamming employees with MFA prompts with the goal of overwhelming them with push notifications. In some cases, they would do that in the middle of the night, and the employee would just accept the prompt and make them stop. If you think about that, that's actually pretty effective. Threat actors utilized SIM swapping attacks. That was like a big piece of this, intercepting one-time passcodes and push notifications that were sent by SMS. And thematically across an array of the victims, you know, we saw it was MSS, voice calls, push authenticators, et cetera, were all being consistently defeated, right? So that's kind of like our core conclusion. So, you know, we're pretty clear that in our recommendations, we need to see some dramatic improvements in identity management, but, you know, we can't do it alone, right? Like, this has to be a whole of industry approach. And that's where we saw dovetailing on the kind of recently issued national cybersecurity strategy, right? Well, what did we say there? We say we need a fundamental shift of ensuring appropriate responsibilities on the people who are most resourced, the organizations who are most resourced to make security investments. And so that means big security companies and big corporations, government with lots of resources. We have a responsibility to do more to defend cyberspace. And, you know, part of that is a lot of the stuff you see that CISA's, you know, secure by design, secure by default, importantly, two very different concepts together. But, you know, all of that stuff we saw needs to kind of double down on in this report and kind of tie these things together. So we outlined a number of recommendations. You know, some of them were, and I'm going to come back to context here in a moment, but using FIDO 2 compliance solutions by default, transitioning away from SMS and voice MFA, and implementing secure by default safety mechanisms that protect authentication cookies. So, for example, online service providers could automatically and silently reissue cookies. I think we pondered like even every hour to reduce the window of opportunity for attackers to reuse, right? So what I want to come back to in the context there is like, we also deliberated a lot on like, well, we can see that clear future, we can see the need, we can see it's the answer, as the presentation before us I think was pretty convincing. And we also kind of understand that like, we have to meet organizations in a lot of places where they are today. And that's we debated rigorously, like, who are we talking about? State and local, you know, small businesses, small critical infrastructure, municipal owned. I'm a former chief security officer of a state. I know a lot about this. And you know, but we needed to also be bold and state like a vision clearly and a threat statement clearly that like, that's also where we have to get. And I think that was the important thing, right? That we acknowledged throughout the report. And if you read it or reread it, you can see we are trying to thread that balance between having a very clear and definitive vision of what needs to occur and being clear on who needs to do it now and has less excuses. And, you know, the fact that some will take more time. And, you know, what I think is interesting about that, and you can find in the report, and it's maybe woven in a little bit, but I want to lift it up, is we talked a little bit about needing a secure authentication roadmap for the nation. And, you know, that includes standards, frameworks, guidance, tools, and technology to enable organizations to assess, progress, and implement leading practices for passwordless authentication. And like, what were we thinking about? I mean, a little bit we were thinking about sort of a capability maturity model type approach, right? That like some MFA is better than no MFA. Not everyone's lapse is coming after you. That is true. But there is a clear type of MFA that is unbreakable. I mean, what do you think I focused on when I was the campaign CISO? I mean, I had a no-lose moment there. And you are, depending on your organization, your risk tolerance level obviously is quite different. And how do you put all of that together was what we were grappling with to kind of, you know, take a whole lot of good best practices out there, a lot of knowledge that we all have about this, a lot of instincts, a lot of experience we all have on this, but I have not, and we have not seen, and we studied it, something that kind of brings that together into a like, here's the MFA kind of like strength roadmap and like risk profile type, and then assistance and guidance on like how you can think about your transition, the challenges you're going to face, the preparedness and readiness measures you need to think through to be able to make that transition for your organization, a roadmap, right? And that was an important concept to us in that recognizing that we were going to state some big, huge future goal. And like, we'd want to be more interesting than just like leaving that vision on the statement on the table and saying, but yeah, also people aren't there. And I think that is still that is still an unmet opportunity that we've got together. And it is an opportunity that government certainly can coordinate. I mean, that's a huge opportunity of the organization that I've been privileged to be part of growing, Office of National Cyber Director, to now 85 people. You sit at the right hand of a president of the United States, you can convene quite a bit, but you cannot do for anyone. And I think that's why we love coming and talking to fora like this, because you know, there are some unmet needs here. The hockey stick will grow. I love that number. I mean, if you get to that 20 billion, that's fantastic. But then like, what I'd also want to know is like, who is that and like, who's out? And then how do we focus on understanding their needs and prioritizing the most important critical asset and service provisioners in that? They may even be local level, but like, that can be quite disruptive to a town when somebody goes down over a ransomware attack. And so like, how do we think about all of that is something that I think is like a great opportunity in front of us still. So, you know, I mean, like that's kind of a lot of what I talked about. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but that statistic on the FIDO Alliance website, I think it's just like eye-popping that the root cause of over 80% of data breaches is like passwords, you know? So, wow, like we're still there. And I think that's just like really, really important. And it's why we've spent so much time pushing federal governments in the direction that we've been pushing them as well. You know, and it's also something that like you may or may not know, but in our Zero Trust strategy M2209 for federal government, we also put in there a push towards moving away from these like kind of arcane password management policies of like big, long, or complex passwords with all the characters and all these things that in the constant rotation where just like, we all know why it doesn't work. And then moving towards these like passkeys and PIV, right? So we're pretty enthusiastic about this. We're leaning in across the US government. You know, I think we're trying to be leaders. We're certainly thought leaders. We're trying to also lead by action. I'm not sure if we're necessarily a global leader on leading by action, but we are certainly trying. And I think as far as governments are concerned, I feel pretty up there based on the conversations we have, and a lot of other countries come and we have great conversations around how are we doing it, and how did we, even I've had that conversation with state officials, like how did we open up our policies to kind of start allowing this FIDO2 technology and to kind of enable and empower people to use it, and then how did we pay for it? It's something that I hear from most as well. So I don't know, I hope that this kind of just pull back to the lapsus report and pulling it out. I appreciate Jeremy, thinking about that the way that I do too, is it really fits very well as a use case in how this matters, because lapsus like flashed out of nowhere, hit everybody fast, and everyone was scrambling. I mean, it's easy to look back and go, but like if you were a frontline defender at a major corporation, like you were on your back foot for a little while there. It was a pretty uncomfortable moment for everybody. And I think that like part of the reason we did this report is to just like pull that moment in history out and remind ourselves that, hey, guess what? Like that can happen again tomorrow. Okay, like we haven't solved the root cause behind that being allowed to and able to occur at major corporations, at sophisticated government organizations that have invested a lot of money in cybersecurity. I mean, that's the main takeaway from like lapsus. And I know a lot of people wondered like sort of how that get picked, but I think that was the thing. That was the distinguishing moment, that if you have a set of actors that at the end of the day may get caught, but seemingly don't have that deterrence built into their playbook, they can do quite a bit of damage. It's really a sort of an interesting differentiator between why a lot of sophisticated actors don't use such techniques, but when someone's willing to, it's like this group showed where the gaps are and the seams are, and how important what we're talking about today is to cut in between that and taking that gap away. So thank you again for spending some time listening to me. I love talking to these groups. I love the work that you're doing, and just appreciate being a partner of this community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Chris. I know he's on a tight schedule and isn't able to stay to take questions. We have 1 minute till our next panel kicks off at 2. I did want to just clarify something with the SOC discussion that Andrew flagged, which I was perhaps a little too hasty in claiming SOC supremacy. Not that our SOCs aren't better in BIC thus far, but we actually got the idea from FIDO. FIDO did SOCs a few years ago. Which plenary was it? Maybe 2018. They were so comfortable that FIDO's event manager, Tasha, actually shared the name of their SOC vendor with us, which we've been using. The passkey SOCs have now appeared as a second version of FIDO SOCs. So it's really David's got them too. Those are nice SOCs. Yes, and to answer Ann's question, SOCs are interoperable. Yes, you gotta bring some FIDO swag. Anyways, let me now hand things over to my colleague, Heather West. We've heard a lot about AI today, I think 3 or 4 times already, but now we're going to have a panel to really dive into all of it. So I'll let Heather introduce herself in the panel. Thank you.
All right, so if I can grab my panelists, please. Ryan, Beatrice, and Kim. Excellent. And I'm going to sit down here. I don't like the podium. Let's see, does this work? No. Oh, technology. Let's see. Aha, there we go. All right, while everybody gets set up on the microphones, I will introduce myself and a quick overview of this panel. As Jeremy noted, you guys have been hearing a lot about AI. And honestly, you guys have been using AI a lot, the folks in this room, for years and years and years. My name is Heather West. I am on the cybersecurity services team at Venable, and I work with the Alliance for Trust in AI to talk about AI, and very, very particularly talking about what makes it more trustworthy, what makes it more of a tool in our toolbox to think about as we move through this new technological world of ours and throw new marketing terms at some of it, and then also talking about what is actually new and how we can think about this. So with me today, I have Kim Soffen, who is the Legislative Director for Representative Foster, who is moving a bill on digital identity through. I have Ryan Galuzzo, the Digital Identity Program Lead for the Applied Cybersecurity Division at NIST. And I have Beatrice Moisinak, who is a data scientist at Okta. So I'm very excited to have this chat today. So thank you all for joining us. And so let's start with talking about how AI is used today. We're seeing sophisticated attacks on identity tools impacting call centers, the financial sector, health services. Identity is used across all these sectors, as this room well knows. Companies and governments are thinking about identity proofing and how we can protect those systems. Kim, I know there are a lot of important reasons to pay attention here. Can you talk about a few recent examples of why this is so important?
Sure. So is this working?
Do you have lights on the front?
Yeah.
It should pop in.
Okay, hopefully it's working.
Cool.
Yeah, so I mean, most recently, what we took note of on the political end were the deep fake calls that went out from a fake Joe Biden telling New Hampshire voters not to vote, which is obviously super problematic going into the 2024 election cycle. The other thing that is really on Congress's mind right now is like deep fake scam type of threats, like, oh, I got like a call or a FaceTime from someone who like appears to be my son saying, hey, I'm in trouble. Can you send me $1,000? And if you're not a super sophisticated person technologically, that can seem pretty compelling. So that is kind of the other example that we thankfully haven't seen too much of yet, but seems just around the corner that Congress is really keeping an eye out for.
Thanks. Ryan, I know you're thinking a lot about the trends that we're seeing in digital identity in terms of AI. Are there examples worth raising, kind of key indicators?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things to think about when it comes to how AI is used today and what we see as trends. I mean, there's the adversarial side, some of the things that have already been talked about a lot today, both with Kim right now and also with some of the conversations around things like phishing attacks, deep fakes, morph attacks, which is when you're kind of combining images of a legitimate user with an illegitimate user trying to feed biometric matching systems. There's a lot of different approaches that can be taken to on the adversarial side, and I think we've talked about those a lot. But the other thing is that AI and machine learning have been used pretty extensively within the identity space for quite a while now, right? A lot of times when you talk about biometrics and biometric matching and face recognition and verification, you're actually talking about systems that have started to use AI and machine learning a lot. So my colleagues over at NIST who work in the face recognition vendor testing program, which is now the face recognition technology evaluation program. They've talked about how they've seen this kind of, we've been talking about hockey sticks for the past little bit here, and I love hockey, so I'm going to keep with it, but these kind of exponential rises in the performance of face recognition systems. And that's where we're taking, and systems are taking these large data sets and being able to use them to, continually improve their biometric algorithms from an accuracy perspective. So, we've got the adversarial side, but we're using this to a lot of value, I think, as well on the defensive side or on the proactive side from an identity perspective. We're also seeing a lot of use in these kinds of systems when it comes to identity verification and fraud reduction, looking at large data sets and being able to try and identify where you've got trends that may indicate that there's been a fraudulent transaction or that a potential user may have been compromised. So there's it's an arms race between what's happening on the kind of adversarial side as well as on the defensive side. And I think making sure that you also think about it from the perspective of not every application of AI and machine learning is generative AI. There's a lot of different ways to look at this, and there's a lot of techniques that are applied to actually improve things that we don't always think about as being AI and machine learning.
I think that's a really important point. And as I told you before, one of the things I think is incredibly important is differentiating between the kinds of AI we're talking about here. Because if you say AI in DC, everyone assumes you mean generative AI and very specifically ChatGPT. And those are really interesting tools that have applications in this space, but they are far, far from the only piece of AI that is really impacting what we're seeing here. Beatrice, you and Okta are really on the ground, working through all of these threats, identifying, defending, mitigating, innovating. I'd love to know what you're seeing, especially in the consumer side space, on the enterprise space, basically any observations about what AI means.
So I completely agree with you in terms of the application of AI. We have been using it for quite some time now, and not generative AI, but your good old linear regression, very useful. That is an AI. In essence, whenever you hear AI, I want to define it for people. It's a decision that is made by a computer that by its smartness is undistinguishable from a human decision. So the trick here is that oftentimes we are going to use, so here at Okta, we are using data in order to learn those rules, those smart decisions that the model can make. And when you are an authentication server, like we are on the customer side, you can't do that. I can't just sit down my security expert and ask him, write me a rule right now to detect the bot. It has to be done at scale for the millions and millions of authentication requests we get. So without the scalability of those probabilistic models, we would not be able to do it. And what we see is that, it's using fire against fire in a way, well, some math model against some other math model really, is that they do have a drastic effect, most notably a deterrent effect at fighting credential stuffing, sign-up attacks, SMS call pumping, like whatever you have, I have it. Like everybody wants to get into people's accounts, so it happens. But therefore, we need to have those very sophisticated mathematical tools that are called AI in order to fight it.
I really love the dichotomy of the good guys and the bad guys, both using the same tools over and over and over to see what can be done. But on a different good guy note, Kim, can you tell us a little bit about Representative Foster's digital identity bill and how you hope that it can help move the ball forward and make it easier for all of the good guys in this room?
Sure. So we have a couple different things moving. If you're not too familiar with how congressional politics work, it's all about fitting things into specific committee jurisdictions because no one likes to share. So that kind of unfortunately makes our bills a little bit unwieldy and occasionally a little bit irrational to make them fit into the buckets they need to fit in to actually be able to move. So the kind of two different approaches we have going are a bill that we've been introducing for a while called the Improving Digital Identity Act. The main kind of focus of that is to convene a lot of different government agencies onto a task force that can then come up with recommendations that the rest of the government can implement. And there was also a NIST piece of that asking for a standards update in some respects, and that actually passed as part of the Chips and Science Act previously, which was great. So that's kind of one side. The other side is coming at this more from the banking perspective. So obviously banks have a big vested interest here, as I'm sure we'll hear later with FinCEN, making sure that the person who opens the account is actually the person they say they are. So coming from that angle and saying how can Treasury kind of lead the way in encouraging states to adopt digital IDs or even perhaps the federal government helping the states that are lagging behind and allowing people to get IDs themselves. That one is still kind of under negotiation with some Republicans, but that is those are the two approaches we're taking. So number one is this task force, and number two is starting with Treasury and the banks and kind of letting it expand across the economy from there.
Thank you. Ryan, NIST is doing a lot of AI work, and I will say for the benefit of the room that you're involved in some of it, and I'm not going to ask you to speak to the broad strokes, even though I'm very excited about it. Can you talk about your role in the Applied Cybersecurity Division and what you are thinking about in terms of this particular nexus?
Yeah, so and to what you alluded to, we have an entire AI team that has been heavily empowered by the recent executive order around AI. They're the folks who helped develop the AI risk management framework, which is seeing some pretty decent adoption in the space. I'm not part of that team, and I'm definitely not going to attempt to speak for that team. But what I can talk to is what we're doing, not just in the applied cybersecurity division, but kind of more broadly across our information technology lab. So those of you who are familiar with this, which I think most people are, we've got the information technology lab is where all our divisions sit that deal with computer science, computer security, applied security, and all that other stuff. And so that covers everything from our NCCOE, which is the applied cybersecurity division, to our privacy and security work that's under the cybersecurity, the applied cybersecurity division. It also covers folks in our information and access division who own and maintain our biometric comparison programs and our biometric testing programs. So we have a broad set of folks that we like to apply to all these use cases, and particularly once we start talking about identity, we're really starting to look at how we can think about these things as kind of a data challenge and a data problem. So, on the side of the folks that run our our biometrics program, the thing they're looking for is how do we make sure that we've got the sets of data that we need in order to be able to continue to train and test. So not just training, but also testing to evaluate the efficacy. How do we make sure that those data sets are representative of the end user populations that are going to have to leverage these technologies, right? Because one of the other major concerns with all this is the biases that might be inadvertently introduced. We've all heard plenty of conversations about challenges in face recognition technology performance across different demographic groups. So how do we make sure we have the right data on our side to keep testing? How do we help organizations that are looking to get that data to help train their algorithms? How do we get that to them or help them gain access to that? And then thinking about as well, too, the privacy challenges that go alongside that. You have massive amounts of data that you're trying to use to train these algorithms. You need to make sure that that's been collected in a way where the user understands that what they're submitting to you is not just going to be used for whatever might be your typical access scenario, but hey, we might also be using that to train an algorithm, or we might be using that for another purpose to help improve our AI system. So making sure that you've got that ethical approach built in, making sure you're using that AI risk management framework. Then also, how can we apply things like privacy enhancing technology explicitly to build in that kind of the identification up front? So we've got our colleagues, Naomi Lefkowitz, who runs our privacy engineering team. She has an entire program focused on de-identification of data. They actually have a collaborative research cycle, which is a program where you can submit your de-identification algorithm to them to get it tested and make sure that you actually don't have the ability to kind of backwards engineer and re-identify these data sets. So we have that work going on. They also have work that's going on with our colleagues in the UK around synthetic data. So how can we potentially apply synthetic data to these use cases so we don't have as many privacy problems? Obviously, there's a lot of challenges with that in the identity space because these technologies are supposed to identify synthetic data and not allow it to get through. So how do we build the right sets to help individuals actually kind of train their programs, or organizations rather train their programs? From an 863 perspective, we're really looking at the testing and evaluation side of the house when it comes to how these are used in identity solutions. Right? We're not going to be able to create innumerable bouts of requirements for all the potential applications of AI and machine learning. There's just too many. So we really want to focus on making sure that you're testing those kinds of technologies from an algorithm level, the ground up, in an operational scenario. So not necessarily all of your user base, but bringing in a user population that is representative of those users that you're going to have and run it with them, and then evaluate over time to make sure you don't have inadvertent issues of bias or discrimination within your systems that leverage AI. And if you do, find ways to action those and adjust them, correct them. That's some of the things we're working on right now.
Sounds super simple. Not really. I think that's such critical pieces that the government can contribute to here and really making this better. I think the panel earlier about what happens if the government doesn't act. I forget, I'm paraphrasing the title, but I loved the title. I think this is a good demonstration of excellent places for the US government to be working. Let's talk a little bit about how AI is being used today, a little bit more. And in particular, Beatrice, I'm really interested in this piece of the puzzle. How do you take a threat and turn it into your own tool? Can you talk about what you're doing at Okta and what you see in the space?
Sure. So Okta, for everyone, and specifically for the part of the small bit of Okta that I work in, which is the customer identity management part. You go on your phone right now, you go on some website, a retailer, for instance, you log in, And this is where I magically appear and I check, are you who you are, you say you are. Actually, it's not me, it's the algorithms that will do that. So the authentication server is the bit that receives a request to log in and then decides whether this is you or not. And we have seen passwords are useless, use your passkey, sign up right now, go sign up your passkeys. We have them. But if you do have a password, well, how do I really know that it's you? There are other things in the URL request that you are sending from your phone. There are other things that we can look at. And so where AI is great, in particular, all of those very advanced statistical models can look, instead of looking at one thing, we look at the horizon, the forest of all the trees, and we look at if I may say, the color of the forest, right? Do you look like all of those people who should look statistically like people versus those who look like bots, who statistically in the distribution looks like bots? So AI in general, and a lot of statistical models in particular, are helping scaling this effort to detect what are the statistical aspects, parameters, features that define an attack, right? So of course, then sometimes it's very easy. Oh, you're trying to connect 1,000 times per second. Fairly certain you are not a human, but oftentimes it's not actually that easy. And if you have a botnet and if you have a smart appliance, please disconnect it from the internet. I am swamped with IoTs trying to do credential stuffing. So, if you're a dishwasher, I can tell it you are not a human, but sometimes it's a little bit harder. So AI helps with that, actually, trying to identify what are those patterns in the data that are fluid as well, because the problem is that, today I come up with a model, tomorrow the attacker will say, aha, she figured it out, let's move on. And so we always have to be in those, it's called a self-healing model, right? So a model that itself can move with the trends in the data that we see. And that is not something that we can do at human scale. It has to be a computer going at computer speed against the other computer.
You're telling me I can't figure out it's a dishwasher? Probably can't. I actually think it's a very interesting exercise. And Ryan, as you're talking about some of the testing pieces, and Beatrice, as you're talking about, AI being particularly good or better at figuring out who is and isn't credible and a real person online, those differentiations. I think the New York Times had a little quiz series in the last couple of days. Is this face AI generated? It turns out I'm really bad at that game. But I'm really glad that there's some tools that are much better at it, whether it's a face or transactions and interactions. I was just like stunned. I did significantly worse than 50%. I should have, if I was just random, done much better than I did. And so it was a very interesting piece of this. And Beatrice, I'm interested, I'm assuming, but tell me if I'm right, that these tools can really be tuned to be very, very specifically looking for those exact indicators that I'm not finding in those AI generated faces.
So let me give you an example that I had in graduate school. It's the canonical example of what's happening. They took pictures of insects when they were preserved in some jello, and they wanted to create an AI that recognized the insects. And what they realized after months and months of not figuring out why it was either way too good or way too bad, it's that it actually learned to locate the little bubbles in the jello instead of the insects. So those they've studied how humans recognize human faces, right? We look at the eyes, the face, the shape, etc., and it depends which ethnicity you are. Like, it's very interesting. But bots, they don't have all of that cultural background that shapes the human mind, right? Instead, they will look at probably the background that you have in your picture, like other things that are not present. Every time I see an AI-generated picture, I'm trying to ask myself, is this an AI-generated picture? I'm trying to think, is this something I would see in a dream? Because it's like, it has this eeriness of not being quite real, right? With 6 fingers, etc. But if there is no fingers, how do you do, right? So it is trying. There is pattern in the image that you do not see because you are not, trying to optimize a loss function somewhere. So you don't have it. But this is where we need the machines to fight machines, because they are looking at things where we are stuck in whatever cognitive schema we have. We can't fight that.
Ryan, can you talk to some of the similar ideas, how AI is being used to improve, identity systems very broadly? I know we mentioned generative AI, we can set that aside. But what you're seeing in using these tools?
Yeah, I mean, I think aside from the biometric side of the house is where I think, at least we see a lot of the more kind of rapid and measurable responses to what we say elsewhere. You know, we've heard about a lot of it today. I mean, we're seeing it in the perspective of being able to attempt to identify almost the exact opposite of what the fishers are doing, is looking, you know, building machine models that are actually going to be able to identify when something looks like a suspicious or phishing related phishing scam. You know, we've got a lot of work being done right now into how we identify and understand, you know, and scan documents, right? So a lot of these tools are being applied to how do we build the right kind of templates to be able to evaluate whether or not a document is a legitimate document. And we've got the verification or the certification program that's run right now through FIDO on the document verification. We've also got our colleagues from DHS here who are running the riveted program and looking at, you know, how well did these function. But I think there's going to be, you know, how do we apply these things? Where do we apply these things? And again, how do we measure and make sure that they're actually achieving the outcomes that we want, right? Because you can train an algorithm, you can run an algorithm, and you can think it's working great, but if it turns out you're actually missing things or introducing bias you don't understand, that creates pretty substantial problems. But I mean, we've seen it in everything from document validation to biometric verification to looking at log and log data and doing the kind of server-side evaluation that my colleague here is talking about, Beatrice is talking about, to really identify what some of those anomalous potential transactions are as well too, and be able to hopefully build in place the rules that you need to stop those and shut those off. So again, it kind of shifts the posture a little bit, but the challenges and risks and issues associated with each one of those usage is going to depend on the data that you're using, how good the data is, how clean the data is, whether it's been sequestered for accuracy or whether or not you're just hoping that it's good data and hoping you're building your algorithms effectively. So.
Testing to see whether the algorithm is recognizing the bubbles or the insect.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's a fantastic example of you thought you were training it to do one thing and it was actually doing something completely different.
Yeah, I'm 100% going to use that example. I love it. You know, the idea that we need to figure out how to train these systems to do what we want them to do, and that we are kind of guessing about whether we did that. Is that reasonable in some of these more sophisticated? And I'm particularly thinking about, Ryan, what you were saying about developing the best ways to test these systems. And I realize I'm throwing something reactive at you that wasn't on our list. But I'm kind of interested how you're approaching that, given that the data is messy. And you were talking about synthetic data being used to test systems that are trying to detect synthetic data is really hard. How do you think?
I can't say that we found a way to do that. But what I mean, again, I think we have a really good example with the way formerly FRVT, currently FRTE works, right? We have good, known, solid data on the NIST side. And just to be clear, earlier when I was talking about the issues of data, I wasn't suggesting that NIST was going to like open up and provide their data to everyone because we can't do that. But you know, we have the testing program. We have the ability for folks to provide their algorithms and to run that against data that we know is good and data that can help, you know, kind of evaluate that performance. The challenge is going to be from both a standardization perspective and a prioritization perspective is what do we test? How do we test it? What needs to be run in kind of open tests? What are going to be run by vendors themselves as they kind of evaluate and test these programs? What are the most appropriate methodologies, right? We've got good standards around biometrics. Many of these other applications, we don't necessarily have the same degree of standards and testing methodologies that we can apply to them. So, I mean, I would love to sit here and say that we're going to have really robust testing methodologies for all the applications, and that's simply not realistic or accurate. But, you know, as we start to go through from an identity perspective, we might be able to identify key areas, again, looking at things like document validation and verification and the work already being done at FIDO for maybe that's the next step in some of our open testing programs. And you know, what might be the next step around some of the other things that can be and cannot be tested. We've had lots of internal debates and conversations about things like risk analytics tools and how can we potentially put together something like FRVT or something similar to try and, you know, or challenges or hackathons, but the data issues are just so overwhelming as far as being able to have that good testing data set. So if folks have ideas on that, we are very much open to discussing it.
Beatrice, I saw you like nodding along. I'd love to know what you think of this piece.
I think this is where NIST is the perfect entity for this. I have a few friends who work in various organizations trying to do that. It is the work of a lifetime, and it will be the public good of the century, is my professional opinion. This is not Okta's opinion, this is my professional opinion as an AI professional, and that this is the standardization of AI algorithms, because it's about the task, and there is an infinite amount of task. That is definitely something that our society in general should put effort into generating, because us as a company, the task is so immense that we would never be able to do it by ourselves. So it is a society level side of efforts.
Good luck, us.
Yeah.
So for both of you, again, can you talk a little bit, this is on a slightly different note, but you did mention earlier some of the challenges with facial recognition technology and making sure your data is representative. Can you talk a little bit about how folks are using kind of proactive approaches to tackle broader bias and accuracy issues beyond this, the testing piece we were just talking about? I think that there's a real cybersecurity angle and security angle to that representation, and making sure that systems aren't introducing unintended bias, even though the role of the system is to be biased. Do I want to let you in?
I mean, I would say there's only two real things that you can do. It comes down to your training data and making sure that is as reflective as possible of your user population, and then you have to have the testing. You have to be able to say, look, we're going to do algorithmic testing, we're going to do operational testing, we're going to do in-flight evaluation of how we're performing. And I think, unfortunately, that's kind of the only real way to get down to what is happening once things roll out into the real world space. So, I mean, within 63, Rev 4 was in draft. We started to touch on this concept of how do we actually, at least from a biometrics perspective, get folks to start looking at not just testing for, you know, the overall performance, but potential performance across different groups and different demographics. There's going to be challenges there as well too, because we don't, again, kind of going back to the privacy anchor, you don't want to have folks in the name of efficiency, security, and even potentially, you know, inclusivity, go out and start violating privacy in order to test their data or get better data and using stuff in ways that's inappropriate. So again, I think it'll ultimately boil down to, from an identity perspective, figuring out what that task is that you're using it for, getting the right representative data to make sure you're actually representing your population, and then making sure that you're doing the various different kinds of testing you need over time to actually get to where you want to go. I mean, that's not the most amazingly attractive answer, but I think that's probably where we're at.
I was really hoping for shortcuts.
I mean, I would love to create shortcuts, but I don't know that I have any at the moment. Plus, I'm not actually a data scientist. I'm just playing one for the moment. So,
well, the NIST risk assessment framework is a great starting point to help data scientists developing those muscles of checking your data beyond. And I would actually nuance it a little bit. I would say even the training data is not your friend in that case, because you could have extrinsic factors that modifies your data in a way that essentially the data is biased. You're trying to unbias the data. So you yourself has to be aware of those biases. This is the hardest part, is you as a data scientist have to do this self-assessment of what are the biases that we are capable of calculating and those that we are not capable of calculating. There are things we right now, or maybe in the future, we'll never be able to calculate, but for a lot of things we can.
All right. So I think we have talked faster than I expected. Let's go down and ask one more question for everyone, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. I'm really interested in making sure, as I said at the top, that the good guys can outpace the bad guys in this particular arms race. And I'd love to hear, a little bit more or other ideas on that particular dynamic. How do we make sure that folks who are trying to secure identity really can pull ahead? Kim, would you like?
Sure. I mean, for the Congress and the federal government, the answer is often money. So I think that what holds back this issue a lot is that because our identity is so often verified by the state that doesn't have that much money. We can be dealing with some really old technology and those kinds of issues that, again, we need to throw money at to help them make those upgrades that we need to help secure identities. And even on the unbiased training set issue, I've heard thrown around the idea of like, maybe the government should step in and try to help with this more, because if you're like a small little startup, it is so expensive to get your training data, so it harms competition. Again, like we can't really trust you to make it unbiased, especially if you're doing something like, I don't know, deciding whether to issue someone a loan. That can be really detrimental if you do end up having bias in your data. So I think that those are kind of, I guess, two examples of how we just throw money at the problem and hope that someone with more technical knowledge can kind of figure it out.
All right, money.
I'm never going to argue with money, but I would say, I think one of the things that we can start to do, and I think Jeremy kind of hinted at this in some of the conversations about our government grading earlier, is starting to think ahead about what are the actual attacks, right? I mean, rather than kind of getting into the churn of simply looking at AI and ML as tough and hard, what is it that we really need to focus on from a security perspective? You know, we hear a lot about deep fakes, but what is the attack we're worried about? What is the attack that might get perpetrated? And how do we go ahead and apply the controls that we need to defend against those things? What is it that we are specifically worried about folks getting through our identity systems with? And what are the controls we can apply? We might not have the controls right now. We might not know the attacks right now, but I think the more we start to think about the possibilities that AI brings to the table, we can start to thinking about what that attack surface looks like and how we can potentially mitigate some of those things more broadly and prioritize our efforts, right? Because we could spend a lot of time focused on trying to come up with standards for something that it turns out is not what our adversaries are really using as the kind of primary focus. So the resources obviously be great, but also being able to really start to think ahead to what the attacks are that we need to worry about and prioritizing our focus and effort there.
For me, I think it would be collaboration. The very interesting thing about AI applied to cybersecurity specifically is that the stakes in that application of AI are probably the highest among all of, AI applied to retail to target you with an ad. Well, okay. But AI trying to protect the access to your bank account, a little bit higher stakes. And that requires two types of very specialized and unfortunately very siloed expertise, which is both the AI and the cybersecurity. The overlap of those two skills are actually, this is not a Venn diagram, it's two bubbles. There's specifically in data science as well, there's a lot of, we look at things in completely different sphere. In security, certainty is the holy grail. Machine learning is all about probabilistic model and living in the gray. So you see already how we are going into two different things. So to be able to build those models, if you give me money and you give me data and an objective, I still have to collaborate with security experts, me as a data scientist, other AI researchers, etc., in order to be able to produce those models that are satisfactory from a compliance perspective, a risk perspective, a performance perspective from the risk. We all have to learn to live in a world where AI was never going to be 100% performant. And that, I think, is a big culture shock for cybersecurity people. But on the other hand, the AI people have to learn to be more rigorous with the security aspect. So we kind of have to learn to bring those two bubbles together.
I think that's a phenomenal point. And one of the things we've talked about with 63 and Vision 4 is like the idea of everything needing to be more interdisciplinary overall, right? Like we shouldn't just have our identity folks setting up our identity system and our AI folks working on our algorithms and our privacy folks, trying to fight their way in the door to make sure people are paying attention to what we need to do from a privacy perspective. These really need to be cross interdisciplinary teams where the application of the technology and the team supporting that application with policy are all supporting each other and understand what's happening so that we aren't sacrificing, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. If we're collaborating correctly, we can actually get these things done in a way that supports multiple outcomes.
And something that's very important for the industry and for government agencies to understand is that the age of the one-man skilled person who can do it all is dead. We can't have someone who knows both very advanced AI skills. Maybe they exist, I don't know. Maybe you are here in the room and I'm sorry, I did not acknowledge you, but the grand majority of people will have like one very advanced set of skills. And so we have to accept that it takes a village.
Love it. And I think that is actually a fantastic strategy. Let's fund a clearly prioritized set of projects together. Yeah, we fixed it. With that, I think we have a little bit of time for Q&A. So if anyone has any questions on AI and identity, I see one in the back.
Yeah, this is mostly for Ryan. So one of the things that AI means for identity is we can't go 10 years.
We've got some online folks, if you can. Yeah.
We can't go 10 years between updates to the standards. So how are you thinking about being able to be more adaptive, as technology becomes more rapidly innovated, as threat landscape changes more rapidly because of AI?
I mean, so that is a perfectly fair and perfectly legitimate concern with the way standards work. And so one of the things we are thinking about with 63 and that we're already seeing with the way 853 is being run is trying to create the ability for more timely updates to our underlying guidance, specifications, and standards. With 53, they've established a new ability to basically submit, review, and add a new control within the control catalog within a few weeks if it's critical enough. We need to establish that same capability within 863 in the future. We need to get 4 out and done and stabilized, but once that's out, I mean, completely agree that we need to have that capability to update more consistently as technology evolves. I mean, we're talking about AI right now and passkeys earlier, and the application of these things to identity. And a year ago, when we released the draft of Rev 4, some of these things weren't even firm, right? So we need to have that capacity. We're looking at new kinds of publications that might be able to fit in. We're looking at new ways to potentially adhere or update the guidance in flight in ways that can better keep pace with technology. So we hear you, we understand, and we are actively trying to figure out the best way for us to do that within the constraints of how NIST functions.
The other thing that I would ask a question about, and it's more maybe for some of the audience members that I see in the room here. So, having been one of the key leaders of digital identity at Capital One, I can say with certainty that there's no major financial institution that's not using AI as part of their identity stack today, and have been for a while. Because it's kind of you've got to use those tools now or you're going to be overrun or left behind with how sophisticated advanced fraud is. Similarly, all these major financial institutions also measure disparate impact across their fraud models to make sure they're not driving unintended bias. So it's not as if, because we're now trying to introduce these things in government identity, that we're creating fire. And so I'd say it'd be good to go and engage some of the banks and follow their practices around performance testing across all of the identity stack, because it's like well worn today in terms of how the industry does it. So government should look to some leaders here from Bank of America, US Bank, others that I see in the room who have this kind of experience performance testing. Because if government is buying these things off best value, which they should, then they're going to need to understand performance to make that equation work.
And if folks have really effective testing and evaluation programs and would like to talk to me about it, I'd be more than happy to do so. We need to fill the air. I did want to make an entry to the sock category here. My son asked me to make sure that I showed these off. These are Tweety Bird. He bought them for me last year. So
that's pretty good.
Very nice. So curious on the topic of disinformation and content authenticity, if there's been much following and support for the C2PA, the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, that a bunch of organizations have gotten behind, industry association, you got Microsoft, Adobe, New York Times, BBC. It's been going on for years. So it's addressing this whole issue of, disinformation. And I think we all realize that AI is probably just going to make it worse. Just curious if the government is got any comments on this? Are you participating in it? No.
It's a little out of the scope for the work that I do. I can't speak to what our AI program team is doing. I'm sure they're at least aware of it. So,
yeah, in Congress, disinformation, misinformation is obviously a big concern. Gets super political, especially when some members are themselves trying to push mis and disinformation. But I'm not familiar too much with the coalition you mentioned, but it's definitely something that is like on everyone's mind.
Yeah, I will say I work with a bunch of folks who are thinking about the right approaches for that, and the organization does come up. But I do think, you know, it is a piece of the puzzle, but a little bit distinct from the identity. Maybe. We'll see.
There's an identity component to it for sure.
Yes.
Binding the author, the publisher with the content itself. It's something that's, I think they're looking at.
All right.
Thank you.
I think, oh, one more.
Well, what impacts do you see AI having on identity proofing, both good guy, bad guy perspective, on the opportunities and challenges there?
Well, I mean, I think it boils down to the fact that, again, it's on the good side, we're going to be able to train fraud tools and fraud detection models to be able to potentially identify a bad actor before you even start the enrollment process. On the biometric side of the house, where that's being used in a technology or a solution, it's going to improve your accuracy. It's going to improve your ability to potentially enroll more users, and to do so in a way that is both more secure and more inclusive for those users. And again, I think then you start to look at being able to look at your log data or looking at your kind of event transaction data and being able to potentially identify whether someone who's trying to get in and you know, execute like an account takeover type attack is kind of showing indications of that threat. So, I mean, I think the hypothetical there is that, you know, the continued application of AI and machine learning, particularly to things like fraud detection, fraud analysis, could create scenarios where you're able to apply a little bit less friction, or the friction is a bit more smooth comparatively in the long run. So
let me give you the empirical evidence for this. Of your theoretical intuition is that it is true. Knowing that I'm talking specifically for authentication servers, which is ever so slightly different than identity proofing, just for sake of accuracy. But when we have done studies, essentially A/B testing, we turn on our security AI ML-powered security controls on identification login flows. And what we see is a deterrent effect. So because suddenly when you increase the accuracy of your AI-based model compared to just a rule-based, what you create is a situation where suddenly the bot is more likely to encounter the response. Could be a CAPTCHA, could be any other type of friction added. And what that creates is that this friction costs the attacker. Especially specifically for authentication, we are talking a lot about low quality, high volume type of attack. So for them, you know, the cent or the thousandths of a cent that the interaction costs them, if I add friction to that, for them, it's a lot of friction. So what we see is a deterrent effect, meaning that we have, as soon as we turn on bot detection, for instance, one of our products on the SIAM side, we have a decrease, a significant decrease. I don't think I can say a number out loud because I forgot if legal has approved it, but it's significant, it's big, trust me. Anyway, so like very big on those tenants of all of the undesirable traffic. So meaning that suddenly for the customers, what they see is a much cleaner representation of their users because there's less bots in it. And it does not really affect the friction. So we look at, you know, oh, if I give you a CAPTCHA, you're fine, you'll do the CAPTCHA. But because the system is accurate, the people who see, the humans who actually see the CAPTCHA are very few and far between. So the overall friction for the entire human population is still less. So your intuition is correct. This is what we see in the fact. But I think the deterrent effect, this one is the most crucial because sometimes in cybersecurity, we often talk about security controls. The performance of the security controls, as in, is the CAPTCHA good at stopping bots? But that's not the same as the fact that I just have CAPTCHA, like a lock on a bike. I'm not trying to pick the lock, but just I see the lock and then I'm going to move away because it deters me. And that is a different type of performance of the security control, but it's, I believe, as important, specifically when we are talking about AI systems, because of their ability to move with the trends, to self-heal, to have those statistical understanding of what's happening rather than just a hard-coded workflow, for instance.
Great. Thank you. And thank you all. I will turn it back to Jeremy.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to be on break for the next 20 minutes. We'll return at 3 for the Director of FinCEN, Andrea Gacki. Thanks. If I can ask everybody to take their seats, we'll get started with our next speaker in just a minute. Thank you. Everybody wants to talk. Yeah.
We're using about 300 billion for the year. Redneck math puts that $1,000 per person.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of hard to say, comprehend that.
I don't think it's a person. I think it's bigger values.
At least, though.
Yeah.
At least $1,000.
Yeah. No, it's an unfathomable number, but when you actually look at what's been documented, I think that's the point. Is it's actually that big. So. Yeah, it's not necessarily that it's $1,000 stolen from every person, but from the system at large.
What averages out to the person?
Yeah, that makes sense. I have to get this kicked off. If I can ask everybody to grab a seat, we're going to get started again. Got a keynote who's waiting. So we are in the back part now of our program. We'll be having a speech from the director of FinCEN and then a panel diving into their numbers. And then we'll be having a spotlight session from Women in Identity on their code of conduct. And then we'll be closing the day with a final keynote from Eric Goldstein from CISA. So it is my great pleasure now to welcome Andrea Gacki here. Andrea is the Director of Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, known as FinCEN. She started in this role last summer after previously serving as the Director of OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control at Treasury. She's played a leading role in the government's implementation and enforcement of economic sanctions during critical national challenges facing the U.S. She's been in a number of other senior roles at Treasury, as well as in the Justice Department beforehand. Deep experience in the whole business of how to actually keep our financial system safe from bad actors who might want to do things with it that we don't want them to do. Most importantly, in my book at least, she earned both her undergraduate and law degrees from the school with the country's national championship football team, the University of Michigan. So from one Wolverine to another, go blue, and welcome to our event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and hi everyone. My name is Andrea Gacki. I'm the director of the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN. And thanks for taking a moment to hear from me today. Very excited to be part of this event. It's been an exciting start of the year for FinCEN, and we're only in the first month. I'd like to talk about two of our recent achievements that are relevant to this group. First, our implementation of beneficial ownership reporting requirements, and second, the ongoing work related to FinCEN's identity project. Before I do that, I want to step back and say a quick few words on what has led us here. As we all know, understanding who is truly behind illicit transactions has been at the core of FinCEN's work since its inception. And we've needed to monitor and stay ahead of related vulnerabilities to improve our overall anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism regime. Around the world, lack of transparency around identity makes it easier to conceal illicit activity. Two of the main drivers behind this lack of transparency are opaque corporate structures, that is, like lack of accurate and easily obtainable beneficial ownership information, and challenges relating to attributing ownership and activity to real-life people in a digital world. Criminals utilize front companies and shell companies and exploit gaps or breakdowns in identity processes at account opening, account access, and when transacting to conceal their identity and attempt to launder their ill-gotten gains. These criminal efforts further a variety of illicit schemes and unlawful activities such as corruption, tax evasion, fraud, drug trafficking, and the financing of terrorism. Lack of transparency around identity is a global problem. It's one that necessitates strong responses across jurisdictions and the public sector working with the private sector to solve these challenges. As the largest economy in the world and home to so many companies, including shell companies, the United States must do its part, both to protect the integrity of our own financial system and to advance global efforts against illicit finance and money laundering. So on the topic of beneficial ownership, we achieved a critical milestone in our efforts in January with the launch of FinCEN's Beneficial Ownership Registry pursuant to the Corporate Transparency Act. Many companies must now report to FinCEN the identities of who ultimately owns and controls them, making it harder for bad actors to hide or benefit from their ill-gotten gains through shell companies or other opaque ownership structures. With this step, we're closing a loophole and sending a clear message that the United States is not a haven for dirty money. I'm excited to report that in under 4 weeks, we received nearly 300,000 reports. I should note that beneficial ownership information reported to FinCEN is stored in a secure, non-public database using rigorous information security methods and controls typically used in the federal government to protect non-classified yet sensitive information systems at the highest security level. Throughout this year, FinCEN will work closely with relevant authorities and financial institutions to provide access to this information and ensure that people who access this information understand their roles and responsibilities in using the reported information only for authorized purposes and in handling the reported information in a way that protects its security and its confidentiality. The benefits of increased corporate transparency through gathering beneficial ownership information, knowing who owns what, will be greatly enhance the protection of our national security. A separate work stream that I want to highlight, and which my colleagues will share more later in a bit, is the publication of the Identity Financial Trend Analysis earlier this month. FinCEN's financial trend analysis analyzes 2021 Bank Secrecy Act data to quantify and feed back to industry how bad actors are exploiting identity-related processes during account openings, access, and transactions to perpetuate crimes. This report reveals the existence of significant identity-related exploitations through a large variety of schemes. Additionally, the report, part of which we have publicly referred to in the past as the Identity Project, highlights the value of Bank Secrecy Act information filed by regulated financial institutions and other members of the public. Providing financial institutions with financial intelligence about identity processes, exploitations, can help them mitigate gaps or breakdowns, provide them with a greater degree of certainty that their customers are who they say they are, which is also important for national security. Robust customer identity processes are the foundation of a secure and trusted U.S. financial system and are fundamental to the effectiveness of every financial institution's AML-CFT program. This report recognizes that innovations in digital identity can strengthen AML-CFT compliance and help banks and other financial institutions more effectively and efficiently identify and report illicit financial activity. We've also taken note of the acting comptroller of the currency's public comments about disaggregation and the increasing complexity and number of parties involved in the provision of financial services. We're seeing how this trend appears in our Bank Secrecy Act reports. In instances, for example, when a financial institution discovers prior to funding a mortgage that verification of the customer's identity had never occurred. The volume and frequency of these types of exploitations or cyber-enabled attacks are likely to rise as technological developments like generative artificial intelligence reduce the cost, complexity, and time required to leverage gaps in our digital infrastructure that already make it difficult to distinguish humans from bots and to spot fake documents. This is why announcing the financial trend analysis on identity, when I announced this, I encourage financial institutions to work across their internal departments to address these identity-related schemes. So as we see it, better information around customer identity, including beneficial ownership, will support our law enforcement colleagues in investigating suspicious activity, making arrests, successfully prosecuting offenders, and seizing ill-gotten assets. It will also inform strategic, targeted-based actions such as sanctions. Transparency around individuals and corporations can bring economic benefits as well by protecting our financial system, reducing due diligence costs, enabling fair business competition, and increasing tax revenue. We know success will depend on our partnerships with private industry and other stakeholders, and it's important to bring public and private sector minds together to collaborate on the future of identity. Financial institutions in particular remain crucial in the fight against financial crime and will continue to be key partners on work related to identity exploitation and beneficial ownership. And opportunities exist for emerging technologies such as digital identity solutions, AI, and privacy-enhancing technologies to help address identity-related exploitations and combat a wide variety of illicit finance typologies. Through these and all our other actions, working with you in the private sector, we are working together to make our country safer and more prosperous, and we're contributing to global security and global prosperity. It will take the intellectual power and creativity of all of us to keep pace with technological innovation and protect Americans' identities and prevent illicit actors from exploiting identity and financial crime. I look forward to continuing to see the continued impacts of the work that this will have. Thank you for the opportunity to share these insights. I hope you have a productive forum, and I want to transition next to the real experts at FinCEN to take this conversation further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Gacki. I'm real excited now to have a couple of her colleagues from FinCEN, Kay Turner and Sean Evans, who will be talking a little bit more about this report, Financial Trend Analysis, that was published just a couple of weeks ago, that really dives into some of what we talked about a little bit today and what you just heard as well about some of the numbers. So let me hand it over to the two of you. There's a clicker here if you want to. Mike, you can just click one, turn it on, unless you want to stand here.
What's that?
All right.
So
It's a real pleasure to be here. Oh, yes.
Hello, hello. Does that work? Okay, great.
Does that work?
Give it a turn on.
Move up. You can put it a little closer to the top.
Right here. There you go.
Clearly, we're good at technology.
Yep.
It's a real pleasure to address you all, private sector and fellow public sector attendees and speakers, to discuss the important issue of proving who you are, including in a digital world, particularly as cyber attacks increase. I'd like to explain how this event and its focus on identity is the foundation for reliable financial services and fits into the broader picture at FinCEN. We're focused on a range of important topics at FinCEN, including emerging threats, partnership, and responsible innovation, as well as beneficial ownership, which Director Gacki highlighted. At FinCEN, we're pragmatically focused on our mission to protect the US financial sector from illicit finance threats. And identity is fundamental to the effectiveness of every financial institution's anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism program. Many of our regulations and authorities are actually designed to help financial institutions and law enforcement identify customers and the nature of their activity. Robust customer identity processes, as the director mentioned, are the foundation of a secure and trusted financial sector. To get financial services right, we have to get identity right. It's vital to building trust in the system. The rise of remotely delivered financial services, however, has presented challenges to digitizing a patchwork of largely paper-based federal, state, and local government identifiers and credentials used in customer identity processes. Cyber criminals exploiting the gaps in processes have enabled a growing trend of cyber-enabled crime, adversely affecting financial institutions, their customers, and people like you. The volume and frequency of these types of exploits or cyber-enabled attacks are likely to rise as technological developments like generative AI reduce the cost, complexity, and the time to leverage gaps in our digital infrastructure. Those gaps already make it difficult to distinguish, as the director said, between a bot and a human and a fake document. So FinCEN had issued government-wide priorities for anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism in June 2021, which included cybercrime and fraud as government-wide priorities. FinCEN has determined that identity-related suspicious activity is a cybercrime and has highlighted the importance of customer identity in achieving its mission in several efforts and speeches. In fact, I'm only sitting here because my colleagues had identified the challenges it is to proving who you are in a digital world. And they asked me to come in and help build on their efforts to advance the use of digital identity within an AML CFT context. And so when my colleagues approached me on day 2 at FinCEN in June, 2.5 years ago, and they were explaining to me the challenge of figuring out who someone is, I said, well, let's quantify it. So it's been lots of hard work, as my colleague would say, boiling the ocean. At FinCEN, through an initiative publicly described as the Identity Project, we've attempted to create a systemic framework to provide feedback to the financial sector on the value of the financial intelligence that they're required under the Bank Secrecy Act and FinCEN's implementing regulations to report. The Identity Project focuses on pattern and trend information identified in this information. And we've linked it specifically to the identity bit and the activity when we started
We started with a data set of 2021. So how many people in this room know what a suspicious activity report is? Everyone raising their hand? Okay, I maybe don't need to go through a definition. But for me, who wasn't a specialist at the time, I certainly came to realize the value of these reports, of all in an effort to mitigate illicit finance. We believe that the information about this initiative is relevant to the public, particularly financial institutions and other entities involved in identity processes and mitigating illicit finance. For those that have already read the report, this may seem redundant, but let me go through the highlights before Sean goes through the details. During the review period, so the 2021 data, approximately 1.6 million, or 42% of the close to 4 million total Bank Secrecy Act reports, equivalent to $212 billion in suspicious activity related to identity in the 2021 period. And FinCEN has identified 3 common exploitations of what we talked about, identity processes. Attackers seek to impersonate others to evade validation of the customer's identity as unique and their identity evidence as valid. They seek to circumvent or exploit insufficient verification processes that verify the identity evidence that relates to the customer. Or they used compromised credentials to gain unauthorized access during authentication. And then at FinCEN, we mapped the 14 typologies to the relevant identity-related exploitations based on the analysis of the underlying activity. So I've given the top level. He's the expert. I've walked you through this. I just forgot to actually press the button to go. But this is why we're focusing in on identity and the threats that we see and trying to feed back what we're receiving in a manner that's an operational process flow, given that we regulate multiple different sectors with different regulations.
I'll cover this one. Okay, so thank you, Kay. So Sean Evans, I'm a lead cyber analyst, been working at FinCEN since 2007. And yeah, this is the slide that I used to kind of say where we were when we were looking at cyber threats, or what we loosely called cyber-enabled crime, cyber threats, and fraud is growing faster than the rest of the corpus of our reports at the time. So left-hand side, you have the number of at that time, we would loosely call them tied to cyber crime and fraud, things like cyber events, business email compromise, account takeovers, and ransomware. So this is not everything, but this was just kind of slice that we were seeing growing at a faster rate than the totality of the SARs that are reported on the right-hand side. You can see there on the right, very far right end there, that we received 3.8 million SARs in 2021. But the kind of realization is that, and as Kay had mentioned, that behind all of these was some type of a bad actor exploiting some type of identity process. So that was the hypothesis. And what we looked at here was that's where we started to try to kind of put that into context and quantify that, which turned out to be something of a challenge that ran us into some other problems as well, such as, what is fraud and how do you compare apples to oranges in the cyber space? I'll remind you, somebody might be familiar with the Better Cybercrime Statistics Stack. I think it's called Cybercrime Metrics Stack. It's something that Congress recognizes as well, that it's hard to measure even cybercrime. So we were trying to measure fraud, cybercrime, and its ties to identity all in one go by using the totality of the data of 3.8 million records in 2021, which is really stretching the limits of what we can strategically leverage these reports for in some type of report like this. So, and as Kay mentioned, and also as the director mentioned, where we usually think of identity processes occurring within financial institutions, This kind of shows that link of during account creation, account access, and transactions, and the different authentication modes that may be occurring there, the authentication channels, online versus in person. And then just think about the complexity. And of course, for this audience, you know all this. The various ranges of credentials that are used in different orders and combinations to be authenticators to grant access to financial services. But the realization is that identity processes occur not just within the financial sector, between a financial institution and its customer, but also between financial institutions and customers of other financial institutions and other financial institutions, customers and businesses and corporates and their customers, and even inside the financial institutions themselves. So when you start looking at it from that standpoint and try to work out every use case, then what you're really looking at from a filing institution standpoint is the filers or the banks are filing SARs on bad things that happen to people between people, like things like romance scams, which are a crime between two persons, and what's reflected in what they are saying can also often be some type of exploit in an identity process as well. So we sought with that realization to borrow from what's already been created as far as identity, for the identity lifecycle, et cetera, and the different processes established by NIST in order to create a framework that was wide enough to encompass all these different places that breakdowns or exploits in an identity verification process may occur. And just as an anecdote, I mean, unlike how pervasive identity processes are, and you don't even realize it, I will go through an example when we go through the stages here. But one of the persons on my team the other day went to go pick up their children from daycare, and they had been working on this for months on the same project. And so you kind of changes the way you start thinking. You start seeing identity processes everywhere. So they go to their daycare to pick up their kids, and they walk in, and I'm here to pick up Johnny, and then they just gave Johnny to him. And he goes, "You're going to go see my ID? You're not going to check my name?" And they didn't really know each other, and so they were surprised how little of the lack of a verification process was around something as critical as picking up your kid. And the attackers exploiting that identity process would lead to a very bad outcome indeed, right? So on this slide here, we have 3 stages. This is for this audience is going to be very basic. The valid 3 stages or 4 stages, depending on who you are and what model you're following. But general stages of validation, verification, authentication. But with what we call the exploits of that stage. So we have a kind of a conceptual corresponding exploit for every stage of a general identity process. And then some example criminal typologies are things that we see in SARs that apply to exploits in that stage. And there's a full list of these in the report at the very end on the appendix of the 14 typologies. So validation, of course, you're presenting some documents and some evidence of ID card, et cetera, to verification, where you're verifying that that documents actually is attached to the person who's presenting the documents or the evidence, and authentication, where we've combined access and authentication, where you're giving an authenticator out and then enabling that access thereafter. So we've combined a couple of things such as presentation within validation and access and authentication within the third step there of authentication. So that's it is something of simplification. We recognize that. It makes probably nobody happy, but we had to be simple for the sake of trying to quantify the information more broadly, right? And how that kind of maps to the exploit, I kind of like to use the example of a bar, going into a bar. And once again, for a sophisticated audience like yourself, I know this might seem basic, but it's actually very challenging to explain. I mean, identity is actually very difficult. There's a lot of, it's more complex than you think, right? It's not I know it when I see it. I mean, it's like the colleague I mentioned before, who picking up his kid. If you walk into a bar, you provide your driver's license. They look at the driver's license and then look at your face. They look at the picture. They're comfortable that it's you. They check the watermark. Okay, they're comfortable. It's the right, a valid piece of evidence. They give you a stamp or a bracelet, and you walk in. You go to the bar. You provide the bracelet, and they give you access to services, a beverage, whatnot. You walk outside for a smoke. And then you can go back in until the bar closes. From an attacker's standpoint, though, we can walk through that same kind of scenario, thinking about it from an exploit standpoint. So let's say you walk up to the bartender, and instead of providing a valid driver's license, you provide a counterfeit driver's license. And if it's able to trick the bartender letting you in, okay, you've exploited the fact that you're using false documents. And with false records, we call this one of the example typologies where we see this actually occur, right? You could also use a real driver's license, except it's not your driver's license. And if they don't check your face and do that biometric chase effect there, and it's too dark in the bar or whatever, then you've just circumvented their verification stage. And so now you're in. You got your authenticators, and any breakdown on any part of these steps, it compromises the entire process. So it results in the same bad thing happening, but there's a different flavor of how that occurred. Or you could walk up to the bartender and once you get your bracelet and everything else, you go out for a smoke and you switch the authenticator, your bracelet with somebody else. Now they get it. They're 18 and they get into the bar. Or you can actually go up to the bartender and pay him off. And then the bartender's corrupt. That's abusive access, right? So an insider threat, right? So how these different exploits occur and how they, whether they're in the validation stage, verification stage, or authentication stage, mean different things or have a potential to mean different things. It means the problem might be in a different location, might be within the perimeter of an organization or outside the perimeter of an organization. And that's how we're thinking about it. I'm not being prescriptive about that here, but this is part of how we were thinking about this and why it matters where the exploit occurs. So with that, we wanted to address the scale of this. And so the boil the ocean piece was that we had to go through the more than 240 checkboxes of suspicious activity and the tens of thousands of activity as described by financial institutions in the other field, where they can write in whatever they want. And we had to, one, identify whether they were exploiting one identity related in that they're exploiting one of these steps of the process, or two, and if so, which part of the process was it exploiting, and is it fundamentally tied to something else? I'll give you an example. So one filer might say social security number fraud. Another one might call it SSN fraud. Those are actually the same thing, right? Someone might call a business email compromise. Someone else calls it email compromise. Someone might call it CEO fraud. So for every fraud out there, there's 30, 40 names for the same thing. And once you strip out, when you take a reductionist approach to this and strip out the victimology, so elder financial fraud, younger financial fraud, whatever, like victim, real estate, business email compromise. Once you strip out the victimology, once you strip out the financial instrument being used, loan fraud, credit card fraud, ACH fraud, you end up with common typologies. And that's what this boil the ocean on the typology side was. That got us down to 14 core typologies. That's now a little bit more manageable, and we're not dealing with 240 different activity types and thousands of different ways of framing something. So with that, that's I think the hard part of explaining that colloquial way of explaining it through the bar example and the framework itself. I think we had a hard time, or it's difficult to put into a dense paper such as a report, right? So I like to take this opportunity to explain in plain English how we were thinking of it, and to hopefully explain a little bit more give you the context to understand the results. And the results are out there. We are out of time?
No, we've got plenty of time.
Great. So the results, this is just a kind of they're in the report. You can pull up the main highlights, but I will walk you through a couple of things. So one, when you put on these lens, I would say at least, I say approximately, but also at least 1.6 million or 42% of that 3.8 million reports are related to identity, some type of exploit of the identity process through this framework. And that's because there was a lot of things we had to take out, a lot of things that we couldn't be certain about, a lot of activity types that don't really, that have conflicting names. So, like some financial institutions call it this one thing, someone else calls it a totally different thing, and we couldn't resolve that. So when we weren't certain of the data, we knocked it out. So I would say at least 1.6 million of the 3.8 million. And also we were very conservative about coming up with numbers, right? And so 212 billion of 566 billion of the total value in 2021 is ascribed to that 1.6 million. So 212 billion, that's when you look into those numbers across the 14 typologies, we end up with general fraud being the highest. And in the typologies, though, we have business email compromises as a typology, account takeovers as a typology, false records, false claims, kiting. A lot of these typologies might be you might consider them fraud. They could be considered fraud, but we tried to the fraud by itself, as I mentioned at the offset, is a hard thing to categorize, and it's kind of nebulous as far as there's no common kind of lexicon to fraud. So general fraud is where everything that could not be boiled into a concrete, like this is the scheme, this is a typology, this is a common typology among all these things. So that's something where we're still looking into. But 69% of identity-related BSA reports indicated that were tied to that first stage attack. So the majority, and this is across all filing institutions, with the exception of one, I'll get to that, but the most of filers reported that the kind of typologies that they're seeing are exploiting that first stage of impersonation, right? Going back to that validation stage and exploiting something in that validation stage, coming in with false records, altered documentation, things of that, where the records themselves aren't even valid, right? However, if looking at the other two, 18% or 446,000 used compromised credentials. So we actually exploited that third part on compromise. And what was also interesting about those, even though they're not that many, 18%, they're actually much more impactful. So by dollar figure, the average dollar figures for the compromises that occurred, so that's exploits of the third stage, was 250,000 compared to 117,000 for impersonation and 151,000 for circumvention. So quite a bit larger. So that would seem to suggest that, as it makes probably makes sense, is that when a compromise occurs, when they have all your deets, when an insider who is the authenticator takes advantage of the system, the impact in dollar terms is much higher, and even though it might be less frequent. So that kind of jives with common sense, but it's an interpretation. Also, when you look at this by the types of institutions that filed, so we're able to see in the data which type of institution is the filer by their regulated entity, or they can self-claim themselves as they are depository institution, a securities broker, casino, etc. So when you look at that by that lens, all of the institutions all report impersonation, or the first stage exploit, as being the most frequently reported, except for money service businesses, and they report stage 2 exploits, circumvention, which is the lowest overall, but it's most reported in MSBs. We don't know why, but it is an interesting outcome, because what we consider MSBs is actually a wide variety of fintechs and money transmitters and non-bank financial institutions. It's a wide universe of things inside of that. So with that, I want to just leave it off to before we go to questions on where we're going next with this. Do you want to cover some of that?
Well, I just wanted to. I mentioned partnerships, and clearly your feedback would be welcome. We've created a framework, and we've been thinking about getting financial services right as this collaboration between the private and the public sector that the director mentioned. In fact, the Anti-Money Laundering Act enshrines FinCEN's existing partnerships with the financial sector. And as you all know, identity is a network business. So this collaboration between the private sector and the public sector to leverage the opportunities and address vulnerabilities and emerging threats, as well as to keep pace with technological innovation, is really crucial. And so throughout this analytic effort, FinCEN leveraged its interagency and its public-private partnerships to share information and explore best practices for mitigating the threats that financial institutions face from this identity process exploitation, particularly with respect to fraud and cybercrime. And we also have, I mentioned, responsible innovation. We certainly know that an AML CFT regime that merely accounts for and reacts to new threats is not sufficient. So in some cases, we face the same threats that we always have, but they're amplified by financial innovation and new technologies, as the Identity Project highlights. We recognize that we need to adapt, change, and innovate as well. And so, as the director mentioned, we see opportunities for emerging technologies. Obviously, as Chief Digital Identity Advisor, I think about digital identity solutions, but we're
only one in the government, right?
Yeah, the only one in the government. Artificial intelligence and privacy enhancing technologies to help address these identity-related exploitations and combat a wide variety of illicit finance typologies. So with this, we're really grateful for Venable, for the Better Identity Coalition, FIDO, the ID Threat Resource Center for hosting this. Obviously, FinCEN's been present in past events. We value the opportunity to come and address. We see you as a key partner in mitigating these exploitations. And so we hope to build on the analysis. It took a long time to boil the ocean. We recognize that things evolve, and that was 2021. We're also looking at other avenues. Some of the way that we ended up in the report and the focus that we did were stakeholder questions that we got. Yeah. So your feedback's really helpful. And I guess, I don't know if you want to make other comments. Otherwise, we're happy to take questions.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't over. I mean, 2021 took us a while, 2 years, but it won't take us that long to. We're already through 2022 data, and we're working on 2023. Should be that. So we're doing this again.
Why don't I be cautious? When Sean and I first started in September 2.5 years ago, he told me it would be done by Christmas. Silly me, I didn't ask which Christmas. But I think part of
done by Valentine's Day. Yeah.
No, but I think the important bit is that we've been engaging along. Most people weren't aware that we were engaging on this, but we'd love your feedback. And as you think about questions that arise, either today or reach out, I'm always happy. It's part of my job. I'm supposed to advance the use of digital identity in an AML CFT context and work with federal agencies and the federal financial regulators, and then go out and educate. We're lucky today because we're in front of an audience that really knows the importance of this work. With that.
Sure.
I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing this analysis, by the way. I had tried to look into the SAR data myself some months ago and just gave up. So I very much appreciate that you boil the ocean and not me. Here we are with this new $212 billion figure. I'm trying to make sense of it. So the FTC speaks in terms of $8.8 billion of annual fraud losses. The FBI speaks in terms of 10.3 billion in annual fraud losses. The FTC has another report that tries to account for unreported losses, and they come up with 21 to 137 billion. Now we have this 212 billion number. How do we come up with a reasonable US government estimate of the total fraud losses in a year?
Right. So a caveat also that this is reported, and it's also not it's not necessarily losses. it's attempted, so it's not measuring whether it was successful or not. So, but still, it is a conservative number, we think. And the 212 is total, right? But what you're describing is something we lamented even when we were looking at cybercrime. As you know, coming up with cybercriminal and fraud numbers is very difficult. In cybercrime, it's all over the place. I mean, up to the trillions to a couple hundred billion. Yeah, definitely a challenge. And I think that, as I mentioned on the Cybercrime Metrics Act, I believe it's a challenge I think everyone recognizes, and that there are some efforts to try to that we're working with some of the other government agencies, such as DHS, S&T, Jonathan Prisby said back there, to work through a lexicon for this, just so we can come to some type of common metrics, which I think requires some type of ontology first, right? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Help you address your question? Thank
you. Thank you very much for the report. If you haven't read it, it's a very short report, unlike a lot of government documents, so thank you for that.
I thought it was long.
No, I got through it pretty quick. Outside of the report, as it applies to the Trade Act and
So hold it
okay.
Up here, you'll be good.
Sorry. Okay.
Don't hold it from the bottom.
Don't hold it from the bottom. Okay. All right. So the question is, there's no mention of NIST 863 in those regulations. Is there any movement within the financial regulators to incorporate 863? And if so, it would be good to have vendors that are certified under 863. I assume Identity Assurance Level 2 would probably comply. So that's really my question.
So Congress mandated in the AML Act to look at the regulations that we have for modernization. We're regulators, so when we have something to announce, we'll announce. What we found, and part of the reason that we use this language is that they were standard definitions. We don't actually, they don't fully encompass. So transaction monitoring is not a concept in the NIST 863. There are lots of things that are on the edges. What we were trying to do was to figure out, given that we regulate lots of different sectors, we wanted to have something that used the totality of the data set, because we felt that it was important to be able to feed back to industry. We've used this kind of lexicon, but it's not just for the lexicon's sake, it's actually to think about the typologies. So it was a framework that we felt worked.
Right, and to your other point, I mean, not that this is within my purview. I mean, I'm just working on the data itself and have nothing to do with driving standards or anything of that matter. But I think that keeping the conversation going. I mean, I see NIST in the room here. We've spoken a lot with them, and also our other Treasury colleagues at TFFC have worked with NIST on a lot of these, and this is just an ongoing dialogue that has to encompass for what's happening in the data, right? So, but it's a good point. Standards are good, right?
This is Carol House from the Atlantic Council on Terranet Ventures. First, it's wonderful to see you all, and it was wonderful to see that great report. Based on feedback, it's not a criticism. I think it won't surprise you that as a former policy wonk from FinCEN, the thing that I'm hungry for is the so what's next. But again, not a criticism, because as Kay so aptly pointed out, you have to start somewhere, and quantifying this problem helps to. And then also, as Sean, as you mentioned, dissecting it in the specific way that you did points you to where the problems are at different types of financial institutions. What are the vulnerabilities that are being exploited? What are the biggest problems, and can help you rack and stack priorities? So then on that, what comes next? I do want to ask a bit about how you feel that this analysis will or is, or if it is, informing your reg and strategic policy efforts, compliance and enforcement, or even your standing up of the incredible beneficial ownership database, which, as far as I understand, is the only new identity repository that the US government is standing up. So what an incredible mission. Very curious about how this analysis will inform those efforts.
I'll take what's next, and you can take the
get the hard one.
Yeah. Well, one, I mean, boiling the ocean was useful for. There was a lot of things behind the report and lessons learned that is not in the report, right? That the exercise itself, both on the technology, on data, and on the totality of on quality. I mean, there's a lot that goes that we can take back from this, as you know, we have all these things that the MLA is putting out that's Congress is requiring us to do. And so considering, we would have had to do this anyway, or something like this, right? To understand what's being reported, how it's being reported, whether it's effective reporting to improve detection, reporting, prevention, right? So there is what's next. We're looking at this was a snapshot 2021. So if you look at this over time, what does it tell you, right? And so that's where we want to understand these trends over time and be able to make them repeatable, so that it's continuous, right? And so that on our end, from a research standpoint, that's where we're at.
And to be honest, we've just finished it. It actually is sinking in and getting feedback from you guys. Does it make sense? What's on your wish list? I would put it back to you. We found the exercise extremely helpful in thinking about the data set. We're excited about the opportunity. This is a strategic change in the use of the data. And I think it underscores the value of the data. And so we're hoping to continue beyond 2021 was a bit ago. So we'd like to see what the trends are and then be able to do deep dives, not on what we think maybe, but what are the numbers telling us? But it's also a question of figuring out, we're doing this. The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network is about working in a network, right? And so some of these priorities of what we're looking at are some of the feedback that we get. Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? Me, who, for those that know, I ended up coming to FinCEN 2.5 years ago, and I was not an AML CFT contact. So I always have in the back of my mind, in order for some of these terms to stick, people, we want feedback. We need partnership in doing it. And so, it was quite a task to boil down into three terms, right? So some of it is engaging with people to see, does this make sense? Are there, what are the issues that you see? So I would encourage you, instead of asking what our priorities are, because having been a regulator, that we announce things when we announce things, let us know. Did you find it helpful? Are there things that you think are particularly interesting? Because we're trying to make it, we're trying to feedback to financial institutions to help them mitigate what we see are exploitations and identity processes. I think, it'll take us working together to figure out what the next bits are, but we're certainly hoping to build on the numbers.
I had a comment and a question. So the comment was to Mike's point before about, looking at pushing banks to NIST guidance. And I'll say this has come up a number of times in discussions we've had in Better Identity Coalition with some of the regulators. We have I think as I mentioned before, if you looked at our slides, our membership's very heavy in financial services and fintech. And the take has been, it's an interesting idea, but don't mandate that. It's informative guidance, but I think it was Matt Thompson pointed out before, the NIST guidance is only updated every 6 to 8 years. It generally is an exercise where NIST is looking to catch up on all of the new threats that have emerged, along with the ways that the technologies and defenses we use have evolved to catch up with them. And once it's published, it's then usually out of date pretty quickly. Not to say it's not still useful. In fact, I'd argue 63-3 is still really useful today for a lot of people as a foundation. But compared to, and I mean, I think there's about a half dozen people here who run big parts of bank identity systems for major banks. They're always looking ahead to the next threat and the next innovation. And so if you push them to NIST as a mandate, you actually might be inhibiting innovation. Again, not to say it's not good informative guidance, or there might be elements of the NIST things like on phishing-resistant authentication you could point to, but just giving banks the flexibility to look ahead, I think, is going to be important. The question I had was, we're talking about the number 212 billion, but digging into the tables, there's some other things here that suggest the number could be as high in terms of suspicious amounts as high as 351 billion. I'm just wondering if you can explain a little bit more about the different numbers and sort of where you came up with them and how we should look at that.
Right. So 212 is the number of reports, and like if you look at what they're reporting. When you break them into typologies, though, you can kind of think of them as then forming a sequence of Venn diagrams, because in the same report might reference multiple activity. And so there are some reports that are like super SARs, we call them, right? Like just have all things under the sun and inside them in one report with an attachment that's thousands of records long. I mean, all the way to like one thing that occurred that a teller saw, right? I mean, you never know what's going to walk in the door. So those numbers are just the tallies of the individual 14 typologies, adding that up. So they're more artifacts of the data than I would use in a public statement.
One question in the back, just feedback for what's next. Again, complimenting everything that you've done as a start. But we know that what gets put in the SAR does not represent all that's happening in the ecosystem. So the ability to take what you see from the SARs and provide that back out as a framework to the broader ecosystem, and then have that ecosystem speak to what the SARs are missing would be a tremendous help.
And this isn't the only forum in which we've discussed this. I mean, and we've been working with with financial institutions, but we want a broad input from our typical stakeholders or financial institutions who really are the eyes and ears for us usually. And the SARS is just one mechanism to receive that information. And of course, every financial institution is only seeing what they report. This is just one way of being able to say what everyone else is reporting as well. But then, yes, there's a continuous feedback there that needs to occur. I agree.
The questions? Well, I just wanted to end by saying thank you. I know, Kay, when you first talked about this a couple of years ago, I was really excited to hear it in that, somebody who's been in this space over 25 years, and I think there's a lot of us in this room who have been, trying to solve this conundrum. We've always known that identity-related attacks are leading to a lot of bad things, but it's really hard to get numbers to quantify it. And I don't just say this as a guy who spent several years at NIST, which I developed a fondness for measurement science, given that's the mission of the agency. But I think having measurement like this that can really sort of quantify where bad things are happening and why and how is really important. We released our updated policy blueprint earlier today. Not all the grades for the government were good. I think part of it is, as we're trying to elevate this as an issue, we're sometimes lacking this kind of analysis and these numbers behind it. And so I think having this out there as we're engaging with other policymakers about why identity is a big honking deal, this is really great work. And so on behalf of, I think, everybody, I'd say thank you, and please keep it up.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we've got, are you guys ready? All right, we're about 5 minutes ahead, but I think we can give you 25 minutes instead of 20. So up next on the agenda, Women in Identity is an organization that's emerged on the scene the last few years, doing awesome work, I think, both just in promoting more diversity in the space and just helping to raise awareness of the need for more diverse professionals working on identity, but also focusing on developing a code of conduct to make sure that we actually build identity systems that work for everybody. And I think one thing we've heard today is sometimes we lean in too hard, say, on a security aspect or some technical aspect, and then people can't use it or they can't obtain identities. So the work that they've been doing with their code of conduct, to me, has been really helpful and constructive in the space. And with that, I'm happy to hand things over to Kay and Kim to talk a little bit more. Thank you.
I have to turn this on. I have to turn this on. I did. Okay, so can you hear us? Can you hear me? Yes. Is it on? Am I doing this right? Yep. Oh, there we go. Finally. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sticking with this since I know it's getting late in the day and we've learned so many different things, so you're probably all a little fried. I'm Kay Chopard. My title in the Women in Identity organization is U.S. Ambassador, which basically means I've kind of been the coordinator for a lot of activity and events and things that we do here in the U.S. I'm a volunteer. This is not my day job. For those of you who know me, my day job is I'm the executive director of the Qatar Initiative. So I have, though, devoted several years to helping get women in identity off the ground. And there's a lot of exciting things that the women and men who are part of the organization, I think, have really started to accomplish. And with me today is Kim. I will let Kim introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Kim Sutherland. So by day, since we're doing day and night, by day, I'm Vice President of Fraud and Identity at LexisNexis Risk Solutions. But I think all day and all night, can't stop being a woman. Women in Identity is where we spend so much time. And I just want to let you know, as I was sitting in the back and like just looking at heads in here, I think this is just such a representation of how things have improved over the many years that I've worked with so many of you in the room. There's about a 50-50 split of men and women in the room. And I was like, what in the world? And I think that's amazing. And that's kind of like what the impetus for Women in Identity was initially, was giving a venue to ensure that identity systems were created by all people. And as a result, we wanted to make sure that there were females in the room. And it's improving, not necessarily just because of women in identity, but because I think businesses and government agencies and organizations of all types see it important to have diversity in the room.
So today we'd just like to talk to you a little bit about some of the research work that Women in Identity is doing. It's called the Code of Conduct, and it's really about closing the identity gap. But I'm not sure how well all of you know the organization, so I want to give a little bit of background about Women in Identity, what we're about, what our focus is, and all of that. And then I'll let Kim talk a little bit more about where we are with the research. For those of you who may have heard some of this discussion, we want to tell you about what's happening in 2024, which is exciting, and it's really moving forward. One of the things to let you know is that this research project on this code of conduct and trying to close the identity gap really started a couple of years ago. And a lot of it, we basically chose two countries, the United Kingdom and Ghana, trying to pick a developed nation and one that is less developed. We focus in the financial sector, right? So it's very focused on financial access and fintech types of issues. And it also began with some one-on-one, boots on the ground interviews, conversations, research happening. And I'm not going to go into all of what that initial sort of foundational research was, but just to tell you that it included interviewing multiple people in those two countries and actually videotaping those interviews. And they're available. The Women in Identity has a YouTube channel, and I would encourage you, if you have a chance, to go and just listen to some of those to kind of get a sense from, kind of like Ava earlier today was hoping to have a victim to be able to come and talk about that. You really get a better sense about all the ways that this identity exclusion, if you will, really impacts people, often in ways that we don't always think about. So the interviews that I talked about and a lot of the initial base for the research really looked at the fact that over 6 million adults in the UK cannot prove their identity, and that one in over 1.1 billion people worldwide have that same issue. And I think sometimes here in the US, we think, oh, that's not really a very big group of people. And I think what we're finding from our research, it's a lot more people than you might have thought. And Jeremy was really good about bringing in the pastor from the Foundry Church with their specific identity ministry, if you will. That just points to the fact that, in fact, it's much more prevalent than you think. And the fact that more places are looking to create something like that is because there's a real need there.
Yeah, one thing I would just say is that we typically think about it during election time in the US, right? Because some states have ID laws and those kind of things, but it's an issue that impacts, you know, when you're trying to do a password reset and you have to go down an alternate path and they say, well, please provide a government issued ID. It's obviously an issue when you try to open a bank account. It has so many impacts beyond just voting rights. But when they did the voting studies, they said there was something like 30 million people in the US, but when 30 million voting eligible people in the US. So if you take out the citizen component of it, we're probably talking about 60 to 80 million people in the United States that have instability with being able to produce a government issued ID, photo ID.
So the initial research that we did was called the human impact of identity exclusion. And there were 5 sort of key findings that I just want to summarize for you. One of the findings, this is probably not surprising, or maybe it is, the user is at the center of the ID ecosystem. Sometimes we're so busy with our solutions that we forget the fact that the user has to be the central focus. The second thing that we found is that one size does not fit all. And we had to acknowledge a changing of social norms of what's acceptable and what isn't. And they certainly interviewed folks who were transgender and other types of choices for their lives that made it very difficult sometimes to be able to get an identity. We also found that it's really important, if we're going to try to move in the right direction, is to reduce the burden on the user. So some of the things that came out was moving towards vouching, moving towards a tiered KYC and an eKYC. Those were some trends that we saw in that initial research. We also found that better delegated authority would really help in this area of exclusion, where the identification may be individual, but since we live in networks of people who know us, and some of you I'm sure do work globally. I certainly found this in some other countries that I've worked with where that becomes even more critical. And we also really felt that one of the key findings was that we need to build a diversity and identity or identity-based design also in the development teams, right? So it's not just in the solutions, but in the teams that you put together to try to tackle these solutions, that you have that kind of diversity. The vision for the organization overall is that digital identity solutions that are built for everyone are also built by everyone, going to that inclusion. And the mission is to drive the digital identity industry to build solutions with diverse teams to promote universal access, which enables civic, social, and economic empowerment around the world. Just a couple more things about the organization, and then I'll let Kim talk about where the research is now and where it's headed. First of all, who we are. In the US, Women in Identity is a nonprofit membership organization. We also have a registered legal entity in the UK. So those are the 2 main sort of legal entities that exist, but our membership is actually worldwide and very global. There is a global executive board with representatives from multiple countries. Kim serves on that board. I did at one time, and I've abdicated and let them take over. I did, I left them all. And an advisory board. And the global reach that we have now is really through volunteers like Kim and I, right? And it's a small but very dedicated group. And in an effort to reduce barriers to participation, the actual membership in Women in Identity is free. There is no cost to becoming a member. So I encourage any of you here to take a look on the website and join. And you'll start to get our publications and be invited to events. And I think really get a chance to hear more about what's happening in the field. And then the last thing is that in order to be able to work on complicated issues, which, as you know, these are, we really look to companies who recognize the importance of diversity and who are willing to stand up and help support these efforts so that we can really begin to make changes in the identity industry. So we really, in terms of financial support, look to companies to partner with us. We are funded, like I said, not by member dues, but by that kind of corporate support. We're actually launching a fundraising campaign this Friday. So we'll talk about that in a minute as well. I mentioned our global reach. We have over 3,000 members and supporters right now, given that we've only been in existence about 3 years or not quite 3 years. We're excited about that growth. We have a team of about 28 volunteers like us. We are doing about 30 plus member events. That's one of the things that we do with a lot of our corporate sponsors, and we do very specific events with them. And we actually have membership and interactions and work in about 45 countries right now. So that's kind of who the organization is. And I've talked a little bit about the initial research in the Code of Conduct, and I'll let Kim talk some more about where we go from here.
Sure. So we have about 30 corporate sponsors for the overall organization, Women in Identity. But for the Code of Conduct, there's actually only a handful, and that's a separate sponsorship. So I just want to make sure I don't miss any of the names. But GBG, KPMG, MasterCard, the Open Identity Exchange, Amit Network, and RBC are the sponsors currently of the Code of Conduct. And to be able to get this research completed, we need more help, right? So this is a begging campaign. So if you know of companies that are interested in trying to help and support this type of research, what I love is the issue around equity and identity. So inclusion and identity is a new thing. We've always talked about it for years around credit inclusion. But now, including NIST in the latest guidelines, had an area around equity in the -4 draft versions. And I think that's really exciting to see. We have my customers ask, is this form of verification or this form of authentication going to disproportionately impact a certain segment of my population, right? So are you too reliant on address data? Are you focused more on, and that person happens to be address unstable? Or are you relying on the use of a driver's license and that person may not have a driver's license? So thinking about that concept, I think it's really important from an identity standpoint. And we often come up with secondary flows and alternate flows as organizations, but are those equivalent in terms of the convenience factor or the security impacts to it? So I just think that a lot of the conversations we've had today kind of feed directly into this whole concept around identity, inclusion, and equity in identity. So what we've done is we had to first start with the problem statement, right? The better that you can define the problem, the more likely we can solve it, right? So we spent a lot of time really trying to develop the problem statement. And then we did a human impact of exclusion report that was driven a lot by the videos that Kay talked about. So again, please, if you have not seen any of the videos, I highly recommend that you kind of just listen to the stories. Sometimes someone may have had a situation where they have been recently or previously incarcerated and they had a challenge with their identity. It could be somebody who has a disability where they have more challenges understanding the processes. Many of you all know that I have a 101-year-old grandfather. And if I didn't take over some of his activities, although he is independent and believe I do not take over too much now, but he needs assistance with processes sometimes that are more, he's not computer savvy, believe it or not, he's 101. But there's a lot of people like that, right? That have more challenges around being able to follow new processes in place. So that's the kind of things that you hear in the videos. So it's really interesting to kind of go back to that. So we took the videos and then we did more work on the actual human impact report. And then the other thing is that we did a literature review. And so all of that is available for you all to digest now. And we've now on the next phases. And the next phases are really interesting because we're also needing to really complete the economic impact. And we're working with a couple of universities in both the UK and the US to really help us in trying to look at the impact to our economies when you can actually have properly ID'd individuals and able to engage in processes that all of us use every day. We also are doing some design research, right? Because ultimately we're going to have the full code of conduct. And so we have a lot of roundtables that are being developed for 2024 and 2025. And getting that kind of feedback is going to be really, really critical. And then the last thing is the implementation framework. So those are the components that we're working on. And I mean, the goal is, you know, for the, again, since like the NIST guidelines are also including things around equity, having all those things dovetail together, I think is going to be really powerful. So that is where we stand right now. We do have a call to action where we're just trying to get more people to be aware of the work and then in support of the work. So if those are things that you might be interested in, we definitely would, you know, recommend talking to us afterwards, really kind of pushing the effort around, we don't want to see any of these equity components removed out of guidelines. And if you are responsible for any types of standards or guidelines, add those into yours as well. I think that it's just an area that shows just the maturity of the identity space. Like I said, that's been something that's always been included for years in credit worthiness and credit assessments, right? To see if there's any disparities, but now we're seeing that for identity, and I think it's a great thing. Anything else? I'd love to ask, you know, to see if you all have any questions then. Anybody?
Oh, there's one in the back there.
We have
the people online though.
Yeah, the people online can't hear you.
And then from an equity standpoint, in case someone that has hearing issues.
Got it. I was going to say a little bit of a softball. So Kay and I have talked about this before, that one of the things they also do is they have a job board. And one of the questions I have is, we have a couple postdoc opportunities in identity forensics. And I'm wondering, is there an easy way, like it's just a link at this point? Are there easy ways where if there are opportunities to make sure that we are looking at sort of inclusiveness and getting it to the broadest possible audience, what's the best way to sort of just get that in front of people who may be interested?
No, that's a great question. So, you know, right now we do have, for our sponsors of Women in Identity, we do have a jobs board and we let them post our jobs to make available to those 3,000, which by the way, our goal for 2024 is to actually get up to 4,000 members. So again, please sign up. But we don't have a process right now that I'm aware of non-sponsors putting jobs. But I think that, again, how do you get that to the broadest audience? I think it's something that I can definitely bring back to find out if we can just make things available for anyone so that we can have the broadest coverage. And I know for me, like whenever we're doing hiring, I'm a slow hirer intentionally, because if I get a slate of people that all seem, let's say, homogenous, then I want to try to, you know, force my HR teams to take a little longer and, you know, expand their nets. So I would love to be able to add more jobs. Any other questions or comments? Think the code of conduct is a good idea? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, Kim, thank you. Really appreciate you coming to speak today. So I know it's been a long day, but I'm thrilled that we've got Eric Goldstein, who's agreed to come and give a closing keynote. For those who don't know Eric, he serves as the Executive Assistant Director for Cybersecurity at CISA, where he leads CISA's mission to protect and strengthen federal civilian agencies and the nation's critical infrastructure against cyber threats. You recall earlier today, we issued our report card from the Better Identity Coalition, where there weren't a lot of great grades, but CISA got an A for the More Than a Password campaign and the great work they've been doing on the MFA front. Previously, Eric was the head of cyber policy, strategy, and regulation at Goldman Sachs. He also served at CISA's precursor agency, the NPPD, National Protection and Programs Directorate, in a number of leadership roles. Really thrilled he could be here today. I will invite him up now, and we'll hear from him a bit, and then we'll have a reception right after. So thank you.
All right. Good to see everybody. If I were to create a word map of the most common phrases that I say in a month, the most common phrase would be, thank you, Venable, for hosting me for this wonderful event. It is great to be back, both with the Venable team and at the Identity Policy Forum. It's a really It's an exciting time to be here. You know, when I was thinking about what I wanted to say for these remarks, particularly given that this is the end of a lengthy day, you have already heard from such government luminaries as my friend and colleague Caitlin Clarke, my friend and colleague Chris DeRusha. What could I say that would live up to that high bar? The answer is nothing, so I'm not going to try. I will just do my best for this end of day forum. I also want to keep it a little bit conversational because, again, it is the end of the day. And I'm also keeping all of you from the happy hour, which having just walked by, it looks lovely. So I will try to keep it snappy and interactive. I think the interesting tension that we face at the end of this event is reflecting simultaneously on how far we've come and yet the increasing gravity of the challenge that we're facing. I think that is very well reflected in the Better Identity Report, which I had the privilege of reading this past week, which shows some really strong areas of progress, hashtag more than a password, but also some areas of real needed growth. But I do think that it's worth starting out just with some reflection on how far we have come in moving towards a passwordless future, in moving towards an environment where FIDO2 is in fact the de facto standard for enterprises around the world seeking to modernize their identity and authentication stacks. And it's worth reflecting that even a couple of years ago, the concept of an organization going passwordless would have in most circles been laughable, right? It was sort of taken as a de facto truth that we will have passwords forever. And you know, moving to SMS two-factor was seen as the big innovation. Maybe that's as far as we'll ever go. And now the fact of the matter is we are seeing technologies like passkeys being used by consumers for everyday activities. We are seeing more and more enterprises moving passwordless for their enterprise, their privilege, their admin, their employee authentication solutions. And that's a remarkable shift. Now, of course, it is still only a tiny slice of the overall authentication and identity environment, but it is still remarkable that what was once seen as a fantastical left field idea is now increasingly moving on the wall. And not a moment too soon, because we also know that identity and authentication is the target of every sophisticated attacker in every attack. As I was thinking this afternoon about this event, I reflected on the fact that every significant breach that I can think of that I have been a part of responding to over the past 3 years has an identity and authentication component to it. Whether that's a password spray or cred stuffing attack against an account that wasn't using MFA, whether it's some of the MFA fatigue attacks that we've seen from groups like Lapsus, whether it is more sophisticated attacks like the compromise of Microsoft Exchange Online, seeking to compromise and forge identity tokens. We are seeing, as the new cyber cliche has it, identity is indeed the new perimeter. And so the more that we can focus on driving this evolution, driving this modernization with all due urgency, we are going to be responsive to, not even getting ahead of, where we already see the attackers going every day. And so where do we go next? Right? How do we make progress in this environment? You know, at CISA, we are really eager to work with the community on a few key areas. The first is, how can we make this transition as frictionless as possible? And so we know that in many cases, as I mentioned, we're really excited to see passkeys beginning to roll out for consumers. But we know that in some places, it is not always a perfectly consumer optimized experience. We are seeing platforms where passkeys roll out for mobile, but not for web. Or we are seeing passkeys roll out where you still have to use an SMS push to authenticate with your passkey. And we think that's because, and this is just hypothesis, in many cases, it is forward-thinking, innovative security and identity teams who are pushing passkeys and pushing FIDO2 compliant phishing resistant MFA as the right way to go, but they are facing friction from product teams, from business teams who haven't yet seen the light. And so we're seeing a little bit of a hodgepodge of solutions being pulled together that I think is perhaps inherent to where we are in our phase of maturation, but also reflects a broader truism, and that's that this transition can't be an issue for the security team. It can't be an issue for the identity team. It has to be a core business imperative. But the beauty here is, I say this a lot in a lot of different security contexts, and saying security control X needs to be a business imperative and the CEO and the board need to care. It's actually much easier in this space because moving to FIDO2, moving to passwordless authentication, yes, it's great for security, but it also has such extraordinary benefits for customer and user experience. And so if we can lean in as a community to say, let's front run the customer experience aspect here, and let's make this a business differentiator where no one likes passwords, no one likes push MFA. I sure as heck don't. Let's make this an issue for business leaders, chief executives, board directors to say, this is how we differentiate in the market and make our product more fun to use, more easier to use, more frictionless. And by the way, we're going to wipe out classes of attacks on our customers and on our infrastructure. That's great, but there's a business driver first and foremost. And there actually aren't that many security controls or security modernization uplifts where we can make that argument and it really resonates. This is one of them. And so we hope in the year ahead that we can move the conversation a bit to take it out of the silos of extraordinary, passionate, and talented identity and security practitioners and move it into being a business conversation where companies can innovate and compete on the modernity of their identity and authentication mechanisms and use that to further drive and accelerate progress. But this progress will only occur if we focus on one key pillar of CISA's Secure by Design guidance, which is radical transparency. Because one of the biggest challenges that we face in this space, and we appreciate the kudos about our More Than a Password campaign, our biggest challenge in that campaign is to say, how are we doing? What is the percentage of consumer accounts that today require MFA, period? How many of those require phishing-resistant MFA? How many of those are using FIDO2 compliant methods? How about on the enterprise? How many admin and privilege users are required to use the right kinds of MFA? How many enterprise users generally? There's no good data out there. We are seeing some companies begin to do what we think is the right thing, which is to say, here is where we are on our journey. Here is how we are nudging, pushing both customers and enterprise users to opt in to secure MFA. But it's still happening in silos. And until we solve that challenge, it's going to be really hard for us to know as a community, where are we on this journey, right? What is the waypoint we are on? And are things getting better or getting worse? Because frankly, although I'm grateful for the A, because anytime government gets an A on anything, it's a wonderful day in Washington, D.C. But I want an asterisk next to that A, because yes, we have a great campaign. We have our director has a great Twitter account. We are pushing the cause, but how are we actually doing? Are more Americans actually using MFA today than when we began that campaign a year ago? I hope so. I think so. I don't know. And if I don't know, then it's difficult for us to be able to say, are the levers we are deploying actually useful? And so one of our call to actions for the year ahead is for every enterprise to say publicly in a blog post, in a white paper, whatever it may be, their strategy for driving to 100% FIDO2 or phishing-resistant MFA for all customers, all privilege users, and all employees, and to acknowledge, listen, we're not there today. Almost nobody is there today, unless you are a very special cloud-native company that can do things with some degree of scale and rapidity. But here is how we're going to get there. That is something I will say with full transparency, we've been struggling with in the government, right? As I'm sure everybody in this room is tracking, there was a requirement in Executive Order 14028 for the federal government to adopt universal MFA for all users, all systems, all accounts. And that's been a real challenge, in part because we're dealing with issues like legacy technology, constrained resources, systems compatibility issues. the same challenges that every enterprise outside of government is dealing with every day as well. And so I think we can do a better job in being transparent about the issues that we are seeing in embarking upon this journey. But we have to have the call to action for every organization to do the same, because the end goal shouldn't be that we expect perfection, we expect conclusion in the next year, but the end goal should be, I hope, that when Jeremy writes the Better Identity at 6 years or 10 years report, that we have actual data to base it on, where we can actually say, here is how we are doing, here is the progress we are making, and here are the constraints that we are seeing. At CISA, we are really excited to be a partner to the community in this journey, in part to be maybe the loudest voice in some rooms, arguing for the importance of this work, being able to say with an authoritative voice, here is how attacks happen, and here is why we know that these approaches can knock out classes of attacks that are harming Americans and American businesses every single day, and then help to shine a light on the constraints that are limiting forward progress and limiting forward adoption. We're not going to have the tools to fix those constraints unilaterally, but if we can shine a light on them together, that will help us think through the broader solutions that we can bring to bear and have come into play. So with that, I will thank you for your collegiality and time at the end of a very long day. You are all to be commended for the work that you are doing, for the change that you are driving. I think even though the report card is mixed, the results for the country are not, and we are seeing change that, again, would have been unthinkable, certainly 10, even 5 years ago. That doesn't mean that we don't have a long way to go, but I hope as each of you have the drink of your choice at the happy hour, you can at least toast to progress, even as you take a sip for the hard work yet to come. And with that, with Jeremy's indulgence, I'm glad to field a question or two, or we can vacate to the happy hour lobby at your discretion.
You're saying I should give you an A-.
Any questions? With an asterisk. It is the end of a long day. You want my feelings? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
So that is the end of a long day. You all have really been troopers in sticking it out. Usually the events we have here, not everybody stays this long. Although I warned our events team, like, we're going to be going strong all day. Just wanted to say first, thanks to all of you for coming. Also wanted to thank the Venable events team, particularly Bree, Vincent, the man in the back who's making all the magic happen. Also our friends from Glen Echo Group who have been supporting us with social media and also the live stream throughout the day and helping run the microphones around. It took a lot of people to make this all happen. Look, I always point out I'm exhausted whenever this event's done, but I feel good about doing it every year because identity is such a complicated issue. If this was just about security, we would have solved this a long time ago. It's how do we balance that with so many other things in terms of usability, interoperability, privacy, equity. It's a tough problem to solve, and there aren't always easy solutions. Our goal in this event is to do as much as we can to shine a light on every different perspective of it. And so I hope that today you'll leave here thinking that maybe you learned something new or heard a perspective you had not heard before. And just want to thank all of you for your support and your partnership. And let's make this year a great year. Thanks, everybody.